Azhar Ali double-ton piles pain on Leicestershire. A change of captain didn't bring about a change of fortunes for Leicestershire. Callum Parkinson's first game in permanent charge of the Foxes, marked by another batting collapse, all out for 148 and trailing by 11 at the end of the first day, having taken just 2 wickets. Worcestershire were forced to wait by the weather and wouldn't get on until after lunch, but they wasted little time when they did get back out there. Haynes up to 50 as Mulder was cracked through the offside for 4. They started the day at a decent rate too, finding their way past 200 a few overs later. And then with Azhar Ali's latest boundary, the partnership for the 3rd wicket was worth 150 runs. Haynes too was firing all comers to the boundary as the pairs raced their way to 250. Ali was on 99 when he flicked Barnes off his hip for 1, up to 100 for the first time in Worcestershire whites. The partnership worth 200 in the process. Haynes joined him. He'd only picked up his maiden ton 2 weeks ago against Durham, but had a 3rd in a row when he turned Ahmed off his pads for 1, a coming-of-age summer for the young man. Ali picked up a quick 3 off Ackerman to take the total beyond 300 runs, and then strolled through from the other end as Haynes took the value of the 3rd wicket to 250. And they were still there at tea, Worcestershire now 159 runs in the lead, and Leicestershire left wondering just what it would take to prize these two apart. They figured it out. Haynes' innings over on 127, pads struck by Mulder, and up went the umpire's finger. Captain Brett D'Oliveira came in and took Worcestershire to 350 with a single off right, and then he watched on from the other end as Ali picked up 2 more to move on to 150. They kept cruising towards the close, up to a 50 partnership off 82 balls. Before the end of the day, D'Oliveira pushed Mike into the offside to put 400 runs on the board. And there would be more to come from Worcestershire. Back in the middle after a brief passing shower, and the partnership was worth 100 with a D'Oliveira boundary. He'd move on to 50, up to the mark with a single off Parkinson. A tale of differing fortunes for the two captains facing each other in the middle. Attention was now at the other end, where Ali was looking for 200. And he got to the mark in the day's final over. Ahmed punched through the covers, a magic moment for the Pakistan international. When they strode off a few balls later, the lead was now 308, more than double what Leicestershire had mustered in their first innings. The hosts have taken total control of the game now. They still have 7 wickets in hand, and that lead could very well become a match-winning one when they return tomorrow morning.
I was just seething on it. It's just there. Absolutely incredible. You can just imagine it, can't you? The judge in the court, somebody just said this morning, before I pass sentence, I'd like a private meeting with the defendant. daughter is a teacher, it's half-term camp, and she's got a 3-year-old. And as I say, my son-in-law's working out there. They're going out. She's taking a 3-year-old on a flight to Barcelona. So it's great. He's a lively character. In a couple of weeks. They've got an apartment.
Azhar Ali double-ton piles pain on Leicestershire. A change of captain didn't bring about a change of fortunes for Leicestershire. Callum Parkinson's first game in permanent charge of the Foxes marked by another batting collapse, all out for 148 and trailing by 11 at the end of the first day, having taken just 2 wickets. Worcestershire were forced to wait by the weather and wouldn't get on until after lunch, but they wasted little time when they did get back out there. Haynes up to 50 as Mulder was cracked through the offside for 4. They started the day at a decent rate too, finding their way past 200 a few overs later. And then with Azhar Ali's latest boundary, the partnership for the 3rd wicket was worth 150 runs. Haynes too was firing all comers to the boundary as the pairs raced their way to 250. Ali was on 99 when he flicked Barnes off his hip for 1, up to 100 for the first time in Worcestershire whites. The partnership worth 200 in the process. Haynes joined him. He'd only picked up his maiden ton 2 weeks ago against Durham, but had a 3rd in a row when he turned Ahmed off his pads for 1, a coming-of-age summer for the young man. Ali picked up a quick 3 off Ackerman to take the total beyond 300 runs, and then strolled through from the other end as Haynes took the value of the 3rd wicket to 250. And they were still there at tea, Worcestershire now 159 runs in the lead, and Leicestershire left wondering just what it would take to prize these two apart. They figured it out. Haynes' innings over on 127, pad struck by Mulder, and up went the umpire's finger. Captain Brett D'Oliveira came in and took Worcestershire to 350 with a single off right, and then he watched on from the other end as Ali picked up 2 more to move on to 150. They kept cruising towards the close, up to a 50 partnership off 82 balls. Before the end of the day, D'Oliveira pushed Mike into the offside to put 400 runs on the board. And there would be more to come from Worcestershire. Back in the middle after a brief passing shower, and the partnership was worth 100 with a D'Oliveira boundary. He'd move on to 50, up to the mark with a single off Parkinson. A tale of differing fortunes for the two captains facing each other in the middle. Attention was now at the other end, where Ali was looking for 200. And he got to the mark in the day's final over. Ahmed punched through the covers, a magic moment for the Pakistan international. When they strode off a few balls later, the lead was now 308, more than double what Leicestershire had mustered in their first innings. The hosts have taken total control of the game now. They still have 7 wickets in hand, and that lead could very well become a match-winning one when they return tomorrow morning.
Good morning from New Road in Worcester, where play is about to begin on day 3 of this game between Worcestershire and Leicestershire. Worcestershire resuming their first innings, 456 for 3 is the score. Azhar Ali is unbeaten on 202, and with him Brett D'Oliveira, who is unbeaten on 52. The 3 men out in this innings: Jake Libby for 17, Ed Pollock for 32, and yesterday, the only man out yesterday, Jack Haynes, who made 127. The weather is set fair, high cloud, bright skies, and Chris Wright is going to take up the attack from the New Road end of the ground, and he'll be bowling to Azhar Ali with the score on 456 for 3. People have been speculating this morning as to what we might expect to see today. I'll just think about that in a minute. Here's Wright, first ball of the day. He's in, he bowls, and Azhar cuts off the back foot, picks up a couple, as the fielding is done by Ed Barnes, running around from deep cover. 458 for 3 then. I think the expectation is that Worcestershire will bat this morning for an hour or two and get into a position where they leave themselves 5 sessions or 5 sessions and a bit to try and bowl out the visitors for a second time, ensuring that the home side probably only has to bat once. That's the plan, I would have thought, in the Worcester dressing room. Chris Wright in, bowls, Azhar leaves, taken by Swindles outside the off stump. That's the plan, I would imagine. I don't know, I haven't had any inside information, but logic suggests that that would be the way to approach it as far as the pairs are concerned. They failed, of course, to take that last Leicestershire wicket in the first game of the season at Leicester, and they won't want to fall into that again. Here's an update for FM listeners. Well, play has just begun. We're in the first over of this 3rd day here at New Road, and Worcestershire are attempting to press home their massive advantage that they hold. They began the day on 456 for 3, a lead of 308, and in the 4 balls that we've had so far, they've extended that by a further 3 runs, all of those scored by Azhar Ali. He's now 205 not out. Brett D'Oliveira is 52. 459 for 3, so Worcestershire leading by 311. We expect them to bat for about an hour this morning before a declaration and an attempt to bowl Leicestershire out for a second time in around about 5 sessions. But at the moment, 459 for 3. As Chris Wright bowls again outside the off stump, and D'Oliveira leaves alone, and it's taken by Swindles. So Azhar Ali beginning quite freely this morning with those 2 shots, a drive through the covers, a back foot cut I should say really, which went in front of square, and then that pull shot. D'Oliveira yet to add to his account. Waits now as Wright moves in and bowls to him, and he gets his first run of the day as he just clips a ball of sort of shortish length on leg stump off his hip down to long leg, where Rian Ahmed does the fielding. So a run for D'Oliveira, 54 now to him, 460 for 3, and Worcestershire starting fluently. Had a lovely chat with Azhar Ali after play last night. Record breaking day, of course, for him. Nice for him, in I suppose any overseas player in a brief stay, to get into the record books. Highest partnership for any wicket for Worcestershire against Leicestershire, that one between Haynes and Azhar Ali yesterday. Is right in, bowls, and Azhar pushes out on the onside. Parkinson fields, there's no run. End of the first over. That partnership 281, so nice for him, but also pleasant to hear him talk with such energy and enthusiasm about the Jack Haynes in particular, the rest of the side, and how much he wants to be part of this Worcestershire campaign. So a great day for Azhar yesterday, 205 none out, 460 for 3 this morning after 1 over. I'm joined by Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester, and morning Richard, and I guess you would agree that that will be the plan for Worcester, an hour or 2 of batting and then 5 sessions plus to try and force home the win.
Yeah, it would appear to be. Morning Frank, good morning everybody on a sunny, warm, pleasant morning here on the banks of the Severn. Worcestershire in complete control. The only question for Brett D'Oliveira how many? And perhaps also he fancies another blob. I think he's hardly been out this season, has he? Dismissed.
Not in the first 3 games. He's been out a couple of times since then.
Oh, what a disaster. In goes Mulder and bowls to him. He gets up on his toes and pulls it away down towards Eddie Barnes at deep square and takes 1. I can't imagine him wanting to bat on for any more than an hour, really. Leicestershire would already need to score something like 440 to have a realistic chance of saving the game. Because even if they were to get ahead, even if, already 300 and whatever it is behind at the moment, 315 or so, they need to go at least 100 past that. Bearing in mind that Worcestershire have the opportunity to bat again. In goes Mulder, big charge down the wicket and a huge yahoo from Azhar, most un-Azhar-like. He missed the ball missed the stumps. But goodness me, that was an extraordinary sight,
I've never seen
really.
anything like it from Azhar. Apart from maybe that 1-6 he hit yesterday off pocket, but that was an extraordinary slog, wasn't it?
It very much was. Had he connected, I suspect it would have ended up somewhere in the river, but or on the roof of our pavilion off the top edge onto the new road. But goodness me, yes, after yesterday's flawless performance, that was a shot from the village. In goes Mulder and bowls to him, and a beautiful cover drive for 4, just to present the perfect contrast that when you play properly, you're going to score your boundaries properly as well. It was over pitch from Mulder, but Azhar, reverted to type, shall we say, stepped out and executed a flawless cover drive that rattles into the advertising hoardings to the left of the big horse chestnut in front of the...
Beautiful, wasn't it?
Yeah, in front of the hospitality marquee as we look at it. Mulder, still the only wicket taker in the innings, is in and bowls. Azhar is just dabbing that one out from outside off stump, out through point down towards Rahan Ahmed. You must be wondering what first class cricket is. This what first class cricket's going to be about? Not every time, but a few times. Takes 1. Azhar moves on to 210, 466 for 3. Leicestershire trying to do this split slip business again, so we've got Rishi Patel standing almost at third slip, and we've got Ackerman in the gully with Hill behind between them at third man. In goes... And he's gone. Mulder has a 4th wicket. In goes Mulder. Bold one that came back in towards D'Oliveira. Appealed for a leg before D'Oliveira, obviously having missed the ball. And he is rewarded with his 4th wicket of the innings. And the bad run that D'Oliveira is on in terms of being dismissed continues. He goes for 54. 466 for 4.
Yeah, it looked a bit surprised by that Brett D'Oliveira. Just nipped back, just having a look at the replay.
Wasn't much foot movement, was there?
Did it? No, it looks a good shout to me.
Yeah,
I
don't
he
think
did
he's
look
got
at
too
his bat. I
much
was
to...
wondering whether he might have thought he got a nick on it, but it looked a good shout. I think the umpires have been good in this game in terms of their decision making. Obviously, there hasn't been a lot of decision making, so that many wickets could have fallen. But new batsman is Ed Barnard, who's been in pretty good form this season with the bat. Sort of pushed his way up the order to number 6 over the last couple of years, and more than justified that in recent games. But good innings from Brett D'Oliveira nonetheless. 54, 466 for 4, and as you say, Mulder has picked up all the wickets to fall. 4 for 98, 1 ball left in his 25th over. So it's a pretty good effort from him. You're going back to Rayan Ahmed, and you're saying his impressions of first-class cricket. Well, he'll play a long time. They call it a day in the dirt, don't they, when they're out there toiling in the sun. I suppose he only had 2 sessions yesterday, but it was 80 overs with just the 1 wicket falling. He could play a long time before he has a more testing day in the field than that. But he bowled quite well, didn't he?
I thought so. Just he had one bad over, didn't he, at the end last night? But
17 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 53. That's not bad on debut.
Do a bit of rhythm.
Yeah.
So Mulder, of those 4 dismissals, 3 have been leg before wicket. Could have had a 5 for now, wasn't it off him that the catch went down yesterday? In he goes and bowls to Barnard, who is forward, conventionally leaning forward to the good length delivery, pushing it out into the covers, and there is no run. Mulder takes his cap from umpire Warren and walks back to his fielding position very tentatively. He's almost sort of treading on eggshells. He looks a little bit out there. He looks weary. Jan Mulder shouldn't be after just one over in which he's taken a wicket.
Chris Wright will continue from the New Road end. As always, it seems to me. Chris Wright persevering. Always trying, always giving it his all. 23 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 83. But never shirks a challenge, it seems to me, when the captain chucks him the ball. And here he comes now from the New Road end. Past umpire Pollard. Bowls short and wide to Azhar, who cuts out to deep backward point. Picks up a single. And that takes him on to 211 and a total of 467 for 4 in the 103rd over. Brett D'Oliveira gone then for 54 this morning, and Ed Barnard takes guard at the Diglis end.
I was going to say 121st over now, isn't it? It's the
I beg your pardon,
other way around.
Yeah,
Because I was thinking bonus points then for a minute, but I thought, oh no, that's long gone.
Thank you. Right in, bowls to Barnard, who gets a run, 4 of them, but fortunate, just sort of not much foot movement, had a little jab at the ball outside the off stump and got an inside edge, and it ran down past Harry Swindles and down to the boundary at the Diglis end for 4.
Stayed a bit low again, didn't it? I saw Callum Parkinson in the queue for coffees this morning and said, one or two turn last night. He said, it turned all day, mate, right off the middle of Azhar Ali's bat.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I asked Azhar about that, and he said it definitely did turn.
Yeah, no, he said there was one. He said one did.
Yeah, he said he thought there was a hint of turn, was what he said, and as you say, that anything like that, and perhaps that variable bounce, is good news as far as Worcestershire are concerned. Here's right again, bowls, and Barnard steers this one down into the gully where Ackerman does the fielding, and there's no run. 471 for 4. They'll want to score at 4 or 5 and over, won't they? Worcestershire this morning, I think, and they will. That's the minimum that they'll require. As long as they can do that, they won't mind if they lose 2 or 3 wickets. But add another 50, 60 or so, get the lead up towards 400. And he's right into Barnard. Bowls. Barnard works this on the onside, but straight to Rishi Patel at short mid wicket, and there's no run.
Barnard has 2 or 3 times 4 times now he's made the gesture that there's a little bit of something there for Chris Wright.
Well, he'll be keen to see that. He does a lot with the ball, Ed Barnard, when he bowls. He hasn't always bowled with great control this year, but always gets something happening, or very, very often gets a bit of movement. He swivels round and pulls this one out to deep backward square leg, where it's almost misfielded by Lewis Hill. Well, he misfielded it, I suppose, but almost allowed it to go over the rope. It was travelling, but he managed to parry it and then skip over the rope himself and come back in and complete the fielding, and they only got 1. Good shot from Barnard. He goes to 5. 472 for 4. Clouds come over. We had bright sunshine about 20 minutes ago. A little bit darker now. I don't think we've got any problem with the weather today. Chris Wright in again, bowls short, and Azhar goes back and sort of uncomfortably fends this away on the offside. Picks up a single. He'll keep the strikes. The end of the over from Chris Wright. 24 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 89. Azhar goes to 212, and it's 473 for 4.
Well, can Mulder pick up his first 5 for Leicestershire? Well, he's already got 2 more wickets in the innings than he had previously, so he at least will look back on this game with a degree of satisfaction. Not very much, but a degree. Ackerman is leaving gully and going to backward point. Rishi Patel has left the slips. This is after Azhar's huge slog last time out. Down the wicket he goes, edges, and almost deliberately down to the very finest of third men for 4. Well, Mulder has his hands on his hips, but for me, that was a deliberate shot. It was the faint edge that went straight through, probably first or second slipped. Swindles didn't really move behind the stumps. It went at catchable height, but the way he played the shot for me looked almost deliberate. We'll have a look at the replay.
Yeah, I'd look at the replay. It would have been a low catch, I think, but you've got license to play any kind of shot there if you've got no slips in at all, haven't you? Really?
I'm sure he was doing that deliberately, just snicking it down. Very fine. Picks up 4. Moves on to 216. Mulder is in again, bowls straight and meets a very straight bat from Azar, having picked up his 4 off the first over. Off the first ball of the over, I should say. Takes a little bit of the pressure off, if there's any sort. Well, there isn't any sort of pressure really, but if they are going to look and try and score 5, 6 plus per over, well on the way already. Mulder turns. In from the Diglis end and bowls full. Ali is driving, not timing it, hits it hard down into the ground, bounces out towards Ben Mike at extra cover. No run, 477 for 4. The lead then 329. There will be many, I feel, who would say that already got to plenty. It looks like they're going to be looking at about 380, something like that, before calling it a day. In goes Mulder and bowls. Ali again is driving. This time he's got it past Ben Mike, and it's going to run out to the extra cover boundary for 4. The sprawling effort of the fielder on the boundary, Ed Barnes notwithstanding. Mike dived to his left, might have just got half a hand to it. He's banging the ground in irritation. Barnes sprawled to his right, having run along the boundary rope. He couldn't get there. Azar picks up his second boundary of the over. He moves on to 220, 481 for 4. Lewis Hill has taken his sweater off below us. It's getting warm again out there. The sun has come back out, and it looks like it's going to be a lovely day down here. Mulder is in. Down the wicket goes. Azar flicks it around the corner, down to fine leg for 4 more. 3 perfectly conventional. No, the first wasn't perfectly conventional, but 3 shots in which he really was in control. He knew what he was doing. He played the ball along the ground, and he did so there. Mulder saw him coming, I think, tried just to drag his length back a little bit, but Azar, with those wonderful eyes and quickness of movement, whether it's of his feet or his hands, just deflected it down the leg side. It went down very fine for 4. 12 off the over. Off the first 5 balls thereof. In goes Mulder and bowls. Azar defends. Straight ball off middle out towards mid-wicket. And without really trying, without really slogging, as he did that on that one strange occasion, Azar picked up 12 runs off the over.
Yeah, extraordinary how easy it is for a player of that ability to do that, isn't it? Without, as you say, without really taking any risks, without doing anything extravagant, just picks up 12. And the other thing I was thinking about is the way that cricket is always surprising, of course, but there are some things about it that don't surprise you. And I always think that in a game where a team has been down, shall we say, I'll just break off as Chris Wright comes in and bowls to Barnard outside the off stump, left alone. How at the start of a new session, or particularly a new day, you wonder whether they'll turn it around or whether the same atmosphere will be recreated, and how quickly that will happen. And yesterday Leicestershire obviously finished a very tough day in pretty, well, low spirits, shall we say, from a team point of view. Chris Wright in again, bowls to Barnard, plays out on the onside, and there's no run. And then of course they will have regrouped overnight, and this morning they had their warm-up and they were all in good spirits, and they'll have gone out there and said, come on, let's get it together and see if we can make it difficult for our opponents. But Even though they've got that early wicket, Azza's fluency has probably quickly re-established the same sort of mood as yesterday. And it's that's not a criticism, it's just the way it happens. You can't really do a lot about it. Wright is in. Bowls to Barnard, who drives nicely straight back past the bowler, picks up a single as Parkinson moves across to his left. Barnard goes to 6, and it's 486 for 4.
What we should probably point out is that anyone who's inclined to be critical of what they might see as overcaution on the part of D'Oliveira, remember we're playing extra 8 overs today as well, catching up overs from yesterday. In a way, they're free overs today for D'Oliveira, aren't they? I mean, if he were to just bat for 20 overs, actually, he's only sort of batting for 12. And
Chris Wright.
It's a long day.
Strides in again to bowl to Azhar Ali, bangs this one in short, and Ali ducks underneath it. I think he picked his bat up as though he thought about having a swat at it, but saw that it climbed so high over his head there wasn't really any point. He could easily have got a top edge, been out of control. And he allowed it to go through to Harry Swindles behind the stumps. Yeah, there's a sense, isn't there, that we're just, well, not, I wouldn't say going through the motions, but we're just waiting now until Worcestershire get to the point where they feel they've got a sufficient number of runs to make the declaration. Wright is in, bowls to Azhar, and that's wide, and Azhar throws his hands at it and sort of slaps it out to deep cover where Ahmed does the fielding, and they take a single, which means that Azhar goes to 225, and the total to 487 for 4. One ball left in Chris Wright's 25th over, coming up to his 100, as it were, having conceded 92. No bowler likes to go for 100, but well, they've all been shared around, really, haven't they, in this innings. Moulder's gone for 110. He has got the 4 wickets. Wright is in, bowls, and nearly picks one up as Barnard plays and misses at this outside the off stump, and it runs through to Swindles, who doesn't gather it cleanly. It runs away for a bye as he goes to pick it up, running back from the vacant slip area. End of the over then, 488 for 4. Worcestershire lead by 340. Barnard has 6. Azhar Ali 225.
We checked, obviously, partnership records yesterday for Worcestershire against Leicestershire. It being a record-breaking day, we didn't really check individual records. Highest score in each batting position against Leicestershire. Now, Azhar went in at number 3, and the record for number 3 is actually against Leicestershire is actually 274, so he's got a bit of work to do to get to that. Wouldn't put it past him. Moulder is in to Barnard, who is defending. A very straight delivery, comes off a thick inside part of the bat, runs out towards Rishi Patel at mid wicket. That was Mark Ramprakash for Surrey at the Oval in 2009, 274.
Yeah, that was it. He had a very good year that year, I think, didn't he? That might be. Was that the year when he? I'm just trying to remember how many he got that year. He had one very, very big year towards the end of his career, didn't he?
In goes Moulder, looking to drive, looking to be positive. Barnard doesn't time it, and it runs out to Ben Mike in the covers. Rehearses the shot one-handed. Most of the records in that list of top scores against Leicestershire were relatively recent. None at the moment held by Worcestershire players. Moulder is in and bowls. Barnard waits for it, dabs it down through the vacant gully, down towards Hill in front of us. On the third man boundary, has to run around a little to his right, gets his throwaway, sporting a very natty pair of sunglasses, red reflecting shades. Lewis Hill needs them at the moment, the sun is coming back out. And as ever, the ground looking a picture. The wind that was with us most of yesterday has dropped right back, and consequently it is much warmer, more pleasant all round for the spectators. Mulder is in short. Azar goes for the hook, doesn't get anything on it, rather loops through down the leg side to Swindles. Could easily have gloved that down behind, down to Swindles. Wasn't able to get anything on it. Rehearses the shot, rehearses a pull, really, a sort of paddle pull down to fine leg. 489 for 4, Azar 225. Resumed this morning on 202. Mulder in, bowls. Azar, no, doesn't nick. Thought for a minute with Mulder turning to the umpire, he just nicked off. There, trying to dab it down to find third man. He didn't, and it was taken by Swindles. But Mulder immediately sort of turned, but started to raise his hand, and then sound came there not. No appeal. Lewis Hill warming up there. Can't believe it. He does bowl a little bit of seam. The incorrigibly enthusiastic Paul Nixon said, he's a very useful seam bowler, Hilly, but he's only bowled about 4 overs this season. In goes Mulder and bowls. Azar steps across, ready to ramp it down over the wicketkeeper's head. Tries to do that. Stepped right inside the line. Tried to lift it back over Swindle's head. Didn't manage to connect. So that over relatively fruitless for Azhar Ali compared to the one before from Mulder when he played 3 relatively conventional shots for 4.
Yeah, and the thinking would be from a neutral observer that he's more likely to score runs when he plays more conventional shots than he is when he tries to do something a little bit more unusual, as he tried 2 or 3 times in that over. But it's a bit of cat and mouse between Mulder and Azhar. I think he's trying to second guess where the bowler's going to bowl, isn't he? Here's Chris Wright to Ed Barnard, and Barnard is driving nicely out on the offside behind square, nicely picked up by Rayan Ahmed, who, as he's demonstrated throughout this innings, has a very strong arm, and he fires that back in to Swindles, and they only take 1. So Barnard moves on to 8, 190 for 4. Mammon out this morning, Brett D'Oliveira, LBW to Mulder for 54. Having added 132 for that 5th wicket with Azhar. He's right in again, bowls to Azhar, who gives himself a bit of room there, and he's bowled. Yeah, it was all very, very flat. Nobody got too excited. He gave himself a bit of room, dragged it on, I think, and he's bowled. So Azhar's innings is over. Very nice to see a lot of Leicestershire players running up and shaking his hand as he leaves the field. But he is out for 225. He's going to get a standing ovation from the crowd here at New Road. I'll just allow you to hear that on our effects mic. So Chris Wright finally gets some reward for his efforts, and it's 490 for 5. Standing ovation for Azhar Ali.
22 fours and 1 6 in his 350 balls.
22 fours, 1 6, 350 balls. And the new batsman is Ben Cox, coming out to join Ed Barnard. We might see a little bit of unconventional stroke play now, because these two both quite inventive at the crease when they need to be. I want to get in first. Just having a little chat now. Cox will be coming out with some news from the dressing room, no doubt, for Barnard, and saying, well, this is the plan. 490 for 5. The lead is 342. And Azhar Ali's innings finally ended by Chris Wright a moment ago. Tired looking shot, I suppose you could say, from Azhar, although hasn't been out there that long this morning, just half an hour, but just giving himself a bit of room, and I think an inside edge onto the stumps. But no huge celebration from the Leicestershire players. No doubt glad to see the back of him. And we now have two relatively new batsmen at the crease. Ben Cox about to take strike for the first time from Chris Wright, who moves in now. Two slips in place. He bowls, and Cox is off the mark on the back foot, just forcing this away on the offside. For a single is an update for FM listeners. Well, Worcestershire have lost 2 wickets this morning. They continue to be in a dominant position, but the overnight batsmen have both gone. Brett D'Oliveira, LBW, to Vion Mulder for 54, and a moment ago Azhar Ali's brilliant innings, 225 he made, but it came to an end when he was bowled by the persevering Leicestershire seam bowler Chris Wright, having hit 22 fours and a 6 and faced 350 balls. The upshot of all that is that we have Ed Barnard and Ben Cox at the crease now. Barnard is on 9, Cox is on 1, and Worcestershire are 492 for 5. That's a lead of 344, and we're just waiting to see how many they need before Brett D'Oliveira feels that he can declare. Worcestershire in complete control, and they've lost 2 wickets this morning, but still going along very, very nicely indeed. 492 for 5. So Cox on 1. Waits now as Chris Wright comes in to bowl to him. And bowls a bouncer, which Cox just ignores. Banged in so short that by the time it reached Cox it was well over his head, and he allows it to go through to the keeper, Swindles. So 344 the lead. How many will Brett D'Oliveira feel he needs before he's got it sufficient to feel that Leicestershire are well and truly out of the game, and B, to feel that Worcestershire won't need to bat again, I suppose. Wright is in, bowls, and Cox is forward, pushing back to the bowler, and there's no run. The end of the over from Chris Wright. Scoreboard, a ball behind. End of the over. He gets his first wicket. Good effort from him. He's kept going pretty well throughout. 26 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 95, his figures. At the other end, the other wicket taker, Vion Mulder, 27 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 111, and he's keeping going. And the rest of the bowlers in this innings are wicketless. Ed Barnard on strike. No slips in place, or we might be having a slip just coming over now from backward point. In fact, it's Ackerman. He's not going to slip. Well, he's going to 5th slip, shall we say. A sort of short gully, or a fine gully. And he's in action straight away as Barnard dabs this down on the offside. And Ackerman does the fielding. 492 for 5 then. Decent crowd in again, I suppose. Not quite as many as we had on the first day. Seem to have had the biggest crowd. Yesterday, not surprisingly, with the morning session being delayed, the spectators were late in arriving. Here's Mulder in from the dig to send bowls, and Barnard drives nicely up to mid-off, where Wright fields in a deepish mid-off position. So they take a single. Barnard moves into double figures. He goes to 10, and the total to 493 for 5. Cox down at the New Road end on strike for the first time against Mulder. And the field remains the same. So just the one catcher really, who's Ackerman in that. I hesitate to call it gully because it's not quite square enough, but he's about 5th slip, I would say. But it's a position that he's been busy in, because we've seen the batsmen, both Azhar Ali and Ed Barnard, consistently trying to sort of run it down through that area, with Mulder bowling just outside off stump. Cox just takes guard from umpire Russell Warren, and Waits now as Mulder comes into him and he bowls and he's forward, walking into that one, pushing up to mid-on where the Captain Parkinson does the
I like
fielding.
that. I like you
Could
go
be
forward.
Yeah,
It's Captainson.
A little, what do you call it? There's a word for that, isn't there, where you squeeze two words together? A compound word, shall we say. Yeah, a little amalgam.
Callum Captainson. I like that.
Yeah. He's loosening up now. Might be about to have a bowl. Wouldn't surprise me. He's bowled as well as anybody, probably. Parkinson. 24 overs, one made, no wicket for 82. Doesn't sound great, but in the circumstances, not too untidy. Cox gets a run here, just steering that one out square on the offside. And he goes to 2, and the total to 493 for 5. Goodness me.
I was going to say that the cake has arrived already.
A bit too early for that.
In the
isn't
commentary box, and it's whiskey mac cake.
it? Goodness gracious.
My word, contains whiskey and ginger wine.
And that's come at 25 minutes to 12.
We
Talk
could-
about the sun not being
If it's
over
got a
the
lot,
yard arm.
if it's got a lot of whiskey and ginger wine, the commentary could get interesting later on.
Is Mulder from the Diglis end bowl short to Barnard, who swivels round, plays a very nicely controlled hook shot, keeps the ball down and
great
picked up
throw.
by Rayan Ahmed out on the mid-wicket boundary. Good flat, hard throw into
Wow.
the keeper.
What's that, 75
Yeah,
yards?
love a throw.
Bang.
Well, I was a
Wow.
keeper, and that you love throws like that. No effort, comes in at sort of chest height. You don't have to bend, just the job. Harry Swindles would appreciate that. It's been hard work, for Swindles out there. He's had a lot of work to do. 120 odd overs, diving around, lots of short stuff together. Here's Mulder in again, bowls, Cox forward, pushes out on the offside. No run, end of the over from Mulder, 4 for 114, his figures of 28 overs. Worcestershire with Barnard 11 and Cox 2 off 495 for 5.
Yeah. At the moment it's not particularly urgent. Time very much on Worcestershire's side. The way that D'Oliveira and Azar started, it looked as though it was going to be, didn't it? But I guess Cox and Barnard just got to give themselves a little bit of a chance.
They'll score quickly, these two, if they get in, but they won't necessarily do it with bish bash bosh shots. They'll be quite inventive, I think.
Barnard is on strike 2, Chris Wright. That one comes back in to him. He stays on the back foot. You heard the call of no as it bounced out towards mid-on. Intercepted en route by Rishi Patel, running in from mid-wicket. And there's no run. No, not exactly lots of fielders on the boundary at the moment. There's just Ahmed down there at deep deep backward point. There's Barnes at deep square and long leg as well, as in goes right and bowls, and on the front foot tries to drive it away without getting to the pitch of the ball. Barnard plays through the line, so to speak, hits through the line but doesn't quite time it, and Ben Mike makes the stop in the covers comfortably enough. 495 for 5 means the lead is 347 at the moment. There are still 96 overs to be bowled today, so we've only just got to the, theoretically, what would normally be the start of the day in terms of number of overs left to bowl. Wright is in, short and hooked. Not hooked, didn't get
Couldn't
anything in it.
reach
He jumped up into the air and is signalled a no ball on height.
Just couldn't reach it.
No ball on height. He both his feet left the ground there as he leapt up into the air and flailed away. It was curious shot, curious in the extreme. An attempt from Ed Barnard, and it bounced high over his reaching bat into the gloves of Swindles. No run. Well, 2 runs for the no ball. In goes Wright again, outside off stump, slower ball, stepped forward reaching for it. Barnard, thick bottom edge as he tried to drive it away off the front foot, and again it bounces comfortably out into the covers. Right, using his wiles at the moment to try and restrict the scoring rate. Parkinson stretches. Captainson stretches once or twice. It's right. Described him perfectly. Right is in and bowls. Back goes Barnard to a conventionally delivered ball that is coming in towards his leg stump and turns it down to Ed Barnes at long leg and takes one. 498 for 5. I wonder whether it's a figure he has in mind in terms of a lead. We're getting towards 350 or, as you say, a time. Number of overs. I think we're going to get a lot today. Forecast is pretty good. Right turns in past umpire Pollard and bowls turned away off his off the stumps, really leaning forward. Cox there, thick inside part of the bat, sees the ball run out to Hill, who's out there on the mid-wicket boundary now. One is taken.
I think if it were me, I'd fancy 20 minutes at them before lunch. Just enough. Just enough to unsettle the openers, make them a bit nervous, and see if you can nick one out. Half an hour maybe.
A bit more. Yeah.
Half an hour maybe.
A bit more.
Yeah.
You want them to get into their bowling a little bit. 4 or 5 overs each of the openers. In goes right bowls. Foolish on off stump, leaning forward. Barnard steers it through the gap towards Rehan Ahmed, coming in from the point boundary. The applause is for the 500. The Worcester 500. Worcestershire 500. 500 for 5. Pleasing symmetry from their point of view to that scoreline. End of the over. 127 overs have been bowled, so you can work out from that scoring rate is up there close to 4s, which gives you so many options as a skipper.
Yeah, I think it was Steve Waugh, wasn't it, that first came up with the idea, certainly in Test cricket, of the control and the dominance that is brought to you by scoring at 4 and over. Richard's smelling this whiskey mat cake, getting quite excited about that, aren't you? The sun's not even up, let alone over the yard arm.
It doesn't smell too strongly of alcohol.
Here's Mulder from the Diglis End bowl, short to Barnard, who swivels round on this and has got it over the fielder at deep long leg, and it goes for 4. Misjudgment perhaps by the fielder, Azad out there, who is, well, that, I suppose to some extent that's what he's there for. Barnard went for the pull shot, got a kind of, well, he hit it quite well really, wouldn't call it a top edge, and Azad had just drifted in maybe a little bit too far, and it went over his head and he bounced once and
he ran in as well and suddenly realised he'd misjudged it. If it lands inside the ropes, then
it would have been 6 easily at the other end, wouldn't it? It's a quite a long way down there. But anyway, 4 for Barnard, 17 to him, 504 for 5. Mulder into him, bowls, and he drives very sweetly into the covers, but doesn't get a run because it's gone straight to Ben Mike.
Mulder saw his 5 for that. He looked distinctly unimpressed. He sailed over his head.
It's not nice to go for over 100, but if you get 5 for it, it's not too bad. 4 for 118 he is at the moment. Chris Wright's got his 100 up, 1 for 100 off 27. And, well, the others have been spared today. We've only seen 2 bowlers this morning. Parkinson's gone for 82 so far. He could be the next one to bring up 3 figures. Here's Mulder in bowls, and Barnard plays that little dab down on the offside, and Ackerman, who's there to try and stop it, dives goalkeeper style, pushes it round the post, but they get through for a single as it runs on down towards Lewis Hill at third man. So Barnard 18 now, 505 for 5, and Cox on strike. Yeah, so if they were to give themselves half an hour, 40 minutes bowling, then we'd be looking at a declaration, wouldn't we, at around about 10 past 12. And then I suppose they'd just be hoping they could nick a couple out before lunch. There's Mulder in, bowls to Cox, who pushes out on the offside, and Ben Mike is the fielder again at extra cover. And then you're into the realms of, you know, psychology, aren't you, from a Leicestershire point of view. So if they have a tricky 40 minutes, say half an hour before lunch, and they get through that, then the die is cast and they get stuck in and they say, you know, we did this in the first game of the season, just bat, pitch is quite flat, keep going. If, however, they were to lose a couple of wickets in that little spell before lunch, then the mood would be so different. and you know, they could fold. There's Mulder in, bowls, and Cox gets a run, pushing forward, thickish outside edge, runs away behind square on the offside. Ed Barnes comes in off the boundary to do the fielding. 506 for 5. Such is the psychological nature of the game, both individually and collectively. I think it's one of the things that fascinates us so much about it. So much to be revealed as the day progresses. Here at New Road is Mulder. 4 wickets to his name, still looking for that 5th one. Comes bustling in and bowls and nearly gets it as he bowls outside off stump to Barnard, who drives at that, misses it, taken by Swindles. End of the over. 4 for 120 from 29 overs of medium pace from Vian Mulder. 506 for 5 Worcestershire.
Right, we'll continue from the New Road end with his 28th over of the innings. Mulder 29, so certainly the first time he's bowled quite as many overs is in an innings as this for Vian Mulder in first class cricket. Then Cox just checks his guard, remarks it, turns to see that Wright is ready to go. In he comes and bowls outside off stump. Swings a little bit further away, left by Cox. No run. Ben Mike's seen something. He's jogging across to have a word with Captain Callum Parkinson. And Wright as well. Just walks past him. No obvious change to the field as a consequence, whatever Mike has seen. Wright is in and bowls outside off stump, leans forward and plays it calmly. Ben Cox out through the vacant point area, down towards Rahan Ahmed, comes in to meet the ball, puts in another fine throw above the top of the stumps. Single taken, Cox on to 5, 507 for 5. It doesn't, he's not exactly going through the motions as you say, but it's just a feeling as though the game is in abeyance somewhat. As Wright is in and bowls short in the air. It's pulled, but although it's spliced, it's going to land safely at deep-ish mid-wicket. Parkinson can't get across, nor can Hill. Patel can't get back, and a couple taken by Ed Barnard in the end. He moves on to 20. He's leant back and spliced the pull rather. Was well clear of any fielder, but certainly not middled. Might get a couple more shortish ones as Wright is in to him outside off stump, cut away wristily, pleasantly out towards deep backward point. Ahmed feels the single is taken, and Barnard raises his hand in apology. So perhaps he was the one who wasn't watching.
He was looking where the ball had gone. Single taken, 510 for 5. It's one of those situations you're talking about the game being in abeyance, where if you're in the crowd, you've brought a newspaper with you. You're sort of half reading your newspaper at this point, aren't you? You're not exactly gripped by the cricket.
Right, as the sun comes back out, is in, outside off stump, upon his toes is Ben Cox, playing it firmly down into the ground. Bounces towards point, there is no point. Ahmed some 60 yards away, 70 yards away, down on the boundary. Then Mike has to run to his left to field. Single taken again.
Equally, I think, you know, if you're the wicket keeper, you've got to concentrate extra hard, because you could easily just allow your mind to drift a little bit and miss a sharp one.
Wright is in and bowling and dabbed down to third man by Ed Barnard. It was slightly short and wide. He wanted to come forward, had to wait, but played it rather nicely, just waited for it, and with a Horizontal bat, dabbed it through the vacant third stroke fourth slip area, picks up another single and keeps a strike as well. He moves on to 22, 512 for 5. The lead then is 364 now.
I also think about the umpires, because obviously they've got to concentrate every ball, and they make every effort to do so, and I'm certain that they take great pride in their decision making and their concentration and so on, but it must be more difficult to concentrate, even as an umpire, in circumstances like this. As Mulder comes in and bowls to Cox, that's down the leg side, fumbled by Swindells. They go through for a run. It's going to be a bye, indeed it is, 513 for 5. Whereas if they came out for half an hour before lunch and everybody's buzzing and it's all about whether they can pick a wicket or two up, the umpires, even them, they'll be so focused, thinking, got to make this right, got to get it right. Whereas now there's just that air of kind of inevitability. We're just waiting for the declaration to come, and I don't know. I'm sure I'm not suggesting for a minute there's any conscious relaxation mentally from anybody, but I think partly some unconscious relaxation there will be. Swindles makes a really good take this time as Mulder slides one down the leg side, and that one dying on him. He dives away to his left, takes it one-handed, and Lewis Hill himself, a keeper down at third man, makes a particular effort to congratulate Swindles on that one, which is nice to see. Very good take indeed. 513 for 5. So we're coming up to an hour or so of play this morning. Worcestershire have gone along at a reasonable pace. They've added 47 so far. And they are 57. 57 as Mulder comes in and bowls and Cox drives nicely on the offside. They'll get 1, won't get 2 because Barnes does the fielding in front of the ladies' pavilion. 514 for 5. Cox goes to 7. Yeah, 57 they've added, haven't they? Started off fairly quickly, fluently, Azar and Brett D'Oliveira, but of course with both of the overnight batsmen being dismissed, these two have had to do just a little bit of settling in before they can do anything extravagant. Mulder, still looking for that 5th wicket, comes in and bowls, and Barnard is taken on the pad as he attempts to work this one away on the leg side, and there's no addition. Mulder's got 4 wickets, one of the 2 to fall this morning. Brett D'Oliveira, first to go, 466 for 4 when he was LBW for 54, and then 490 for 5 overs later, when Azhar Ali was bowled by Chris Wright for 225. I think it was via an inside edge. Yeah, pretty sure it was via an inside edge as he went back and tried to force off the back foot.
In case you're wondering, Worcestershire's highest ever score against Leicestershire. It's kind of within sight.
Mulder is in bowls. Barnard drives straight to Mike at extra cover, no run.
It's 561, and that is an old record.
Gosh.
It dates back to 1901, made by Worcestershire against Leicestershire at the old Ayleston Road ground.
It's quite surprising, isn't it, that that's the highest, I think. I would have thought it might have been higher than that. But 561, well, I don't think they will get that. I don't think they'll go that far, will they, today? I'd be very surprised.
I'd be a little bit surprised.
Here's Mulder to complete his over, his 30th. He bowls, and full toss, which Barnard clips down the leg side. Real loosener. And if ever there was a ball that says it's time for a break, Skip, that was it. And I think Mulder might just have a little blow now after that one. 518 for 5 at the end of the over. Barnard's gone to 26, and the lead is now 370, isn't it? So, yeah, pretty substantial, given that Worcestershire could bat again if they needed to.
Almost at the hour. Steward told me on the gate when I came in this morning should declare now overnight.
Did he?
Yeah. That did seem to be sort of general consensus, really, that it should happen, but wouldn't. It would be at least
I thought
an hour
I thought
into
it'd be
play,
an hour. I thought it'd be an hour.
which would suggest 2 or 3 more overs, perhaps. As the sun and lots of blue sky. Oh, lovely sight. Right in from the new road end. Bowls outside off stump, a rather airy attempt to steer it away off the front foot without really getting anywhere near the pitch of the ball from Ben Cox. Results in failure. Doesn't get anything on it. Bounces through to Swindles. Parkinson bowls a couple more looseners. He's been sort of stretching and loosening for some little time, Callum Parkinson. Who's that? At extra cover. At mid-wicket. In goes right and bowls, and it's driven away by Ben Cox out towards the extra cover boundary. Might go all the way. Does go all the way. Rahan Ahmed cannot get there. And somebody...
Walker.
Is it Roman Walker's here, is he? There we go. Well, that's a first in that Roman Walker signed from Glamorgan. Beginning of last season. Hasn't managed to make a first team appearance in first class cricket as yet, but he's here as the acting 12th man. Right is in, cut away. Hard down into the ground by Ben Cox, and he had to wait for a minute because he thought that Mike was going to get there. Mike didn't, and consequently he took off and managed to make 1.5 into 2, really. There probably was 2 there all the time, but because he had to wait momentarily.
They're very quick between the stumps, these two, very quick.
He had to complete the second quickly, but did so successfully. 5-2-4 for 5. 13 Cox, 26 Barnard. And Cox on strike as right is in, bowls to him, a bouncer outside off stump, and he just bobs at the knees, lets it go through to Swindles, who takes it above his left shoulder. Looks pleased to be there, Roman Walker. Swinging his arms. Sadly for him, unable to bowl. Right is in. Bowls. Outside off stump. Stands up tall. Ben Cox and drives it firmly off the back foot out into the offside. Out towards Ahmed. Fields. Single taken. 14 to Cox. 26 Barnard. 5-5 for 5. The lead 377. Right turns. Labours in rather, and bowls short in the air, hooked down to long leg. Barnes is underneath it and takes the catch. Well, one sword over the head of long leg a couple of overs ago from Mulder. This time Barnard isn't able to get away with it, or doesn't get away with it. Top edge the attempted hook, and it was actually a decent catch by Barnes. We had to make a few yards to get into the ball, and took it low down, probably no more than a foot above the ground, but did manage to hang on. He rather jarred himself but he's okay. And the Worcestershire 6th wicket falls. No sign of a declaration. 5-5 for 6.
Yeah, it was a good catch, I think, in the end. Dying on him, and he dived forward, and they're never easy. And he took it well. Ed Barnard gone for 26. I've just been informed that this is the first time that Worcestershire have scored 500 at New Road for 9 years.
Surprising.
Quite a surprising statistic, I think, that. Matthew Waite is the new batsman. It's update time as he comes in, and we were probably expecting a declaration around about now. Bit of a difficult one, this, I think, for Waite. He's on a bit of a hiding to nothing, isn't he? He's coming in with very little to gain. I suppose he hasn't got too much to lose. Doesn't really matter if he gets out, does it? It was the last ball of the over, so Chris Wright's figures 29 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 113, and will Vian Mulder continue from the Diglis end, or will there be a change? I think there might be a change. I think we're going to see Rian Ahmed come into the attack, which is an interesting move. Both Richard and I think he's probably bowled as well as anybody in this innings. 17 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 53 so far. So Worcestershire 525 for 6. They lead by 367, if my maths are correct, which is pretty substantial. Ahmed will be bowling to Cox, with the batsman having crossed while that ball was in the air. Oh, actually, well, no, that's not the case, is it, anymore? They didn't, even if they did cross, they go back to where they were. So Cox is on strike because he was at the non-striker's end. 525 for 6, Ahmed from the Diglis end, bowls to Cox and he's forward. Pushes this back to the bowler. And there's no run. Ahmed again bowls, and Cox forward to this, plays uppishly out on the offside, gets a single as Barnes does the fielding. 526 for 6. .377 the lead. Ahmed bowls, and weight is off the mark, just slightly uncertainly pushing this one out on the offside, but he gets through for a single. So 527 for 6. And weight off the mark. Cox 15. Men out today, D'Oliveira 54, Azhar Ali 225 and Ed Barnard 26. Cox forward again, plays this one back up the pitch to Rian Ahmed. Here comes that update for BBC Hereford and Worcester. We're expecting a declaration fairly shortly here at New Road, with Worcestershire having extended their lead to 379 now. The 3 men out today, Brett D'Oliveira for 54, Azhar Ali for magnificent 225, and a couple of minutes ago Ed Barnard for 26, but Ben Cox and debutant Matthew Waite, the loanee from Yorkshire, are doing pretty well at the moment. Waite's just got off the mark, Cox has moved on to 19, and Worcestershire are now 531 for 6. That's 383 runs ahead, and looking in good shape. We expect a declaration fairly shortly. Good shot from Cox. He's a master of the sweep shot, and he played that one really well. 531 for 6, and here is Parkinson as we expected, and Richard's back.
Hoping to pick up a cheap wicket or two. I suspect it won't be cheap. Or it could be, you never quite know. See what Waite can make of Callum Parkinson. He looks around him, the Yorkshireman. There's a slip in as Parkinson around the wicket bowls, and Waite is forward. Doesn't want to give it away quite yet, immediately anyway. Pushing the ball out towards mid-wicket, Rishi Patel picks up. There is a long on, Lewis Hill. There is a long off, Hassan Azad. There is a deep mid-wicket, Ed Barnes. Parkinson in, tosses it up. Waite is getting forward, pushing it firmly, but only as far as Ben Mike in the covers. No run. Chris Wright is halfway towards the boundary at long leg on the 45. Parkinson is in. Waite is using his feet to get forward. Looked to be a little bit of inside edge in that as it went on to his pads and was almost kicked back up the wicket to Parkinson, who appealed for LBW. That I would have been truly amazed had umpire Pollard raised his finger for that one. Making little gestures, Callum Parkinson, whether to Ackerman at slip. He goes in, tosses it up, invites Waite to have a big swing. Waite is not inclined so to do, just reaches forward, pushes the delivery out towards Ben Mike, but you can see he wants to, and seeing that, Parkinson sends Rishi Patel at mid-wicket to the boundary. So everybody on the leg side on the boundary with the exception of Wright. Parkinson is in. Waite is clipping it firmly back down the wicket on the onside, but Parkinson scrambles across to his right to make the stop. So possible maiden in the offing, which in the circumstances of the game would be remarkable. Parkinson is in. Waite is waiting in his crease and dabbing it a little unconvincingly down at his feet. Swindles knocks the ball back towards the stumps, misses them, has to go and pick up the ball, but remarkably, as I say, a maiden from Callum Parkinson to start proceedings. From his point of view, his spell this morning, none for 82, his figures otherwise, of 25 overs, 531 for 6 remains the score.
Yeah, I have sympathy with Matthew Waite. You don't want to do anything silly in your first ever game for a club, do you? And it's on a bit of a hide into nothing, as I say, out there. I think who knows whether it's a time or a figure they've got in mind, but it's a huge lead, isn't it? Now?
It is. I'm really surprised now.
383. There's Ahmed bowls, and that's a full toss, which Cox smashes away on the leg side. Thank you very much. Oh, it's hit it for 6. Hit it all the way for 6. Just basically just flat batted it, the baseball style, over mid wicket for 6.
I think you or I might have had a go at that one.
Yeah, Ahmed, hands on hips, lost control. We talked yesterday about how he bowled with such control, but in that last over yesterday, he was put under a bit of pressure and lost it a bit, and that's the first really big full toss he's bowled. That completely slipped. In again now, bowls to Cox, back to good length as this one is kicked away on the onside by Cox, who's gone to 25 at a runner ball. 537.6. Maybe they're looking at 400. Maybe there's a psychological aspect to it as Ahmed bowls and Cox plays a big wipe at that one, which might well have been a googly actually. He missed it as it came back between him and the bat. No, it wasn't a googly, it was a leg break. But it was a flat-footed sort of slap at it by Cox, taken by Swindles. Cox just goes for a little walk, gathers his thoughts, as Ahmed comes in again and bowls short outside the stump, nicely cut by Ben Cox, but he'll only get one as Ed Barnes does the fielding out on the cover boundary in the sunshine underneath the ladies' pavilion, and they take that single, which takes Cox on to 26 and brings Matthew Waite onto strike. Waite is forward, taken on the pad, ball runs away on the offside. They appeal for LBW, not given. He goes through for a leg by. It's a bit uncertain. Waite on that one. Hasn't played much, I don't think, probably, to be fair to him. The low knee. 539 for 6 as Cox is forward to this one, pushing back up the pitch. Ahmed finishes the over and Cox has 26. Waite has 1. 3 men out today if you're just joining us. D'Oliveira 54, Ali 225, Azhar Ali and Ed Barnard 26.
First ball aside, and that is quite a big aside, it was a very good over, but from the youngster. The first ball was as a poor a ball as he's bowled. Cox and Waite have a chat in mid-pitch. No sign of movement from the Worcester balcony, which we can't see actually, so can't see if everybody's up there in their whites or Parkinson is in. Down the wicket is Waite, driving very pleasantly and correctly out through the covers for 4.
Yeah, just gave himself a bit of room, didn't he, and then punched it bottom-handed through that offside.
Used his feet to get to the pitch of the ball. 543 for 6.
He's a big lad, isn't he?
He is,
Matthew
yeah.
Waite. When he crouches into his stance, it almost looks as though his bat's a bit too small, doesn't he? He bends right over.
A big unit. Parkinson in again. He's down the wicket again. This time on driving. Big puff of dust. Goes down to Lewis Hill. Meets the ball about 10 yards inside the ropes at long on. Single taken. Rishi Patel retreats from mid-wicket to the boundary again. Cox remarks his guard, or his reference point anyway. Parkinson jogs in and bowls. A little reverse dab to get to the ball on the full, and it's dabbed it down to third man for 4. Little reverse sweep almost. He didn't really go through with a full swing of the bat, just waited for it.
He's
and
very good
so
at that.
Clever.
Yeah, he's very good at that.
The modern batter, and he made sure he reached it on the full so it didn't pitch, and then nibbled it away down to third man for 4.
Lots of glances in the direction of the balcony, I noticed at the moment, from various people. Don't think we're far away. It's 400, isn't it? 390.
Parkinson in again. Forward goes Cox, pushing into the gap in the covers. Mike has a couple of yards to move to his left, and you heard the yeah from Cox as he called Waite through.
That's 400, isn't it? Not 390. Exactly 400, isn't it?
Yeah.
401 now.
401 now. So they might as well go to the end of the over
Yeah.
if that's the figure that they have in mind. Parkinson is in. Down the wicket is Waite on driving to Hill at long on. Single taken. 550 is up. A pleased ripple of applause from the crowd as a whole. There are a good few Leicestershire people who've made the trip. It's not that far to Leicester,
No.
really. It's only sort of 75 miles or so. Parkinson is in. Goes forward, Cox winding up there, but in the end decided discretion the better part of valour on that occasion. And though he rehearses a sort of lift over mid-wicket, he actually played a gentle push into the offside. 550 then. At the end of the over means the lead is 402.
It's not that far to Leicester, and there are different ways of doing it as well. If you live in Worcestershire, you don't have to go the conventional way. If you live out the way I do, out in the Vale of Evesham, you can quite quickly get to the Foss Way and have a much more enjoyable and pleasant
Yes,
drive
it is. Yeah, it
across the
is.
country.
I like to go across country.
Sometimes come back that way if I'm over that way. Here's Rayan Ahmed. He bowls to Waite, who gives himself a bit of room and drives up to long off for a single.
There have been a lot of roadworks around sort of Coventry sort of area though that have made it a bit of a pain. Once they're done, it'll be okay.
Ahmed in bowls. Cox is forward, pushing out on the onside, and they go through for a very risky single, but they get away with it because the fielder coming in from mid-wicket kind of trips Callum Parkinson on the little mat that's covering that strip.
That must be a
away to the
T20
left.
wicket, must it? Or
Yeah, I'm not quite sure why that's protected. After the rain yesterday, I can understand it, but anyway, 552 for 6 with that single. Ahmed into ball to Waite, goes back, cuts away for a single on the offside. Yeah, when the trouble is that when those roadworks are finished, they'll start some more somewhere else, won't they? That seems to be the way it is at the moment when you go anywhere to the east from Worcester at the moment. Ahmed in again, bowls, and Waite is forward, turning this one on the onside, but no run this time as it goes straight to Parkinson at mid-wicket. 553 for 6, 405 is the lead.
remember, 561 the record.
Yeah. There's Ahmed bowls and Cox pushes out on the offside. There's no run. Yeah, 561 could be Worcestershire's highest score. First time they got 500 here at New Road for 9 years, apparently. And Ahmed bowls to Cox, who sweeps beautifully again. Conventional sweep this time, tumbling stop out at deep backward square leg by the substitute, I think, Roman Walker. No, it's Bjorn Mulder out there, and they get 2, so 5.55 for 6 at the end of the over. They're still going on, so 6 runs away, 7 more runs to be the highest Worcestershire score ever against Leicestershire. The records tumbling here at New Road. Remember yesterday we had the highest ever partnership for Worcestershire against Leicestershire for any wicket. So was it 561?
561
best, yeah.
at Ayleston Road in 1901. Centuries for F.L. Bowley and W.W. Lowe. Parkinson is in, back goes Waite and rather muscles it out to deep mid-wicket. Patel fields and throws, and there's going to be overthrows. No, there aren't. Very nearly overthrows. Patel apologises and Parkinson points at the wicket-keeper. A sight you'll see on many a village green every weekend, as the bowler says, throw it to the chap with the gloves. 5.56 for 6. Parkinson is in and bowls, and again advancing down the wicket. This time Ben Cox turns it out to deep backward square, takes 1. Barnes is the fielder. Were you apprising Mr. Bradley of the approaching record there?
He knew.
He knew already. He was probably there in 1901. He's not listening. In goes Parkinson and bowls down the wicket, smashing it down towards long on. Not quite middling it though is Matthew Waite, so he has to settle for 1. Rehearses his on drive. If he does connect, it's going to go a long way, you feel. But Frank will catch it. Parkinson is in. Down the wicket goes Cox and is lifting it over mid-wicket. Did it go all the way? It did. Only just, but it did. And that is 6, and that is a record for Worcestershire against Leicestershire in first-class history, expunging the 561 made by the county at Ayleston Road in Leicester at the start of the 20th century, believe it or not. Parkinson is in. A slog and a miss from Cox on that occasion. I'm doing a bit of an injustice by saying a slog. It was a little bit more elegant than that, but he was trying to pull it, sweep it across the line. It was a bit of a slog sweep attempt. Didn't get anything on it. Swindles took the ball and took off the bails, but the old right, the back foot was firmly within his crease. Parkinson is in. Cox is down the wicket, hitting high over us, over the pavilion, perhaps onto New Road. Is it going to come back? Yes, it is. So, well, that was as clean a strike as you can wish to see if you are a Worcestershire supporter. 570 for 6. Cox on 247.
Yeah, beautiful strike, wasn't it, from Ben Cox? I said he's when he came to the wicket, he usually scores in sort of inventive way. That little reverse sweep that we saw in the previous over from Parkinson more tends to be his thing than the big sixes, but 2 in that over, and the second one, that was a really beautiful clean strike which went into the top deck above us as Ahmed comes in and bowls to Waite, who tries to force this one away on the offside.
Still
but
no
doesn't
declaration.
Get a hold of it. Still no declaration. 40 minutes to go before lunch. We'd lose 10, so maybe they're thinking more in terms of the 20 minutes I was talking about. Ahmed bowls short to Waite, who goes back and smashes this on the offside, but straight into the covers where it's fielded by Rishi Patel, tumbling to his left. 570 for 6 then. Here's Ahmed bowls and again hit straight to Patel by Waite, who takes a run and knows that had Patel's throw hit at the non-striker's end he would have been well short, but he wants to get off strike and gives a strike to Cox and takes that risk and gets away with it because the throw missed. Cox on strike plays one of those beautiful little paddle shots, and that brings up his 50, And that's been a pretty impressive innings from Ben Cox. 50 off just 41 balls. And he's 4 fours and 3 sixes. Pretty impressive innings in the circumstances. Just what he would have wanted to produce, just what Brett D'Oliveira would have wanted to produce. And you've seen the best of Ben Cox in that last couple of overs. Big 6 over long on, 6 over mid wicket, and then that lovely little reverse just then for 4 as Ahmed bowls, and now he gets another single as he edges this one. Good bit of bowling actually, and it just squirts away to short third man where Parkinson fields. So Ben Cox goes to 52. He's faced just 42 deliveries, and Worcestershire now 576 for 6, their highest ever score against Leicestershire, as Patel bowls, and Waite is down the wicket driving on the offside. This time he gets the ball wide of Patel at extra cover and takes a single, keeps the strike, and there is the declaration for Worcestershire as we expected, perhaps a little bit later than we expected. Cox then finishes on 52 and Waite finishes on 13, and Worcestershire 577 for 6 declared, which means that the lead was 429, is that right? By my reckoning 429, which means Leicestershire will need to score 430 to make Worcestershire bat again. No?
Well, 429 would do it, because they would have to come out and get one. But let us not quibble over ones. Yeah, I can't help feeling that's sort of
more than enough.
Yeah, the cake is pretty much over iced by Brett D'Oliveira, but you never know. The only way he will regret it, if by some chance Leicestershire managed to hang on around 9 down at the end, as they were at Grace Road earlier this season. You never know. So we should have, obviously 10 minutes between innings gives him half an hour, so what, 7 or 8 overs before lunch? We'll know a little bit more after that.
So there we go. I'll just give you the Leicestershire bowling figures before we go for a little break. Chris Wright, 29 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 113. Ben Mike, 15 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 76. Vion Mulder, 30 overs, 2 maidens, 125 for 4, so he didn't get that 5 for Ed Barnes, 14 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 63. Rian Ahmed finishing with figures of 21 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 78. And Callum Parkinson, 27 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 108. A bit of punishment at the end for him, and we had just a couple of overs from Colin Ackerman, and his figures 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 4. So there we are, Worcestershire 577 for 6 declared, their highest ever score against Leicestershire, breaking a record set in 1901. And the Worcestershire lead then is 429, and play will resume around just after about 12:30. Do please join us then. No, I'm here. I'm here. Oh. Sorry, I'm here and you came to me.
Worcestershire onto the field. Representing for Leicestershire, Hassan Ahmad and Rishi Patel.
Welcome back to Worcester, where play's about to resume after the break between innings in this game between Worcestershire and Leicestershire. Worcestershire having finally declared their first innings closed at 577 for 6, meaning a lead of 429. Leicestershire starting their second innings as I speak, with Charlie Morris taking up the new ball attack from the New Road end, and we'll have lunch at 1:10 today because they're making up some overs from yesterday, so there's every chance that Worcestershire can pick a wicket or two up before the interval. Certainly the plan. And Charlie Morris is about to start bowling to Hassan Azad, the left-hander. 3 slips in place, a short extra catching as well on the offside as Morris comes in, and his first ball Azad leaves alone outside the off stump, and it's taken by Ben Cox. An update for BBC Hereford and Worcester's FM listeners coming imminently, having missed the one that they would normally get at 12:30 because of the break between innings. Charlie Morris then entrusted with the responsibility of making this early breakthrough, picked up a couple of wickets in the first innings, comes in now to bowl to the left-handed Azad. He's in, he bowls, and Azad is on the back foot driving out on the offside. Azhar Ali does the fielding at short extra cover. And there's no run. Here comes that update. Well, the anticipated declaration finally came. Worcestershire making 577 for 6 declared, their highest ever score against Leicestershire, beating a record set way back in 1901. That's a first innings lead then of 429. The men out today were D'Oliveira for 54, Azhar Ali for 225 and Ed Barnard for 26. Nice little cameo from Ben Cox, 52 not out at more than a run a ball, and he played beautifully. But the declaration came 577 for 6. We're going to have lunch at 1:10 today as we make up some overs from yesterday, so 35 minutes or so for Worcestershire to see if they can make inroads into this Leicestershire second innings. It's just got underway. We're in the first over and Leicestershire are 1 without loss, and that one was scored by Hassan Azad, steering the ball out square on the offside. Here's Morris from the New Road end, in bowls to the right-handed Rishi Patel, who is very correctly forward and pushing out on the offside. It's a completely different feel to the game immediately from anything that we've seen in the last couple of days really, with 3 slips in place, a man on the drive at extra cover, lots of buzz amongst the fielders, and a real intensity to the cricket that we haven't seen for a while for obvious reasons. As Charlie Morris, with the new ball in hand, turns and moves away from us now, right arm over the wicket, he's in, he bowls, and Patel is forward, pushing out on the onside as Ali fields, and there's no run. There's absolutely no reason why Leicestershire shouldn't get stuck in here. Good pitch, we think. It's flattened out considerably since the first day, and no demons in it whatsoever. Plenty of time. It's just a case of sort of scoreboard pressure, call it that if you like. A big score, a big deficit, a long way to go in the game, psychologically getting up for it for these batters. Patel plays this one from Morris out on the onside, fielded by Azhar Ali. Nice tidy over from Charlie Morris. 1 run came from it. 429, remember the deficit, Leicestershire, after 1 over, 1 without loss.
And it also had the heavy roller on it. The pitch between innings, as you might expect from Leicestershire's point of view, they feel that the heavy roller had a huge effect on the pitch between innings before the start of the Worcestershire first innings. Well, it already looked benign, and they'll be hoping it is even more so throughout the next, well, certainly the rest of today. Worcestershire hoping that the wear and tear starts to have an effect, but it might be tomorrow before it does, if it really does. Well, Dylan Pennington was as impressive as any of the Worcestershire seamers in the first innings, probably the more so really, in terms of breaking the innings open. Leicestershire bowled out in their first innings, remember, for just 148 in not much more than 50 overs. Azad is on strike to Pennington, comes in from the Diglis end, bowls, beautifully timed push out off his legs by Azad out towards mid-wicket, but Morris, warmed up from his first over, manages to fall to his left at that sort of wide mid-on position and make the stop. Just don't have to look at the scoreboard really. Leicestershire, these two, their first job simply to get through until lunch. 3 slips short, extra cover are the close catchers as Pennington charges in and bowls. Azad is leaning forward, pushing it past the man at short extra, who's Josh Baker. Might have a role later on, well, almost certainly will have a role later on in the innings. D'Oliveira moves across to his right at mid-off to make the stop. The crowd has also become slightly more engaged. There's a few still reading newspapers and doing things on their phones, or knitting or needlepoint. I can see the knitter down to our left. Something in pink is being made. Pennington is in, bowls edged by Azad down to third man for 4. It was along the ground through about 6th slip, but certainly wasn't out of the middle of the bat. He was reaching for it, playing at a ball that arguably he didn't have to play at. Got away with it, picks up 4, moves on to 5. Those are all the runs that Leicestershire have scored in this second innings of theirs. Crowd has filled out a little bit as well. Worcestershire members, plenty in front of the Graham Hick Pavilion, away to our right, and down below us, where you get a pretty good view with the pitch being cut on this side of the lovely new road ground. Pennington in, Azad steps forward and does leave on this occasion. Chorus of approval from behind the stumps for the Pennington delivery. Big, tall, fair-haired man, slightly splay-footed walk back to his mark, top of his run-up at the Diglis end. The trees all still for the most part, or pretty still, certainly compared to yesterday. Pennington is in, bowls. Azad leaves again. Good judgment. A few inches outside off stump, steps forward, practices the leave again. Walked across to the nets with Hassan this morning. The nets at Worcester between the ground and the pavilion, so to speak. And it struck me how much he's sort of changed his body shape, if you like, since he became a full-time player. Hassan Azad, he's worked really hard to make himself fitter. Pennington is in, bowls, back foot defensive shot from the left-hander, drops the ball away from off stump out into the offside, picked up by Baker, end of the over. But he was quite squat when he, not squat's probably the wrong word, very solid looking man when he first came into the side, when he first got his full-time contract. But he's now, there's not much of him. He's lost a lot of weight and very, very lean indeed. Much fitter. And he says, but it's also had an effect on his concentration. Feels more able. He played long innings previously, but he says being fitter helps you mentally as well as physically.
Just make fewer mistakes. I think you don't necessarily play better. You just concentrate better and make fewer mistakes. Charlie Morris from the New Road end into bowl to the right-handed Rishi Patel. Bowls. Patel leaves that alone outside the off stump. Good line from Morris, just outside off stump. Perhaps a little bit wide, but batsman has to make a decision.
But he's an intelligent man, is Azad. He applies himself. You know, he's first-class honours in chemical engineering, and he will apply that intelligence to his approach to his cricket as well.
Yeah,
so, how am I going to get better? Well, this is one of the ways. Right, this is what I will do then.
Well, he's got a lot on his plate today, but he's done it before against Worcestershire this season. Morris bowls outside the off stump to Patel. Lets that go through to the wicket-keeper Cox. Just again, a little bit wide. That one was an easier leave. 78 miles an hour from Morris, so lively pace, getting up towards 80. But perhaps we'll feel that he just needs to straighten up a bit. He's a great trier, Charlie Morris. And he sticks to his task. Doesn't try to do anything extravagant. Generally tries to just hit good areas consistently. And in he comes again now, and he bowls to Patel and does exactly that. And Patel covers up, gets in behind that, plays it out on the offside nicely. Well played. Allowed the ball to come. Played it right under his eyes. Didn't go hard at it. Good defensive technique from the right-hander. Seagull swerves and swoops down onto the ground in front of umpire Paul Pollard, possibly after some morsel of food that it saw in front of him, as Morris bowls again, and Patel plays this very late down to fine leg for a single. So late that a couple of the slips were getting excited. Hands were raised, but no danger. Patel through for one. He goes, well, he's off the mark with that one, and the total goes to 6 without loss. We've got about 26 minutes left before the lunch interval as Worcestershire strive for this breakthrough. Pleasant morning here at New Road. Pleasant early afternoon, I should say, with the sun out now, and Charlie Morris making his way into bowl to the left-handed Hassan Azad. Morris is in, he bowls to him, and Azad flashing at that one. Not a good shot, as you can probably tell from Richard's response next to me. A flat-footed cut at it, and the most he could have hoped for really was a single down to third man, a 4 maybe down to third man, but much more likely to have got a nick to one of those 3 slips. Not a shot that Azad will want to repeat too often. Just angled across him.
If he'd got out to that,
yeah,
his head would have been firmly down as he went into the pavilion.
Here's Morris in again, bowls to him, and he's forward to this one. Good delivery from Morris, pushed out on the onside. Good over, in fact, from Charlie Morris. Just the 1 run from it. 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 2, his figures. And Leicestershire, with this huge first innings deficit, are 6 without loss.
He's 27 now, Hassan Azad, because obviously he took time out to make sure he got his degree after being released by Nottinghamshire. Right, I'll go and get my degree at Loughborough University, and did. Well, while continuing to play on a part-time basis, of course. And Leicestershire picked him up. And a pretty good fist he's making of it so far. Pennington is in to Patel outside off stump. Bounces away, allowed to bounce through by Patel. And then walks towards Russell Warren at square leg. Comes back in and takes his guard. 4 slips for Rishi Patel. They look very close from here. Not to each other, to the bat I mean, as Pennington is in, bowls, and walking forward into that defensive press is Patel.
They are
Right
quite close
over
to
the
each
ball.
other as well, aren't they?
Yeah.
This is something I've noticed. I think I mentioned it in the first innings, that this year Worcestershire have, obviously I've repeatedly said they're going with a new slip cordon for obvious reasons, but they've worked on it, and they've decided that rather than err on the side of being too far apart, they're going to err on the side of being too close together. They are really quite tight.
Pennington is in. Patel is leaning forward to a straight line and length delivery. No great movement as yet. There isn't often with the first 6, 7, 8 sometimes overs until the lacquer comes off the ball and off the seam over which it is now applied as well. The seam then becomes slightly more prominent, more likely to dig in. And the ball therefore more likely to deviate. In goes Pennington, bowls outside off stump, comes back in a touch, but it was too wide to start with, and Patel can safely leave, and does. 6 without loss. The moment all that really matters is the number of wickets as far as the game is concerned. An awful lot of time left. 79 overs left to be bowled today. Remember, we had an extra, or we're having an extra 8 to catch up half of the 16 we lost yesterday. We lost the morning session to the weather. Pennington is in. Patel is carefully forward, very correct. Tall young right-hander from Essex. Leans forward into that one. Back down the pitch it goes to Pennington, who, as we've remarked before, one of those seamers who likes to hang on to the ball if he gets it early on his way back to his mark. Patel, who walks quite a long way away from the pitch, unlike some who just take a couple of steps back. He walked a couple of pitches away, so Pennington was ready to go. Patel wasn't quite ready for him. Pennington is in and bowls. Again, perfect line and length on off stump, but met by a perfectly correct forward defensive from Rishi Patel. Back down the wicket to Dylan Pennington, who just rolls the ball back towards Ben Cox because it's the end of the over.
Yeah, good solid start from these two, I think, with the exception perhaps of that one aberration from Azad when he flicked needlessly at the ball from Morris, and an equally solid start from Pennington and Morris. Both bowled 2 tidy overs, nothing loose, and that's all that D'Oliveira will have asked of them, I'm sure, when they went out there. Let's just make sure we get it in the right place and let it happen. Don't try and force it, don't try and do anything fantastic, just hit your areas and rely on that new ball.
Interesting to see the speeds again. Pennington sort of 78-ish, not the quickest by a long way.
No, Morris got up to high 70s. Comes in now and bowls to Azad, who leaves well outside the off stump, but it's a good delivery from Morris, just angled across the left-hander. Good leave, but had he played at it, it was the sort of length that was nickable, shall we say. 6 without loss it remains. 3 slips and a gully. Pollock at first, Haynes at second, Barnard at third, Baker in the gully, and then Libby at backward point, D'Oliveira at mid-off. And then we've got long leg Azhar Ali catching in front of square about 15 yards from the bat, and a mid-on as Morris bowls. and Azad is in behind it, dropping down on the offside. Quite a bit of tension around the ground in this period before lunch now. 20 minutes to go as Worcestershire seek a breakthrough.
Leicestershire listeners familiar with the story, but Azad, during the enforced break for the start of the pandemic, said, "Oh, what did you do?" He said, "Oh, I learnt another language." I said, "Oh, French, German, Spanish." He looked at me strangely. "No, computer language," he said.
Right.
"Ah, okay."
There's Morris in, bowls a bouncer, which Azad plays well, just sways out of the way, kept his eye on it. Really impressive control, really. Just watched the ball all the way as it bounced up in front of him. High 70s again from Morris, and I think express.
There's only Mike who's been sort of consistently just into the 80s,
Into the
isn't
80s,
he?
yeah. Maybe Pennington in that first innings. I think if he gets warmed up, he might just get into the 80s as Morris bowls again. Tidy line and length, just angled across the left-hander and taken by Cox. But that's Morris's method. He'll just keep bowling in those areas and wait for the batsman to play at one that he shouldn't. That's his raison d'etre, really. Sorry, modus operandi, I mean. He'll just keep putting it there. Not going to try and do anything extravagant with it. Comes in again now and bowls, and Patel moves across his stumps, taking on the pad as he tries to run it down to fine leg. It's a strangled appeal as Cox takes the ball, pitched outside leg, and I'm not even sure it was hitting anyway, but got away with it perhaps, Morris, that one. Possibly the least accurate delivery that he's bowled in his 2.5 overs so far. One ball left then in this one. And he comes in now to bowl to the left-handed Azad. He bowls and Azad drives back up the pitch. Morris half fields off his own bowling. There's no run, it's a maiden. 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 2, Morris. And Leicestershire 6 without loss with 19 minutes to go to lunch.
Yes, that leg before shout not only pitched outside leg very clearly, it was also unlikely to be going on to hit leg even. So, but just perhaps the first hint of a little bit of shape to the delivery. Baker rolling his arms at 4th slip. Maybe he'll get an over or 2 before lunch. You never quite know. It's the tradition almost, as Pennington is in from the Diglis end. Bowls to Patel, who leans forward. Not a big stride. Didn't need to be a big stride. Straight delivery. Back down the pitch off middle out towards mid wicket. And there's no run. At Fox's Cricket 22, if you want to get in touch with me on Twitter or with Frank on
At Frank Watson 58.
There you go.
Vigorous warm-up from Baker. Suggests he is going to have one.
An over.
Bit of a cliche, but it sometimes works.
Pennington is in. A bouncer. You heard the grunt of effort as he banged it hard down into the pitch. Patel just calmly ducked underneath it, taken by Cox. On the move, away to his left, behind the stumps.
74 miles an hour. Not really going to trouble anybody with that, I wouldn't have thought. Well, not
No.
at this level anyway.
No. I remember playing for my club when somebody brought along a ball that had a sort of speed measure in it. I don't know quite how it worked, but just so that, you could... a coaching aid, essentially. Pennington is in. Bowls, and that's a shout for leg before, and he's gone. Patel went for a slightly airy push drive, one that might have just come back in, hit him low down. He knew his fate, I suspect straight away. He raises his eyes to the heavens, he whacks his pads in dismay, and Worcestershire have the breakthrough they wanted before the interval. Rishi Patel, who's been in good form, goes with just a single to his name. Leicestershire are 6 for 1, needing 429 just to make Worcestershire bat again.
It was a most un-Patel-like shot in my experience of watching Rishi Patel. He played right across it. He sort of fell over a little bit with his head and played right across the ball. And I agree with you. He kind of knew, didn't he? He knew that finger was going to go up, and it did go up very, very quickly. It was a very, very obvious one, really. You could say.
We'll see the here comes the replay. See what the extent to which he was pushing across the line.
Just lost his shape completely.
It was airy, wasn't it?
He strikes me as a player who usually stays really sideways on and leans into the ball, and he just his shoulders came round and he just lost his shape, really. So that's a big breakthrough for Worcestershire. Lewis Hill is the new man, and this is a nervous little 15 minutes now for Leicestershire. Quite a few of us were saying even before the day started, a declaration, couple down at lunch, that could be the perfect scenario for Worcestershire, and well, they're only one away from that now, aren't they? Lewis Hill.
The perfect match so far, hasn't it, really, as far as they're concerned?
Yeah, it's all, apart from losing the toss, and actually, as our Ali said in his interview yesterday,
he did,
we were keen.
We
would have had a bowl, and whether he's just saying that or not, I don't know, but he said we would have had a bowl, and we were kind of pleased that Leicestershire made that decision. Not that
you wouldn't. He's
Matt,
not the sort you wouldn't. You would believe it as well.
Yeah,
exactly. He's not. He's not saying that
it
to
didn't sound
embarrass.
like mind games. No.
Embarrass Captainson or anything.
No, indeed. No, of course
that's
not.
a simple fact.
Yeah,
that's
it is.
what it was. So Lewis Hill, with we reckon around about 15 minutes to go until lunch. So perhaps 3 more overs after this. 3 slips and a gully now as Pennington runs in and bowls to Hill outside off stump, slightly short of length. Hill can lift his bat over the line of the ball and does. Yeah, it was just a slightly airy, lacking in concentration sort of shot somehow from Patel. It was the 16th ball he'd faced, just a single to his name, and he'd been pretty solid up until that point. Pennington is in to Hill, who's forward on off stump, thick outside part of the bat, along the ground all the way towards Jake Libby at point. No run. Good, accurate stuff, making the batsman play. Dylan Pennington, and getting his rewards again. The big, tall, blonde seamer. Turns, wind. The breeze is now starting to get up a little bit. Pennington is in, bowls to Hill, who turns him off midland leg out towards mid-wicket, slightly unconvincingly. A lot of arms started to go into the air, suggesting he might have taken it off the stumps, but he got enough on it. Not plenty, but he got enough on it and picks up a single because Azhar has a few yards to make to his right. Applause for Pennington for having made the breakthrough. Outcome. What's the collective noun for a group of helmets? Don't answer that. That's asking for trouble, isn't it? Rather.
Indeed, it is that. Yeah, it is.
A plethora? I don't know. Flock of helmets.
Collective name for a group
of helmets.
Protective
3 of them
headwear,
came out
protective
anyway.
Headwear. Josh Baker is coming into the attack. I think it's an interesting choice, and what it does mean is that they'll get an extra over or 2 in, I suppose, if he bowls. But he's coming into the attack at the new road end.
Pennington's bowling speed's all below 80 in that over.
Yeah.
You don't have to be express.
Worcestershire haven't got anybody who's express. I think Joe Leach probably be in the high 70s as well these days. But what they need to do is just, as I say, get the ball in the right place frequently. Baker round the wicket, slipping a short leg as he bowls, and Hill is forward, pushing back to the bowler.
Just to finish what I was saying about that speed ball that was brought in, all the sort of supposedly quicker seamers at the club had a go with it, and it was very, very interesting.
There's Baker again in ball. And edged by Hill. Bit of turn for Baker. Interesting one, edged by Hill, dropped short of slip, But that turned, that watching the replay, that is a very, very encouraging sign
Indeed.
for Josh Baker. Go back to your speed ball, because I'm interested in this. Never seen one. Bowls and pushed out on the offside, no run.
Yeah, the quickest was about 74, 75 at the very most, and that sort of illustrated the point that is often made, that one of the biggest differences between decent club cricket and first class cricket is that extra amount of pace and that 5 or 6 mph.
Baker in, bowls, this one's a bit flatter, a bit shorter, and Hill on the back foot pushes out on the offside.
Makes such a difference.
Yeah, I think personally there's a big difference between 80 and 85.
Oh yes, absolutely.
When you watch those people on the TV. Baker round a wicket, bowls, and that's nicely flighted, driven by Hill up to weight at mid-off. I'd love to know what the pace of some of the people that I played against. Of course, we never used to know, but faced some pretty quick ones over the years. Baker in, bowls, and full toss, which is driven for 4 by Hill. Annoyed with himself, Baker didn't quite finish the over as tidily as he started it. Low full toss, driven away by Hill through mid-wicket for the first boundary. 11 for 1 to him. Azad has 5, Hill has 5. The man out is Rishi Patel, LBW to Dylan Pennington for 1. And we've got about 10 minutes to go till lunch. It's update time, or it will be very shortly, as Richard goes off to tell BBC Radio Leicester listeners the latest news from here at New Road, and I will take up the story as Dylan Pennington comes in to bowl from the Diglis end of the ground. And he'll be bowling to the left-handed Hassan Azad. 4 slips in place. How much Worcestershire would like to remove Azad before lunch. Azad, who held them up for so long at the Upton Steel County Ground earlier in the season. There's Pennington to him now. Right arm over the wicket, bowls, and the left-hander is forward, steering this out square on the offside. Jake Libby comes in from cover to do the fielding from cover point, and the score remains 11 for 1. It's almost academic, the score, I'm afraid to say. Leicestershire beginning this innings with a deficit of 429 after Worcestershire made their highest ever score against the Foxes, 577 for 6 declared this morning. Here's Pennington in again now. Bowls to Azad, who drives nicely through the covers for 4. Full half volley from Pennington, driven, well, squarish, just in front of square. Just leaned on it, didn't need to whack it, and just eased it past Libby and away to the boundary underneath the scoreboard on the cathedral side of the ground. Azad's first boundary goes to 9, 15 for 1 is the total. It's his second boundary, in fact, and a nice shot it was too. Pennington just polishing the ball on his shirt before starting in again from the Diglis end. Bowls now to Azad. Better delivery, that one angled across the left-hander, but a good leave from Azad. Wide enough to leave, and taken by Cox. So a nervous little 5 minutes or so. Here's that update. Well, Worcestershire have made the breakthrough in this Leicestershire second innings. Dylan Pennington, the man who has picked up the wicket, trapping Rishi Patel, LBW, in front for just 1 with the score on 6. That was a couple of overs ago. Remember, Leicestershire began this second innings with a massive deficit on first innings of 429 after Worcestershire posted their highest ever score against Leicestershire, breaking a record set in 1901 when they made 577 for 6 declared. We've got about 6 minutes to go before lunch. Worcestershire will be hoping for a second wicket, but at the moment Leicestershire in their second innings are 15 for 1. As Pennington bowls another one which is angled across the left-handed Azad and taken by the wicketkeeper Ben Cox.
Bronte suggests a parliament of helmets.
Yes, well, I can see the logic there, but maybe we shouldn't go too far with that one. In comes Pennington round the wicket to Azad, and produces a full stroke from him. It's going to go to the boundary for 4, but he was definitely turned round by that one. It's an outside edge as he looked to play it defensively, and it's gone down to third man for a boundary, so his second boundary in the over. This one a lot less convincing than the first. Azad moves on to 13, and it's 19 for 1 in the second innings, the 8th over of it. I think we're going to have 2 more overs after this, because 1 ball left in this one, 5 minutes to go. Baker will whip through his over in about 2 minutes, and then we'll probably have 1 more, I'd imagine.
Just another little bit of shape to that delivery that took the outside edge.
Pennington from the Diglis end, round the wicket, last ball of the over. He bowls to Azad, who covers up, plays defensively out in the offside, end of the over. 19 for 1. Pennington 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 13. Azad 13, Hill 5, the man out, Patel for 1.
Another one before lunch, and Worcestershire would be seriously entertaining hopes of a 3-day victory, and it would be a steamrollering as far as the Foxes were concerned. And the way that first delivery, that was it the first or his second, that Baker bowled to Hill, turned, we've disconcerted the Leicestershire dressing room. Hill takes guard as Baker goes in and bowls to him, a little bit short. He goes back, plays it firmly off the back foot, only as far as mid-off. The Hill shout of no echoes around the ground. 2 slips and a short leg as Baker around the wicket goes in and bowls line and length, but Hill can stretch forward, get to the pitch of the ball, play it back up the wicket to the tall young left armour. Long sleeved Worcestershire shirt with 33 on the back. Steps in and bowls. Quicker delivery, drags his length back a little bit, but again you heard Hill shout no, having played the forward defensive and seen the ball roll out towards Jake Libby at backward point. Big old gap between Libby at backward point and mid-off, who is Waite. There is a man out there on the cover boundary, but they're inviting the drive. Short leg has gone to silly mid-off as Baker goes in and bowls, leaves Hill, and it doesn't miss off stump by as much as I suspect that Hill thought it was going to.
Turned a bit as well, turned a little.
Perhaps he didn't want it to on that occasion, had it gone on with the arm.
Yeah, encouraging.
There's something there for Baker, who is in, drops very short, and Hill goes back and cuts him away, and it's going to roll out towards the extra cover boundary for 4. Baker has his hands on his hips in dismay there, because as in his first over, when he bowled the full toss that Hill put away to the mid-wicket boundary, that was another rank poor delivery. It was a long hop, and Hill could go back, and with fielders all round the back, including silly mid-off, whose life might have flashed before his eyes. There are plenty of gaps in which to hit the ball, and he did put it away for 4. He moves on to 9 off just 14 balls. Baker is in again. Hill is driving again. He's going to have to get away to his left. Waite at mid-off, and does. Stops the ball, not cleanly, and then looks wildly around for a minute as he picks himself up to see where it's gone. It's only a foot or 2 behind him. He picks himself up, and only 1 is taken in the end. Hill into double figures though, on to 10. Azad has 13, Leicestershire 24 for 1. Picked up a few runs in recent overs with all the gaps in the field, and Baker's really cross with himself for the looser deliveries, but there is something there for him.
Yeah, he is annoyed with himself, isn't he? And because one of his great strengths is the very few poor deliveries he bowls. So he'd be cross with himself for those 2 proper full balls. As Pennington bowls to Hill, who plays defensively out in the offside and wanted a single, but Azad sent him back very quickly. This will be the last over before lunch. 24 for 1.
thought Hill was going to go all the way then. He just,
Yeah,
Azad
he really
didn't move an
fancied
inch,
it,
did
didn't
he? He
he?
stood very still, but Hill still took about 8 or 9 steps. No.
He's a busy player, though, isn't he, Hill? He's
Yes, he
always
is,
up to
yeah.
something. He's always. I mean, it just wouldn't surprise him if he does that quite frequently, really. And he also does that thing where he holds the bat up and says no as well, like Haynes did yesterday. As Pennington bowls, lovely shot from Hill this time, slightly over pitched on off stump and pushed through the covers for 2. And there's a horrible collision at the far end as Pennington goes to gather the throw that comes in from mid off, and Azad falls into him, and they both end up prone, and they both lie quite still for
They
a
did
minute.
for a second,
and you thought,
didn't they?
oh my goodness,
Crumbs.
they've both been really hurt, and then gradually they both just recovered their feet, and they're both absolutely fine, no problem at all. 26 for 1 with those 2. Hill goes to 12, and Pennington from the Diglis end is in and bowls to him, and he pushes this one out on the onside, and Azza fields, and there's no run.
You wouldn't want to be the bowler in those circumstances. No padding at all.
No,
Azad
a bat
thoroughly
could hit you,
padded up,
couldn't
and
it?
a bat and a helmet. He was going to be all right, probably.
Yeah. Fortunately, no damage done. So 3 balls left before the break. 26 for 1 is the Leicestershire score. And 3 slips and a gully in place for Pennington as he comes in from the Diglis end. Right arm over the wicket, bowls to Hill, and Hill lets that go, lifts his bat well clear of that, allows it through to the wicket keeper. Wide enough to leave alone. If anything, Pennington just perhaps hasn't quite been straight enough in this little spell, but he's picked up a wicket. He's in his 5th over. 1 for 15. And he's got 2 balls left to try and drive home Worcestershire's advantage even further in this pre-lunch spell he's in. He bowls, and again he's outside off stump. Decent pace taken by Cox, having been left alone by Hill.
78.8.
Yeah, that's probably as close as we've got to 80 in the Worcestershire bowling ranks in this game. But pace isn't everything. You can get carried away, can't you, when there's a speed gun, and you can think that all that matters is getting it up there into the 80s, but accuracy just as important here. Pennington in, bowls, and that is a good delivery, and Hill was almost done by that one. He kind of fell over it and just sort of squirted it out into the covers off an outside edge. That is lunch. 26 for 1 Leicestershire, still trailing by over 400 runs, 403 runs. Azad on 13, Hill on 12, the 1 man out. Patel LBW to Pennington for 1 for Worcestershire this morning. D'Oliveira out for 54, Azhar Ali for 225, and Ed Barnard for 26. Ben Cox finished unbeaten on 52. Matthew Waite unbeaten on 13. Worcestershire's 577 for 6 declared their highest ever score against Leicestershire, and it means that Leicestershire have basically just got to bat for the rest of the game, or most of it, to save this game. They're 26 for 1 at lunch, and we'll be back with you when play resumes, which will be at around about 1:50. Do join us then. And I think it's going to be a session of attritional cricket, I think, is what we can expect for the rest of this day and the rest of this game. Leicestershire basically just got to keep batting, a bit like they did in the first game of the season, Richard.
Indeed. Awful lot of work to do though. We have 72 overs left to be bowled today. We're playing 8 extra to catch up from yesterday, so best part of, well, really 668 overs for Leicestershire still to bat if they're going to save this game, which is quite a lot. Morris then is going to start off from the new road end and bowl to Hassan Azad, who is forward to a line and length delivery on off stump, playing it out to Brett D'Oliveira, who is sporting one of the sort of elastic bandages on his left arm, not on his right. Most of the Worcestershire team in shirt sleeves. It is walked around the ground, and I could watch 4 games of cricket going on during the lunch interval, which was splendid.
Yeah,
really enjoyed
on the
it.
King's School fields next door and at the back, I think.
Saw some fine shots being hit. I don't know whether it was by the King's School or by the opposition. I don't know who was bowling and who was batting. In goes Morris and bowls and defended on the back foot, although his weight was starting to go forward by Azad. Back down the pitch on the offside. No run. Louis Kimber returns from having had a net during the interval. 12th man in theory, although he hasn't done any 12th man duties because apparently he has a slightly iffy ankle, so they've just been carefully not taking any risks. He'll play in the T20 as Morris is in full on towards middle and leg. Azad pushes it into the gap, returns to his crease, then suddenly realises there's a single to be had. He's called through by Hill, turns and makes his ground comfortably. He'd pushed it between Azhar at mid-wicket, although he's trying to cover both mid-wicket and square leg, or was trying to, and Waite, who's at mid-on. And I think Azhar running across it confused him for a moment. Anyway, he's picked up a single. He's moved on to 14. He has been run out a couple of times this season. Hassan Azad. 3 slips and a gully for Hill, who is making Morris wait for a moment to his irritation. Turns, having started his run, goes back to the top of his mark and runs away from us and bowls. Hill defends on the back foot. Ball may have just been shaping back into him a fraction, and you heard that call of no as he pushed it out towards Waite at mid-off. Applause from D'Oliveira. His Worcestershire cap splendidly faded to a lighter green, that sported by Waite. Lovely dark, almost racing green. As excuse me, as Morris is in and bowls. Back foot defensive shot from Hill. It's almost a squawk, isn't it, of no rather than a shout.
And the bat as well is held up, isn't it? A bit like Haynes was doing the other day, as a kind of a weapon of reinforcement of the call, really.
Yeah, you come down here, I'm going to clobber you. No, not really, but it doesn't leave his partner in any doubt, which is a good thing. Morris is in and bowls. Hill wasn't quite sure there. Do I go forward? Do I go back? In the end, he went forward. Bat and pad close together. Testing length from Morris. Good over to start with. Played out into the offside by Lewis Hill, and that is the end of the over. 27 for 1. Just the single taken from it. To Hassan Azad. He's on 14. Hill still, as he was at lunch, on 12.
Yeah, good over from Morris, I thought. Tidy. 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 3. Pretty much know what you're going to get with Charlie Morris, and that is accuracy and determination. No huge pace, but perseverance. Collared a few times in white ball cricket last year, having been pretty good at bowling at the death, particularly the year before, but steady Eddie many ways in these circumstances. He will nag away and wait for the batsman to make a mistake. Matthew Waite is being introduced into the attack at the Diglis end. The loanee on debut for Worcestershire from Yorkshire starts with a ball to the left-handed Azad, which is steered away square on the offside. Well, pretty well in the first innings. Waite, 11 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 15. Very tidy. Didn't bowl many bad balls. No great pace again. In the 70s, one would imagine. Hits the deck quite hard, quite slingy action. He didn't bowl from the Diglis end, so it's a first for him. He comes in now and bowls to Azad, who drives up to D'Oliveira at mid-off, and there's no run.
Left his mark on the shoulder of Harry Swindles.
Yeah, he did with that bouncer, didn't he?
Yeah.
71 miles an hour, that last one, so that's what I would have expected. Proper medium pace, that, isn't it?
Yes.
But he'll nip it around, I would have thought. He'll hit the deck quite hard, and he'll just nag away. And he comes in again now and bowls, and it's a bit too full this time as Ad drives, but lost his shape a little bit really on that one. Weight coming off the drive a little bit, and it goes straight to the fielder at mid-off D'Oliveira, and there's no run. So it's a long day ahead, one way and another, whether you're batting or bowling. I think fielders will be recognising they've got to be alert, take their chances when they come. Wait in, bowls, Azad steers out on the offside, Libby fields, and the batsman will be aware that they've got to play the long game.
It is noticeable how much more time Azad has against Wade.
Yeah.
I know he may just be getting into
Even
his
than he did
bowling,
against Morris. Yeah.
but absolutely, it's
Yeah.
markedly, isn't it? That
Yeah, they've got to play the long game. They've got to play the long game, but play the long game in short little spells. Just short-term goals. Get through half an hour, get through an hour, and just keep going, keep going, keep going. Wait again in bowls, left alone by Azad, taken by the keeper. And by that, what I mean is, there's no point saying, right, let's see where we are at the end of the day, or let's bat till the end of the day. You just got to bat for the next few minutes, and then the next few minutes, and then the next few minutes, and so on. Update time. Richard's gone off to update BBC Radio Leicester listeners, and I'll be doing the same for FM listeners on BBC Hereford and Worcester very shortly. Here's Matthew Waite in again, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Azad. End of a tidy over from Matthew Waite, a maiden, his first, and at the end of it Leicestershire are 27 for 1, so just 1 run added since the lunch interval in 2 overs. But as I keep saying, the score really is pretty much academic. It's crease occupation is the name of the game for the Foxes. Charlie Morris trying to make crease occupation difficult, moves in from the New Road end now and bowls to the right-handed Lewis Hill, who goes on the back foot and pushes out on the offside. Brett D'Oliveira does the fielding at cover, and there's no run. 27 for 1 it remains. Reasonably well populated New Road. It'll be very well populated when the T20 competition gets underway in the next few days. After this game, they start Worcestershire with a couple of away games, one at Headingley, one at Trent Bridge, but then they'll be here a week on Sunday for the game against Lancashire. And Morris bowls short and swivelling round. Hill pulls this away on the leg side for a single. Talking nonsense there, of course. They're still away when they play that Lancashire game. It's Friday the 3rd for the first home game here against the Birmingham Bears. Be a very full New Road on that occasion. 28 for 1. as Hill moves on to 13 with that single, and Azad, the left-hander, now on strike. 4 slips waiting as Morris moves in to bowl to him. He bowls and Azad leaves that alone outside the off stump, angled across him, wide-ish, taken by Cox. Azad, as we know, more than capable of playing the sort of innings which is required here today, and I say as we know because that's exactly what he did, if you remember, in the second innings of the game at Grace Road early on in April, when he made 104 not out in the second innings. Gets a bouncer from Morris here that he ducks underneath. It's taken high above his head by Cox. Azad really was the main stumbling block on that occasion as far as Worcestershire were concerned, as Leicestershire made 218 for 9 in that second innings. And Leicestershire are 28 for 1 in their second innings, so they're still trailing by over 400 runs, but the score academic really. It's just about crease occupation for the visitors as they attempt to save this game. This after Worcestershire racked up 577 for 6, declared their highest ever score against Leicestershire before the declaration came this morning. 1 wicket went down before lunch. Patel LBW to Dylan Pennington for 1, but at the moment Azad on 14 and Hill on 13, holding things together for the visitors. They're 28 for 1. As Morris bowls another one which Azad allows through to Cox. Last ball of Morris is over. And comes in now over the wicket, bowls to Azad, who drives nicely, but straight to D'Oliveira at mid-off, and there's no run. End of the over from Charlie Morris, another very tidy one, and his figures now 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 4, and Leicestershire, as I say, 28 for 1. They're still trailing by 401, and a long, long way to go. Excuse me, if they're to save this game. Matthew Waite to continue from the Diglis end, bowling to the right-handed Lewis Hill. 3 slips in place. Pollock at first, Haynes at second, Barnard at third, and Azhar Ali has gone in on the drive at short extra cover as Hill takes guard.
Waite then in from the Diglis end bowls. Hill is a little late adjusting to that. He got forward to it, almost batting outside his crease there, and it might just have come back in. A touch to him. He managed just to close the face of the bat on the ball in time. But asked a question there, Matthew Waite. A lot of hands started to go into the air, Azhar's in particular. And he put his hands on his head for a good few seconds after Hill had just managed to keep that one out. Just the 3 slips. Azhar's gone in close-ish on the drive. In goes Waite and bowls, and it's appeal for leg before. Looked high. He was well forward as well. A good appeal. He is getting the ball perhaps just to come back in a touch. Let's have a look at that one. Yeah, did a lot. Good bounce there. Probably would have gone over the top. Certainly no doubt for umpire Pollard, now standing at the Diglis end to turn the appeal down, but good bowling from Waite, who is in and bowls. Hill drives pleasantly for 4, over pitched, and there was width to the delivery, and Hill stepped out and cracked it away through the covers. Azhar standing in quite close, 2.5 pitches away, no chance of getting across to cut that one off. Hill moves on to 17 ahead of Azad. Leicestershire on to 32 for 1. Only man out, Rishi Patel. Leg before wicket to Dylan Pennington shortly before lunch. Waite in again to Hill, who is forward and thick inside edge down into the ground and walks away, leaving the ball almost on his mark on the crease. Again, movement back in from Waite. And again, encouragement from the slips and the wicketkeeper in particular in the form of their reaction as well. It's been close a couple of times in this over. Matthew Waite leans forward, then gets into his run and bowls again to Hill, who ends up playing a forward defensive, pointing at sort of 45 degrees out into the on side, so far round at his back leg. Come, pushing it out almost to mid-on, where Morris claps his hands in encouragement. Hill in the first innings was leg before wicket to Morris. I've got a note, leg stump-ish. So he did bring it back in. Short mid-wicket has gone in now from third slip. Barnard's gone across there as in goes Waite and bowls. Hill is forward, again long way out of his crease, and Cox might think, given that Waite is bowling at very much early 70s rather than mid to late 70s, it might be worth putting on a helmet and standing up to him to try and keep Hill back in his crease. End of the over, 32 for 1, Azad 14, Hill 17.
Yeah, I think he could do that, Cox. But there's some bowlers that bowl
Don't
that
like
sort
it,
of
do they?
pace that no. That, well, I was going to say there's some bowlers that bowl that sort of pace that you'd stand up to, and it's quite easy and straightforward and whatever. For me, my reading of it, Waite, because he's a kind of hit the deck bowler. He bowls that little bit shorter of a length. It might not be quite so easy to stand up to. He does stand. I mean, he stands up to Joe Leach sometimes, but Joe Leach does bowl quite a bit fuller, really. But we'll see. It might be something he considers. Of course, they don't know. He won't have kept to him before, will he? So it's not. He can't sort of think, well, I used to do that, or I did that once before, because obviously he's only kept to Waite in this game. Charlie Morris will bowl to the left-handed Hassan Azad, slightly rearranged leg side field. Wonder if they're hoping they might get him clipping one upishly on the leg side. We've got Azhar Ali in on the catch, short mid wicket. Morris has gone round the wicket. Patel pushes out square on the offside. Libby fields, and they took quite a bit of time to get Baker exactly where they wanted him, in front of square on the leg side there as well. So we've got 3 slips. Backward point, mid off, mid on, square leg, long leg, and Azhar on the drive in that short mid wicket position, as Morris has changed his line round the wicket to the left-handed Hassan Azad. You see, and he bowls very full, too full, and Azad squeezes it out on the offside for 4. Just dug it out really, but timed it well, and it's a short boundary, beat the 2 pursuing fielders, D'Oliveira from mid-off and Libby from point, and another boundary for Hassan Azad, 18 now to him, and the total goes to 36 for 1. And Charlie Morris, aware that that was an error of length, really, be looking to do something about it. First boundary he's conceded. Comes in again now and bowls. Much better length, and he's got him, caught and bowled. That's a great catch from Charlie Morris. Got the length right. Azad into the shot, ball popping up off the splice, and Morris in his follow through, diving to his left and picking up a really excellent one-handed catch. That was a really good catch. It's unusual to see Morris over-celebrate, really, but he had every right to be joyous as he picked that one up. It was a really good caught and bowl from Charlie Morris, and well, it's the breakthrough that they wanted, and he nagged away until he got it, and he's picked up an excellent return catch.
Yeah, it was an odd shot from Azad. Whether it stopped on him, I'm not sure it did. There was a little bit of a follow through there. He was trying to stroke it away into the offside, and it was a little bit straighter. It might just have swung back into him a fraction, and as you say, a really good effort by Morris to get his left hand under the ball to change direction a little bit in his follow through, and big breakthrough you feel for Worcestershire. Azad, as he showed at Grace Road, capable of batting for a long time, and they'll feel, Worcestershire, that the prospects of a 3-day win, a 3-day innings victory, have improved dramatically from their point of view as a result of taking that wicket.
Yeah, I think you're right. It was a good catch. It just reiterating it, what I was saying. Worcestershire on this pitch, they've not got to try and do anything special. Just got to try and keep bowling balls in the right place, and then and make sure that when a batsman makes a mistake, as Azad did there, that you take the opportunity, and that's what Morris did. And as I say, he's not the most extravagant of characters, Charlie Morris. Doesn't celebrate overly, particularly. Usually when he gets a wicket, comes in now and bowls, and Ackerman is taken on the pad. First ball, big shout as it goes down the leg side, but umpire Russell Warren says not out, leg by, calm down, and the score goes on to 37 for 2. But there are some bowlers, aren't there, who really go to town when they pick up a wicket. Charlie Morris isn't like that. He does celebrate, but he was absolutely jubilant when he caught that catch, and I don't blame him, because it was a tricky one to take. Ball round the wicket, and then had to stop in his follow through and plunge to his left, and he picked it up just an inch or two off the ground.
There was a bit of outswing in that one, away from the right hander, sort of came.
Comes in again now and bowls, and that's a lovely shot from Lewis Hill on the offside, but only gets a single. And even then, via a little bit of miscommunication between him and Ackerman, because there was a misfield by Pennington. It was a good stop actually, but he parried it away to his left, and they took a single as he recovered his feet. Good shot from Hill though. He's looked quite fluent, as he always seems to do. He's 18 not out now, and it's 38 for 2.
That leg before shot wasn't the worst I've seen.
No. There you go. Here's Morris in again and bowls to Ackerman, who leaves that alone late, and it's taken by Cox. So you say, I haven't seen the replay, so there's a bit of shape on it.
It started leg stumpish, and it was just beginning to curve back sort of into the batsman, as in towards middle, if you know what I mean. So
what you're saying is you think it was out, Rashid?
It wasn't, given. I thought initially he must have maybe got a little edge on it to help it on its way down to the long leg, but the signal was for leg bys, which I say it wasn't the worst shout, but it wasn't a given, as you say. So Ackerman, maybe that's the little moment of fortune, if that's the right word, he needs to get going. Struggled horribly in recent games. Colin Ackerman attracted some good balls, and obviously has lost the red ball captaincy now, so he can concentrate purely on his batting. That's the cliche that's usually trotted out at this time, isn't it? Short leg has gone in as Waite goes in and bowls to Hill, who steps across, a delivery down the leg side, and looks to help it on its way, doesn't get anything on it, and there is no run. Ackerman, well, his scores this season 12-11 in the first match, 81 and 40 against Durham, and all seemed well up there. But since then, 5-3, 0-0, 11, 5 and 1. So badly in need of an innings. In goes Waite and bowls. Hill pops it up to short leg. Surely that looked a simple catch, and it went over short leg and somehow dropped beyond him. Is that Hazard in there? And for all money, it looked like a simple catch. And indeed, Waite was starting
he
to
lost it between the gap in his visor. He's just saying as it passed over his visor, he lost sight of it. That's what he's indicating.
Waite was starting to celebrate.
Yeah.
Big, thick inside edge that looped up. Goodness me. Wow.
That would have been a plan well set, wouldn't it? Really.
He is moving it back into the right-handed batsman. Off the seam, Matthew Waite. And Hill is trying to get forward, and he's a leg before candidate, or possibly that pop up to short leg. Weight is in and bowls. Hill is forward on off stump on that occasion, again shuffling out of his crease, pushing it out into the offside, and there is no run. Well, Worcestershire, the bowlers making things happen at the moment.
Yeah, there's a sense of anticipation out there, isn't there, with that shout from Charlie Morris, as you say, and that one popped up. He's gone back a bit now.
He has, yes, he's taken a step or two back. In goes Weight, and bowl short, pulled around the corner by Hill, very fine, down to the fine leg boundary for 4. Didn't quite get that one right. Weight looking for that ball that comes back in and rises, but direction was a little bit off, and it was probably a fraction too short. Well, it certainly was a fraction too short, and Hill put it away neatly. He moves on to 22 of 37, 42 for 2. Precarious position for Leicestershire. A lone plane drones overhead as Weight, broad-shouldered, is in, and this time Hill, his weight is on the back foot as that one comes in towards middle, blocks it back down the pitch.
I can understand how Azhar Ali lost it. You're wearing a helmet and the ball goes up over your head and you tip your head back, and the peak of the helmet is sort of over the top of where the gap between the top bar of the grill is and your eyes. It's I can understand how he got a bit disorientated, but it was a close run thing.
Weight in, bowls, Hill forward, bat and pad very close together, big stride. Well, as I say, he almost steps out of his crease, so far forward. Is the end of Weight's over? Nearly affected another breakthrough in it, conceded 4 runs. Leicestershire 42 for 2 at the end of it, but I think we can say living dangerously.
Yeah, he's just explaining it to Brett D'Oliveira, isn't he? Just saying, he just lost it as it went over my head. Matthew Weight, as you say, was celebrating, and then he finished his celebrations and ran through and pulled Azhar Ali back up to his feet as if to say, bad luck, don't worry about it.
Yes, he doesn't owe his side too much, Azhar, at this stage, does he?
No, probably not. They'll probably forgive him, won't they? Here's Charlie Morris over the wicket, coming into Ackerman from the New Road end. He bowls. Ackerman pushing up to mid-on, where D'Oliveira fields.
We'll make a note of it nonetheless.
Shout for LBW against Ackerman in Morris's last over, which was turned down by Russell Warren. We think maybe was a pretty close one. Morris, having picked up the wicket of Hassan Azad with that athletic caught and bowled, comes in again now. Past umpire Warren and bowls to Ackerman, who's standing up to a ball that's just short of a length and punching up to mid-off, where Pennington does the fielding. Pennington, who got the wicket that fell before the lunch break when he had Rishi Patel LBW. Since lunch we've seen Morris and Weight sharing the attack. Morris it is now. Right arm over the wicket, bowls to Ackerman, who's off the mark, driving out on the offside, wide of Pennington at mid-off. Tall fast bowler moves to his left and fields, and they take a single. 43 for 2. The nominal, if largely insignificant score at this stage. Well, the 2 is not insignificant, the total is. Morris to Lewis Hill. And Hill is working this one away on the onside, fielded by Azhar Ali at mid-wicket. And there's no run. If you're just joining us, and I know people are all the time, quick resume of the day. Worcestershire began it on 456 for 3. They lost 3 wickets this morning. D'Oliveira 54, Azhar Ali 225, and Barnard 26, the men out. Ben Cox A little cameo, 52 not out, way more than a runner ball. And Matthew Waite 13 not out. Worcestershire's 577 for 6 declared their highest ever score against Leicestershire. Morris in, bowl, short to Hill, who swivels round at this one, looking to pull it away down to long leg. Missed it, got too far underneath it really, taken by Cox. And as I say, that highest ever Worcestershire score against Leicestershire. They're also their highest, the first time they got 500 here at New Road for over 9 years. And Azarali's the highest score here at New Road for Worcestershire since a big double hundred by Moeen Ali also 9 years ago. So a day of records, a game of records. Morris is in, bowls, Fuller to Hill, who drives very nicely up to mid-on D'Oliveira Fields and throws back to Cox. And Leicestershire then beginning this second innings 429 behind, and they lost 1 wicket before lunch. Patel for 1, and since lunch Azad's been out for 18. They're 43 for 2.
Paul Nixon, having just returned from the nets, is now heading back out to them, this time in the company of Harry Swindles and Hassan Azad. Azad is not padded up. I guess he's going to be throwing some balls for Harry Swindles. I have an update to do at 2:25, so it's slightly early because there's an awful lot of pre-recorded stuff. So
Swindle, what number will Swindles bat? 7.
yes.
So he won't.
Well, he did in the first innings.
He won't want there to be a little collapse while he's over in the net.
If there's a shout of triumph while he's over there, he might have to head back sooner rather than later.
He'll have to rush back. Anyway, here's Matthew Waite hoping to make that happen, coming in to bowl to Ackerman, who drives very nicely, very sweetly, but there's a really neat piece of fielding off his own bowling by Waite, who reaches down to his left, picks the ball up and fires it back to Ben Cox, the keeper. 43 for 2 it remains, and Waite is in again, 2 slips waiting, bowls, and Ackerman is forward, gets a run, turning this on the leg side. Few hands raised nervously in the slips there, wondering if something was going to come of that, but Ackerman seemed to be in reasonably full control of the shot, and he goes on to 2, and the total to 44 for 2. Azhar Ali goes back into that deepish short leg position where he nearly caught Lewis Hill in Waite's previous over, and Waite is in and bowls, and Hill is forward, pushing up to mid-off where D'Oliveira Fields. They obviously feel that there's Waite is Hill is a candidate for a bat pad there, as he thrusts that left leg at the ball somewhat. Ed Barnard going through some vigorous loosening up exercises in the covers, suggesting that he might be replacing Morris shortly. Waite from the Diglis end again is in, and he bowls, and Hill is forward, and again he is playing round that front pad a little bit, working the ball away to mid-wicket where Josh Baker is the fielder. Barnard continues to loosen up vigorously, and the score remains 44 for 2. Perseverance is the watchword for Worcestershire this afternoon. Patience and perseverance. Waite again is in, and he bowls, and forward comes Hill, pushing up to mid-on with Pennington Fields, and there's no run. Barnard now has gone from windmilling his arms around in preparation to stretching his side muscles. Baker's been dispatched from mid-wicket to deep square leg. Perhaps Waite thinking about a bouncer. Morris coming round to a finer position at long leg, and Baker now going behind square. So it's all set up for the bouncer for Lewis Hill. and it doesn't come as Waite bowls just short of a length, actually outside off stump, and it's pushed out on the offside. So Hill remains 22 not out, Ackerman is 2, and Leicestershire are 44 for 2. Pleasant afternoon, and we now are going to see Ed Barnard coming in to the attack, as I suggested he might at the New Road end. Barnard, who bowled pretty well in the first innings, he might have been a little expensive at times. Just looking back at his figures, 14.2 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 45. But he is the sort of bowler, as we know, who gets a lot of shape on the ball, quite a bit of movement, both in the air and off the pitch. And he did dismiss Colin Ackerman in the first innings, had him caught at first slip by Ed Pollock. So he might well be hoping he can do something similar as he begins this new over from the New Road end, and starts with a ball which Ackerman punches up to Pennington at mid-off, off the back foot. Pleasant afternoon, as I say, cloudy but quite high cloud, the light's decent, quite warm, and spectators that are here enjoying, or most of them enjoying what they see, bearing in mind that most of them will be of a Worcestershire persuasion. Barnard in, bowls just a little bit shorter this time, and Ackerman drives off the back foot and sets off thinking he's going to get at least 2 or 3 if not 4 runs, but actually a brilliant diving stop by D'Oliveira at extra cover, and a really impressive piece of fielding from the captain. And both Libby and backward point and Pennington from mid-off make a point of running up to their skipper and giving him a little congratulatory pat on the back. Barnard again is in, bowls to Ackerman, who again on the back foot, covering up, pushing out on the offside. D'Oliveira fields coming in from cover, and there's no run. 44 for 2 it remains. One man out since lunch. Hassan Azad caught and bowled by Charlie Morris for 18. Barnard in his first over then, halfway through it, comes in now past umpire Russell Warren, bowls, and Ackerman is again on the back foot playing defensively on the onside. Barnard hands on head, thinking that had he missed that one there was a big shout coming, but he didn't. But he's not looked entirely comfortable yet, Ackerman, and that's the frustration of that first ball of the over when he played a cracking shot and D'Oliveira made a brilliant stop. Might have got to him a little bit. Here's Barnard in again, bowls, and he gets a run this time, just standing up and turning that one on the leg side just behind square. Azhar Ali does the fielding. So Ackerman goes to 3 and the total to 45 for 2.
We've talked a bit about run rates in the game in terms of runs conceded by the Leicestershire bowlers per over and scored by their batters when batting, but it is sort of part of the bowler's armour, isn't it, when if D'Oliveira if they can keep a little bit of pressure on the batters in that respect, that the frustration can build.
Barnard is in bowls, and Hill is on the back foot driving to D'Oliveira at extra cover. Busy man, the Worcestershire captain, in that over. 45 for 2. Yeah, that's partly what I meant, and also just the fact that, you know, when you're not in great nick and you've failed once in the first innings, it's not nice to hit a great shot and have it saved by the fielder. Leicestershire are 45 for 2 in their second innings. They've lost 1 wicket since lunch. It was Hassan Azad, the left-handed opening batsman, brilliantly caught and bowled by Charlie Morris, a ball that might just have stopped a little bit in the surface, popped the ball up, and Morris in his follow-through dived to his left, picked up the catch, literally an inch or two off the turf. So 18 Azad had made. It was 36 for 2 at that stage, with the man out before lunch, Rishi Patel, who made 1. Since then, Ackerman on 3 and Hill on 22 have made fairly steady progress, and it's 45 for 2 in the 20th over.
That one from Waite is turned to mid-wicket by Ackerman, stopped by Barnard, and there's no run. 5th over for Matthew Waite, none for 9 from his first 4. Should have had a wicket. Lewis Hill popping up a chance to short leg, where Azhar Ali just lost sight of the ball. Well, they don't have a short leg for Ackerman. That said, Azhar, who was out in the covers, is now going across to the leg side. He's going in at... There's an awful lot of pointing going on. Short-ish mid-on, about 3/4, 4/5 of the way back. Very straight, though. And mid-on, accordingly, moves away behind him as Waite bowls, and Ackerman stays on the back foot. Correct. Firm defensive shot back down the wicket towards the Yorkshireman, but it's intercepted en route by Azhar, who just has to stick out a hand to intercept the ball, stick out a left hand. Very correct looking batter, Colin Ackerman. The principles are all correct, right. Form affects him as much as anybody. In goes Waite and bowls to him. He leans forward, plays a solid forward defensive out towards D'Oliveira. D'Oliveira tried to cover both extra cover and mid-off. In between the two positions, only he and Jake Libby at point in front of the bat on the offside. In fact, Libby is slightly backward of point, so really only D'Oliveira in front of the bat on the offside. Mid-on, that's conventional mid-on, slightly wide with that short, silly mid-on, so to speak. In goes Waite and bowls again to Ackerman, stays on his back foot, defends out into the offside. No run, all suggesting that the ball is seaming back into the right-hander. There's also a short mid-wicket, shortish mid-wicket. Barnard, who is on the edge of the mat, which means he's 2 pitch widths away on the 45. Now Baker is being sent back from sort of square leg to deep-ish, 3/4 of the way back. Waite is in and bowls left, and lots of hands into the air on that occasion. Probably wasn't quite as close to off stump as those reactions imply. There wasn't a massive reaction from behind the wicket, noticeably. It was all from in front and from the onside, where they wouldn't really be able to judge the angle. But Waity, as he's already been christened by his new Worcestershire teammates, he's bowling pretty accurately. In he goes and bowls, brings Ackerman forward with a delivery on off stump that he defends out towards Brett D'Oliveira, and there is no run. 45 for 2. Then Ackerman has faced 18 balls for his 3 runs. Hill 47 for his 22.
Thanks to Mark Baker for his tweet. He says, enjoying the commentary. Following the recent damp weather, how do you think the players will be finding the conditions today? Well, I think they're finding them very pleasant. Following the recent damp weather, it's lush and green out there. I don't think it's made much difference to the pitch itself, which obviously was very well covered, and we didn't have much rain yesterday. I think if anything, the pitch was helpful on the first morning when we had some overnight rain the night before, and there was still a bit of dampness in the atmosphere, and the ball did nip around a little bit that first morning. But since then, there's not been anything extravagant in terms of help from the pitch. But in terms of conditions generally, it's very pleasant cricket weather, isn't it? Just the sort of weather that you like to play in. Not too warm, but not chilly at all. And Barnard enjoying those conditions. Bowls from the New Road end to Lewis Hill with a short, wide-ish delivery. Not that wide, but Hill gets inside it and cuts it away for 4 down to backward point. Long chase for Jake Libby down there, just about as far as you would have to go anywhere on the ground to fetch the ball back down from that little bank of green plastic seats to the right of the entrance to the net area, if you know your new road on the cathedral side of the ground. And Libby's gone back, and one of the ground staff has helped him to retrieve the ball, and he's trotting back in now to take his point at backward point, take his position at backward point. So 4 more to Lewis Hill, who goes on to 26, 49 for 2 now, as Barnard is in again to bowl to Hill, and again it's wide outside the off stump, and Hill cuts it away on the offside. He won't get 4 this time, but he will get 3, as Brett D'Oliveira has quite a long chase back, pulls it up about 10 yards inside the rope, away in that same sort of backward point direction on that 7 side of the ground. So 3 more to Lewis Hill, who's moved rapidly on to 29, 52 for 2. Ed Barnard does, well, I wouldn't say encourage batsmen to play shots, but he bowls various different deliveries, tries to do different things with it, and is occasionally a little bit expensive, but in encouraging batsmen to be looking to play shots when he does get things right. And he bowls here, and that's smashed away, that's 4 more, that's a real loose one, and Ackerman slaps that away for 4, again in the same direction. So 11 off 3 deliveries from Barnard, and the score's raced along to 56 for 2. But what I was going to say is that when he gets it right and does a bit with the ball, because batsmen are often in a reasonably positive frame of mind, they're more likely to get a nick, make a mistake perhaps, and that's often why Barnard is more likely to pick up, I don't know, 3 for 50 or something rather than 3 for 15. But probably needs to be a bit better than that one was. But he's an attacking bowler in that sense. That's what I'm trying to get at, really. 56 for 2, and here he is again coming in to bowl to Ackerman, who is driving this one straight down the ground, bounces up over the bowler, and actually good piece of fielding by Charlie Morris, moving across from mid-on behind Barnard and diving to effect the stop. So no runs on that occasion. Lewis Hill, the non-striker, having to run very wide now because Azhar Ali has gone into a silly mid-on position just off the cut strip, and Baker is catching as well in a sort of short mid-wicket position. We've also got 2 slips. Hard in to bowl to Ackerman bowls, and again this one's much straighter, and Ackerman pushes out on the offside. So we've got a kind of hybrid field now, Richard. We were talking yesterday about how Leicestershire had tried various different things, but they'd probably done it at the expense of convention, and completely, if that makes sense. Whereas what we've got here is we've got these 2 catchers on the leg side in front of the wicket, but we've also got 2 conventional slips. So it's a bit of a hybrid field, if that. Well, I'm sure people know what I mean. Here's Barnard in bowls, straight and just short of a length, and Ackerman plays very nicely off the back foot. So a good over from the batting point of view there, 11 runs from it, and 3 solid defensive shots when Barnard straightened up a little bit. 56 for 2 at the end of the over. Ackerman 7 and Hill 29.
As you heard on the PA, Matthew Waite's work is done for the time being. 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 9, and he is being replaced by the tall figure of Dylan Pennington. Picked up the wicket of Rishi Patel with a full delivery, leg before wicket, shortly before lunch. 6 for 1 Leicestershire at that stage. And he's going to be bowling with 3 slips behind Lewis Hill. Hill has gone quite quickly on to 29. In fact, it's 2 slips and a gully for Hill as Pennington goes in and bowls to him, slightly short of a length, and he goes onto the back foot, turns it wristily out towards Josh Baker, who's at mid-wicket. A couple of overs before the interval for Baker, and he did turn one markedly to Hill. So we can expect to see him get a good few overs this afternoon, one would have thought. Pennington holding the ball high, runs in and bowls to Hill, slightly wide. Hill goes onto the back foot and tries to play one of his favourite cut shots through the offside. Gets a thick bottom edge hard down into the ground, bounces around. Had a walk around the outfield this morning, and although it, the sort of top centimetre or so is in lovely lush grass, it is rock hard underneath, like all the outfields around the country. I mean, Grace Road is absolutely like concrete at the moment. Difference being that this has a lovely smooth top to it as Hill looks to drive, and ends up rather steering it out to mid-off to Ali, and you heard the no from Hill having taken a step. Much peering at the nets above in the roof that have been put onto the roof or into the roof of the stand outside the commentary box to try and prevent pigeon ingress. There was a pigeon there this morning. Happily it's gone. So he's managed to find a way out, perhaps. In goes Pennington and bowls, finds a thick outside edge of Hill's bat. I think he's going to pick up 4 down to third man there. His head was over the ball and he was playing it down, and was a slightly angled bat, so he will, I'm sure, claim it was a perfectly legitimate shot, but it was a bit outside edgy, a little bit streaky, although not remotely a chance. And he picks up 4, moves into the 30s onto 33.
Well, we had Captainson and now we've got Pigeongrass. Nice. Pigeongrass, yeah.
Oh yes,
Yeah,
I get it, sorry.
compound
Pigeon ingress,
word
yeah.
Again, yeah.
Pigeon grass, yeah, I like that. In goes Pennington, and Hill plays and misses. Could and should have left that one, but was drawn somehow into playing a fencing defensive push at the ball. Could easily have flicked the outside edge, didn't. That will encourage Pennington now. Get a bit of away movement there. Perhaps a fraction. He's in again and bowls. Hill does this time step forward and leave. Looks back, holds the pose for a moment. End of the over. 60 for 2. Leicestershire. 36 for 2 when Azad gave Morris that caught and bowled chance, which he accepted wonderfully athletically. Changing direction in mid follow through. And putting out his left hand and just getting it underneath the ball as it came down. 60 for 2.
You mentioned about Brett D'Oliveira's cap before, didn't you? And talking about having that sort of bleached quality. Yeah. You can almost work out the age of a cap. How long it is since the player was capped by looking at them. Charlie Morris has also got a splendidly faded one. Not quite perhaps as faded as D'Oliveira's. He's just going out to deep backward square Morris. But there's a lot of quite new ones around out there.
Yeah,
Pennington's
is newish,
Pennington and Baker. Yeah. Here's Barnard from the New Road End bowls, and Ackerman stands up tall, plays defensively down on the onside, and Azhar Ali, who of course has only been here for 5 minutes with his absolutely gleaming green cap, does the fielding. 60 for 2. Only been here 5 minutes, written himself into the Worcestershire record books already. Barnard again is in and bowls, and Ackerman is forward, plays that again to Azhar Ali, who does the fielding. 60 for 2.
The Tigers are playing this afternoon. I don't know whether the Warriors are playing, but
no, they're not.
They're not.
After their triumph the other night, and they won their first major trophy. Hearing all about that from Dave Bradley, who was commentating. Here's Barnard in again. Bowls to Ackerman, who stands up tall, pushes out on the offside.
Premiership Cup or something, wasn't it?
Yep. And they won by virtue of having scored more tries after a drawn game with London Irish. Yep. Brought great joy to a lot of Worcester Rugby Club followers, I know. After haven't had the best of season, well, certainly not last year. There's Barnard in again and bowls to Ackerman, who stands up tall and pushes out on the offside. D'Oliveira does the fielding. Attritional cricket is what we're watching here. Batsmen occupying the crease, bowlers nagging away, fielders waiting for their chances. Worcestershire haven't missed any chances, but we had that one where we could almost say they missed a chance when the ball was fended away, a bat and pad by Lewis Hill over the head of Azhar Ali at short leg. Barnard bowl short, swivelling, beautiful pull shot by Ackerman. On top of it, rolled his wrist, timed it beautifully. 2 men out on the leg side boundary, and it went between the two of them, raced away for 4. Players from Australia and South Africa so often adept at that kind of stroke. They see the length so early, and Ackerman there in complete control. High class cricket shot. Waits again now as Barnard is in and bowls, and 4 more as he works a half volley away on the leg side through the gap between Baker at mid wicket and Pennington at mid on. Lovely shot from Ackerman. He may have been struggling for form, but looks in good touch this afternoon. Admittedly, they were both bad balls, as it were, 4 balls, but he put them away in such efficient fashion. Both the swivel pull shot and the clip through mid wicket played with a minimum of fuss, and he moves on to 15, 68 for 2.
16 runs off Barnard's 3 overs. I beg your pardon, 20 runs now with that 4. So, a little on the expensive side, but runs absolutely not an issue for Worcestershire in terms of conceding them, that is. Pennington is in and bowls to Hill, who turns the delivery off leg stump out towards mid wicket. Baker has to run to his right, and being a left-hander, transfer the ball from right to left-hander before throwing in, so a comfortable single. You can probably hear the pigeon is back, but he's not under the net. He is eyeing his old roosting spot, hopefully, or possibly she, but I don't think he's going to manage to get in there, and his current perch is too narrow. Pennington is in. Ackerman defends, very straight bat on the back foot, back down the wicket. The ball bounces to Dylan Pennington. No run. Worcestershire keeping Pennington going, trying to encourage him. This will be his 7th. This is his 7th over, 1 for 20. His figures at the moment. He is in and bowls. Ackerman leaves outside off stump. Taken quite low by Ben Cox. Skids through rather. Cox joined by Barnard in sporting the Worcestershire wide-brimmed sun hat. Everybody else has the green cap. Pennington turns. Longish run comes in and bowls. Ackerman is trying to turn it in the leg side. He's gone leg before. He has gone a leg before. The decision similar, you would have thought, to that against Patel. Probably slightly more leg side, but Ackerman who was beginning to look quite comfortable, had gone on to 15, tried to turn that full ball into the leg side, missed it, was given out leg before wicket. Height certainly not an issue. Let's have a look.
Good one.
Yeah.
Good one for me.
Middle and leg.
Yeah.
Wrong. He then rehearsed a straight shot. Ackerman wasn't the shot he played, suggesting that he knew that trying to turn it into the leg side was a wrong decision. And he turns and resignedly heads for the pavilion. Another big blow to the Leicestershire cause. Ackerman goes leg before for 15. Leicestershire are 69 for 3.
You can often tell by a player's reaction, can't you, when he's given out, and sometimes they hang around and look disappointed, and sometimes they look positively distraught, horrified, but there was a kind of resignedness about that one from Ackerman. I think he knew. He'd walked across a bit, and it was a good shout. Middle and leg, as you say, and not too high, and he's on his way. So reward for Pennington, who's struck twice now, both LBWs against right-handers, Patel and Ackerman, and it brings Vion Mulder to the crease, and he's on a pair, isn't he?
He is the first of the all-rounders as well. He's batting very high at 5, and he's been a little bit flat-footed in recent innings. Like his compatriot Ackerman, he looks as though he's been taught all the right principles. He looks quite correct usually, but well, there's a job of work to do here. He did a big job of work with the ball, took 4 wickets in 30 overs of hard slog, and he's got to recompose himself and get his head down now as Pennington goes in, bowls to him, and he has a little feel for one just outside the off stump, and Pennington puts his hands together as though in prayer to the cricketing gods. His prayers on that occasion not answered. 69 for 3. Suddenly a different feel again to the game. 2 slips and almost gully. First, second and fourth slip, really. Pennington in, bowls. Mulder back foot defensive shot, and that fourth slip, Barnard is in the game as it bounces down to him, to his right. He takes it, threatens to throw the ball up the stumps, sees that Mulder has gone nowhere, and so he doesn't bother doing so, but joins in the applause for Dylan Pennington having effected another breakthrough. Pennington now has 2 for 20 from 7 overs, and as in the first innings, is impressing considerably.
Yep, really good over from Dylan Pennington, asking questions and then picking up the wicket, and then nearly getting one with the very next delivery as well, as Mulder fended at that one outside the off stump. Lewis Hill, meanwhile, 34 not out, pretty unperturbed, although it was Hill that gave the chance to, or the sort of half chance that went over Azar's head at short leg. I think I might have incorrectly said earlier that it was Ackerman. Anyway, it's Hill on strike as Barnard comes in now to bowl to him, and he's cutting for 4 again. It's happening too often for Barnard's liking that, and he punches his thigh in frustration at that. He's sort of feeding Hill's strength there, short outside the off stump, and he's carved that away down to third man for 4 more. 38 now to Lewis Hill, and that's his 7th boundary. So they've just been feeding his strengths perhaps a little bit too much, and Barnard, expensive, 24 he's conceded. He's only bowled 19 deliveries, stands with his hands on his hips at the end of his run, a bit frustratedly, shares an opinion with Dylan Pennington, who's at mid-on, but as I said, he does tend to be that kind of bowler that batsmen are looking to play shots against, and therefore perhaps it makes them vulnerable as well when he gets it right. This one, however, is an overcorrection, and it's 4 more as he's bowled a half volley outside off stump, and Hill has leaned into that and cracked it through the covers. So 4 more to Lewis Hill, his 9th boundary, his 8th boundary, I think, and he goes to 42, 77 for 3. But this is exactly what I'm getting at. If Barnard gets one right now, just nips it around, perhaps gets a bit of a wave movement. Hill's, the adrenaline's pumping. He's playing shots. He's found the middle of the bat. There's always a danger that he might do something a bit rash. It's always something you need to guard against as a batsman. Barnard in again, bowls to Hill, who a better delivery, straighter. He's on the back foot, playing defensively down on the offside.
He will score quickly, Lewis Hill, but he does tend to give the bowler a chance, and Barnard won't be too discouraged yet.
In he comes. Nice, easy, flowing approach. He bowls and it's short again, and Hill cuts again, but this time Libby does the fielding, and there's no run. When you talk about stress injuries and bowlers whacking their front foot down in the crease and jarring their bodies, and some of them are obviously more vulnerable than others in that respect, but I always watch Ed Barnard, and I don't think I've ever seen a more fluent approach and action. Doesn't seem to take anything out of himself at all. No real massive jump. He runs almost through the crease, and this one is angled in at Hill and keeps a little bit low, and Hill just jabs the bat down on it and hits his pad then or foot and just rolls away in the crease on the offside.
Yeah, lithe, and he's on his toes as he runs in as well, isn't he? He looks a proper runner.
Yeah,
so to speak.
He doesn't. I don't think he's ever sort of missed a game through an injury caused by the stresses of bowling. He comes in again and bowls now, and Hill gets runs on the leg side, or 1 anyway. 4 in fact, because Charlie Morris makes a bit of a mess of it as he runs across to his left in front of the ladies' pavilion. It wasn't easy. It was travelling, and he stooped down, tried to sort of scoop it up with both hands, and missed it basically. So 4 more expensive over from Barnard, 12 off it, and 4 overs have cost 32 from the Worcestershire all-rounder, and Lewis Hill has raced on to 46, and it's 81 for 3. But it's a different game now with Pennington bowling to the new batsman Mulder.
He completely is. Pennington, tall, charges in and bowls to Mulder, who forces him off the back foot through point for 4.
Maybe it's not.
No, indeed. Nice shot from Mulder to get off the mark there. Stood up tall, got right on top of the bounce. It didn't get up that much, and picks up 4. Different, with kick-off having been at 3, that different update sort of times on a Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, just
if
didn't want you to
the
miss
football
it.
or the rugby team are playing. Just enough width there.
He's
from
off a
Pennington.
pair. He's off a
He
pair.
is. Waits with bat raised as Pennington comes in and bowls to him. A bit of lift outside off stump, but a safe leave from Mulder, and he does leave. Cathedral clock, or the bells, chime 3. I don't know whether is there a clock as such anywhere? Probably somewhere in the cathedral, but I mean not a face clock. No, it is the is it chapter bells you call them? I can't remember. In goes Pennington and bowls, looking for the Orca, dug out well by Mulder. Like you, my background is Catholic, so I'm not quite sure of the various. Well, presumably it was a Catholic foundation. All the cathedrals were, weren't they? But
yeah, my background is Catholic too. Can't claim to still be practicing, however.
As Pennington is in outside off stump, comes back in, leaping into the air. Our first and second slips, Ed Pollock and Jack Haynes. Didn't come back quite that far, although Pollock still has his hands on his head. He's got a sort of mid-faded cap. And the various shades of green, like the outfield. Beautifully cut by the Worcester ground staff. Usually when you're trying to do an interview, actually.
Yeah.
It's Pennington, who bowls very straight and leaning forward, is Mulder on off stump, angling the bat, pushing the ball out towards D'Oliveira in the covers.
Yeah, you're right. I've taken to doing my post-match interviews in a little steward's cabin sort of thing by the side of the pavilion for exactly that reason. Because the mower comes by at just the wrong time. Shows how quickly they get onto it though after the day's play.
Yeah, absolutely. Little and often. The groundsman's mantra. Pennington, shirt flapping behind him, runs in and bowls, turned off his legs by Mulder, takes the first one quickly because he sees that Baker is still chasing the ball, but you heard the call of nose. He turned and saw that the tall young left-hander had picked up and was getting his throw away. Mulder takes one, keeps the strike, and Pennington kicks some of the loose dust away, or the loose dirt away from his footholds. He doesn't look happy there, Dylan Pennington, and having done so, puts his cap on his head and stalks off to his bowling position. But he should be pleased with his efforts thus far. Update for Frank.
Some cricket update coming. Another wicket since you were last with us, I'm pleased to say. Colin Ackerman, the former Leicestershire captain, LBW to Dylan Pennington for 15. The other man out since lunch was Hassan Azad, caught and bowled by athletic Charlie Morris for 18. 36 for 2 when Azad was out, 69 for 3 when Ackerman was out. Mulder is on 5, Hill is on 46, Leicestershire now 86 for 3. Runs academic really, it's all about crease occupation. Worcestershire needs 7 more wickets for victory. And Josh Baker is going to come into the attack in an attempt to get the first of them. He is coming on at the New Road end where he bowled a couple of overs before lunch. Hint of turn for him as well on a couple of occasions. Comes in now to bowl to Hill. I beg your pardon, Mulder, who drives up to Brett D'Oliveira at mid-off. Slip and a short leg, the close fielders. Man on the drive at short extra as well as Baker bowls. Nice delivery that one. Nicely flighted and definitely a bit of turn. Just a hint. It's going to be could be a long spell this for Baker if he settles down and starts getting a little bit of movement. Bowls again, and that one just running on a little bit with the arm. That's the other thing that he's capable of doing, as he did, of course, at Leicester earlier in the year when he bowled very well. Comes in again now. Bowls and nicely flighted, driven by Mulder up to short extra cover. Ed Pollock, 86 for 3.
Yeah, Hill was one of his victims in the second innings. In fairness to Hill, batting with a fractured thumb.
Baker in bowls, and that's nicely bowled again. Nice flight, a bit of dip on it, and Hill just tucks it away on the onside. Great promise, Josh Baker, I think. Got a bit of a mauling at the hands of Ben Stokes, as most people know, the other day. Bowls again and pushed out on the offside, and there's no run. But he came back from that and bowled really well. Bowled a lot of overs in the game against Derbyshire, and I think impressed a lot of people with his resilience. And started nicely here. 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 9. 86 for 3 at the end of the over.
Real nice loop to his bowling. I like a tall spinner.
Yeah. Yeah, lovely shape.
Yeah, he got Hill leg before wicket for defensive. Maybe went on with the arm.
I think I remember that one.
He was out to Pennington in the first innings, chopping on Hill, although he'd made 93 at the time. He's facing now. his first innings nemesis. At Grace Road, he goes in and bowls to him, bat and pad close together as he presses forward, rehearses the shot, having played it out to D'Oliveira. Claps his hands, pleased with it. Couple of wickets he's picked up already, one more before tea, maybe two, and Worcestershire will be delighted with their session efforts. They have not lost a session so far in this game. They're not losing this one. Pennington is in and bowls. Hill is driving, nicely driving. On drive, is it going to go all the way? And Waite is in pursuit, puts in the slide, hasn't drugged it back. Hill picks up 4, and that is his 50. It's come in very good time as well, off just 64 balls for Lewis Hill. His second half century of the season. He's been injured for most of it, as I say, with that broken thumb. 10 fours and 64 off 10 fours hit off the 64 balls faced. He has been busy, and he's played to his strengths as he should. Really, he's cut the ball nicely. He's been fed a few out there, but he's been positive and has reaped the rewards. Can he go on? Leicestershire need him to go on. Pennington is in, bowling 2. Hill is driving. The call of no before it actually reaches Azhar, moving to his left at mid-off. A correct call as it happens, because Azhar fielded the ball cleanly as it bounced towards him. Examines his left hand a little ruefully. Has a very neat beard. It makes him look almost jolly, his face, doesn't it, Azhar? It's I don't.
Yeah. Some people suit beards.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and that suits Azhar. Pennington is in, bowls 2. Hill short, top edged. Is he going to be caught? Can Cox get there? He can! Brilliant catch! What a catch! Running back. He had a good 10-15 yards to get there. Cox sprinting away, did not take his eyes off the ball. The top edge could so easily have flown down to the boundary. It didn't. Cox flung himself forward, got 2 hands to it. Another huge breakthrough for Worcestershire.
Yeah, another really good catch as well. The catching by Worcestershire in this game in various ways, really. The caught and bowled from Morris, that one from Cox, the catches that we've seen from players in the slips. It's just been top draw, and that's what you need to do if you're going to force home your advantage, and that's a big wicket, because Lewis Hill he's often done well against Worcestershire. Just brought up his 50, and it was a good bit of bowling from Dylan Pennington. Just hurried him up a little bit with that bouncer, and got a top edge. And initially it looked as though it was going to go away to the boundary, didn't it?
It really did.
As you say, kept his eye on it and ran back and took the catch. And Mulder, I noticed, when he got to this end, checked with the umpire and said, did we cross or not? And the umpire said, no, it doesn't matter anymore.
No, exactly, yeah.
Go back up to that end. And the new batsman is Rian Ahmed on debut, also on a pair. Difficult time for him to come in. You said 1 more wicket before tea, maybe 2. I think Worcestershire might be thinking now in terms of maybe even more than that, and trying to really force home their advantage and get this game over today. That might be a bit optimistic, but that'll be the way they're thinking, I'm sure.
Well, they have a rookie at the crease in every respect. Now, Mulder on 5 looks down at his young companion, whose heart will be beating fast. He's a confident young man who looks older than his years, really, but that's a fact. He's just 17. A duck. Got out to the short ball, hooking in the first innings. He didn't bowl badly, but he didn't manage to pick up a wicket. So it's been a tough start to his first class career. Pennington is in, bowls to him, goes past the outside edge, beats him for movement and, frankly, a little bit of pace there. That looked like a 80 miles an hour delivery.
77, I think.
Oh, there you go. Just can be a little bit. I suppose you judge a bit sometimes by the way the batsman reacts as well.
Yeah, and we don't know how accurate this speed gun is, do we? That's the other thing.
Are you a bit cynical about speed guns?
No. No, I hope not. I'm just not sure they're entirely consistent. That's all.
Pennington is in bowls. Ahmed is defending, going back, blocking it back down the pitch to Dylan Pennington, who picks it up in his follow-through, throws it to Cox. Another successful over for Dylan Pennington. 3 for 29 from 9 overs. Leicestershire in deep, deep trouble in their second innings. 90 for 4, needing 429 just to make Worcestershire bat again.
I was interested by what you said about the speed device, because I've never seen one in the ball before.
I've not seen any. I've never seen another one like
Yeah.
it. It was purely to measure, sort of
Yeah.
for the nets. You couldn't sort of bowl with
Yeah.
it or anything,
Yeah.
but you could pick it up afterwards
Yeah,
and look at it, and it gave you a reading. You know, the sort
Interesting.
of digital.
I've seen the guns that they use, obviously, but no, I don't even know what system's being used here. Baker bowls to Mulder, who drives him off the back foot out into the covers, picks up a single as Charlie Morris does the fielding deep out on the offside.
Now, one assumes there's a sort of a side on camera or something. I don't know
No.
how they work at all.
No, I don't.
Radar or what?
And I would have thought, you know, just with my naked eye and what I've seen, that Dylan Pennington at this sort of pace that he's bowling today would be over 80. But, you know, who knows? Anyway, Rayan Ahmed has taken guard. Josh Baker comes in to bowl to him, and he's forward, and interestingly using his feet straight away and pushing at that one. Ben Cox will be interested if he's going to keep playing like that, because Baker has turned one or two, nothing extravagant, just a slight amount of turn. Some interesting scores elsewhere. Don't know how much time I'll have to bring to you this over. This one blocked out. Somerset in trouble. They're 44 for 6 in their second innings, trailing Hampshire still by 25 runs. So Somerset in deep trouble. Baker in again, bowls, and Ahmed plays a nice cut shot off the back foot, but a good save by Livy at backward point. Kent made 519 for 9 declared against Northants, who 172 for 4 in reply. Warwickshire 244, but Yorkshire 450. So Yorkshire with a first innings lead of 206 there. Baker in bowls, and Ahmed flat bats this off the back foot. Tumbling stop by Morris in the covers, no run. And then Durham 350, Middlesex 240 for 5. Derbyshire 260 and 101 for 3. Just taking the lead against Notts with 7 wickets remaining, and Lancashire trailing by 248 against Essex, as Ahmed again smashes it straight to the fielder at extra cover. Essex 391, Lancashire 103 and 40 for 2, so they're very much on the back foot. Not a good over from Baker, actually, 2 or 3 quite short deliveries there, but Ahmed failed to score off any of them because he hit them straight to fielders. 91 for 4 at the end of the over.
And he's still yet to score a first-class run, so he was frustrated.
Yeah. He will.
Because
He'll
he hit
feel
those
had
3
some
pretty
good chances.
cleanly, didn't he? Didn't
Yeah. He
Yeah.
might have tried to hit them a bit too hard
Yeah,
instead of
indeed,
just making
place
sure he
it,
got a gap.
find the gap. You will get value on this most attractive but still pretty quick outfield. Now, mid-wicket, Baker is going back to deep square leg. Deep backward square indeed, as Pennington comes running in and bowls to Mulder outside off stump. Mulder leaves calmly. Morris is down at long leg. Oh, fine leg. Long leg really. 2 slips and a gully for Dylan Pennington.
I really wish that they'd had speed guns 20 or 30 years before they had. I'd love to know what the measure of the bowling of Lilly and the Thompson or something like that would have been.
Thought as Pennington goes in and bowls short, but although he does pull, he pulls very deliberately and carefully, Mulder, and he gets right on top of the ball and hits it almost hard down into the ground, so it rolls quite slowly out towards that wide long leg, and a single is taken. You would have thought that from all the footage, there must be a way of working it out.
Yeah. The reason I say that is because I've, as a physical educationalist in my career, I've always believed that we're running for faster, jumping further, throwing further, swimming faster.
Pennington is in. Bowls! It comes back in, it hits Ahmed quite high, and although there was an appeal for leg before, and he's not a particularly tall man, it was well above the pad. He's limping away now. It hit him on the right leg, the back leg. He was squared up, but for me it was a high.
Yeah, definitely. And therefore you'd think we must be bowling quicker. But obviously some of those guys in the past were very, very quick, and it would be just nice to have some sort of way of measuring them. And I think in the future obviously we'll be able to do that. So in 20 years we'll know if people are bowling quicker than they were now.
Pennington is in down the leg side. Ahmed lifts his bat out of the way of the ball, makes sure there's no chance of edging it down behind him to Ben Cox, who takes it neatly away to his left. Still yet to score.
So it's a really interesting argument, isn't it? I've said before on air that there's a chap called Martin Horton who played here in the 60s, played one test for England, an all-rounder, opening batsman, went over to New Zealand to be national coach of New Zealand, then came back to Worcester at the end of his days, and had an interesting conversation with him about pace bowling.
Pennington bowls. Ahmed back foot defensive shot, carefully back down the wicket it goes to Lynn Pennington.
Martin was somebody that had coached at a high level, international level in New Zealand, and worked with some of the greats, and wasn't one of those who was stuck in the past. Certainly didn't believe that things were all better then and everything else, but he just said to me that, from his own experience and having watched people and worked with them, he just could not believe that he had ever seen anybody who bowled quicker than Frank Tyson. And he said that right up until he died, which was about sort of 12, 13 years ago.
Pennington is in. Ahmed is forward very correctly.
Maybe a bit less than that, actually.
Playing the ball out to Azhar Ali at mid-off end of Pennington's 10th over of the innings. 3 for 30, his splendid figures. Rehan Ahmed, 11 balls faced now in this innings, still yet to get off the mark, in first class cricket. Rian Mulder 7 off 17.
Yeah, 11 years ago he died, and that, some people say, oh, they're not as quick as they used to be and all that kind of thing, and we dismiss them a little bit, but somebody who's worked in the game and faced people at that sort of pace and watched closely has that opinion. I tend to value it. I just wish we could check. Here's Baker round the wicket, bowling to Mulder, who gets an edge to that one, and it squirts away past the diving slip field, and they get 2. Good delivery, that one from Baker.
Did that straighten?
I think it might have done. It was very full actually, so we might not be able to see exactly how much it deviated, but it was a good delivery. And Mulder didn't. He wasn't in control of it, was he? Let's put it that way. So,
no.
Encouragement for Baker, who bowls this one, and Mulder pushes defensively back up the pitch to the bowler.
I mean, given that Tyson was also bowling on uncovered wickets, it must have been absolute, without any sort of padding of helmets, must have been terrifying.
Baker in, bowls again, bit shorter this time, and Mulder cuts and gets a single as Morris does the fielding in the covers. And he was a small man, wasn't he? He wasn't very tall, I don't think, Tyson. About 5'8" or 5'9", I think. Sort of skiddy. The Typhoon, they called him, didn't they? I've seen a little bit of grainy footage, but no more than that.
Thompson always used to look incredibly fast
That's
to my young eyes.
Catapult
colour,
action.
yeah.
There's Baker. He's round the wicket and bowls to Ahmed, who gets his first runs in first class cricket, tucking a very full ball away on the leg side for 2. As Azhar goes off to do the fielding. 97 for 4. Ahmed is away, and he'll feel a heck of a lot better for it.
I think his parents are here, but I'm not sure. But if they are, they'll breathe a huge sigh of relief for their
He's off a pair.
youngster
You
there.
certainly don't want to get a pair in your first game. Baker in again, round the wicket, bowls, and Ahmed is forward, pushing out on the offside, off the front foot this time. fielded by Pollock, who is at short extra cover.
Could make a real name for himself here, couldn't he? Rehan Ahmed.
Baker bowls, and he's on the back foot, playing that one out on the offside nicely enough. He could indeed. Now he's off the mark, he'll feel a lot more capable of doing that, I'm sure, because that's the first barrier overcome. 97 for 4 at the end of the over.
Trailed by 332, Leicestershire still. Barnard, having been expensive from the new road end of the ground, is going to have a go. As you probably heard Dave Bradley say on the PA, from the Diglis end instead. Pennington did his job and more in that burst from the Diglis end, but he's having a break now.
Going back to our discussion about pace, when you talk about 70s and 80s, and we said it makes such a difference, that extra 3 or 4 miles an hour.
As Barnard is in and bowls, Mulder defends on the front foot, out into the offside, no run.
And then you think that Sherabacter was actually measured at 100 miles an hour. It just makes you.
You wouldn't.
Well,
We
just
wouldn't have seen it.
defies
Well, I
belief,
wouldn't have seen
doesn't
it. I don't
Defies
think.
belief of how somebody can
Yeah.
play a ball that's bowled at 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, indeed. Let's see it, let alone play it. Barnard is in and bowling again. Pleasant forward defensive half drive, a slightly checked drive from Mulder. Firmly out into the offside as far as D'Oliveira. He's got his hands on his hips out there at extra cover. 2 slips and shortish mid wicket in the shape of the bearded Azhar, who's involved. Azhar, in goes Barnard, bowls outside off stump, a little bit short and wide, and Mulder lets it go through, but he's not sort of just there to bat. Azhar, he's sort of enjoying being part of
Absolutely.
the
Yeah.
Worcestershire side, and he's still thinking about his cricket
Yeah.
out there.
That came through quite strongly when we talked to him as well last night and in his previous interviews, how committed he is to the team cause.
He goes down with his hands on his knees as Barnard goes in and bowls to Mulder, who drives beautifully for 4. No great follow through, just timing. It was a bit of a half volley from Barnard, who's been very expensive actually. 4.4 overs now, and he's conceded 36 runs in that time. I suppose pitching it up, looking for a little bit of swing, but he rather put it in the slot for Mulder, who did not miss out.
Yeah, he's not produced. What I was saying before about how he occasionally, he'll get the batsman in that frame of mind. He's not produced the wicket-taking delivery, has he?
Bernard is in, outside off stump, lots of oohs and ahs, but it was a very safe leave really from Mulder. Barnard pauses at the end of his follow through, looks levelly back down the wicket at the South African, who ignores him, wanders down. Recomposes himself, he's on to 14 with that boundary. Jan Mulder. Barnard is in, bowls to him again, and he conceded another 4. It was short and wide this time, and he got up on his toes and with complete certainty punched it away through the offside in front of .44 more. Barnard continues not so much to leak runs as to
Hemorrhage.
concede them in a torrent. 105 for 4 at the end of the over. 40 off 5 overs, so 8 in over. Ed Barnard has gone for. Mulder has 18, Ahmed a couple.
And Josh Baker will continue. 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 15, his figures. The other bowling figures in this innings so far. Pennington, the main man, as it were, has taken 3 for 30. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 30. And Charlie Morris, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 10. Weight, 5 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 9. And Those are the other bowlers used. Josh Baker from the New Road end starts a new over now. Left arm round the wicket, very straightish approach. He bowls very full, taken on the foot by this one Rayan Ahmed as he moves down the pitch and looks to work it away on the leg side.
He's just a bit frenetic at the moment, isn't he? Ahmed,
yeah,
just calm down.
Yeah, Baker is into him, bowls, and again he's on the back foot, forcing it. Yeah, he's looking to be really positive. I sometimes wonder whether this with young players who've played lots of. I mean, I know he's played quite a bit of second-tier cricket, but he wouldn't have played that much. Baker bowls, full toss, smashed away on the leg side. Bad delivery, got what it deserved. Just sort of heaved away. Didn't hit it well, but got it well enough to get it past Azhar Ali at mid-wicket. Rayan Ahmed getting 4. So he goes to 6. What I was going to say is he's played so much cricket where he's looking to be positive and get on with it and score off every ball, etc., that it's difficult to change mindset, perhaps, and just think, well, actually, it doesn't matter what I do. All I've got to do here is stay in and minimise risk. As you say, perhaps a little bit overly positive at the moment. He's slapping this one away again on the leg side. And a good diving stop by Azhar Ali. I don't think the Worcestershire captain Brett Dolliver would be too worried by seeing this level of aggression from Rayan Ahmed, because he might well be thinking, well, you know, we've only just got to get 2 or 3 in exactly the right place, and we might just see a mistake. Here's Baker in, bowls slower, and Ahmed works this away on the onside. Happy to see him bowl a little bit slower, personally, in these circumstances. Runs don't matter. Doesn't matter if he gets hit for a few. Sorry.
It's alright. Very cool.
And he comes again and bowls, and that's a better delivery, much better delivery, slower, better length as well. And Ahmed is forward, taken on the pad. There's an appeal. Nothing doing as far as the umpire's concerned, but better end to the over from Baker. 109 for 4. Ahmed has 6 and Mulder has 18.
He played just the 7 list A games last season. He scored 89 runs with the highest of 40 not out. He took 5 wickets at a fairly high average, 60, and his economy rate 5.7, so that was as a very green young man indeed. His hobbies include boxing. He looks that sort of build, doesn't he? But he hits and hurts. In goes Barnard and goes past the outside edge of Mulder's bat. Ball that just bounces, may have straightened a bit. May have just simply played down the line of off stump. What gives him joy? Performing well. What makes him worry? Not performing well. Life is simple when you're a teenager. Sometimes. Not always, sometimes. Barnard is in to Mulder. That is a wide one, and is allowed to go through by Leon Mulder.
Update time coming up for BBC Help from Worcester. Every time they come to at the moment, I seem able to say that we've had one more wicket since you were last here, which will suit Worcestershire if that carries on for the rest of the day, just ticking them away. I think one more before tea would be highly significant. 16 overs till tea. It'll be 32 overs, will it? So.
In goes Barnard, and again
lovely shot.
Beautifully punched away through the offside, unfussily by Leon Mulder. But again, 3 times he's done that through the offside, each with complete certainty. Nobody moved a muscle, and as a consequence, well, D'Oliveira looked as though for a moment he'd called Jack Haynes out of the slips into the offside, but he sends him back in and retreats a few yards. He brings Azhar across from that short mid-wicket position into shortish extra cover. As Barnard is in, outside off stump, goes through low, allowed to do so, uninterrupted by Vian Mulder, who's moved on to 22 off just 29 balls. That's his fourth highest score for Leicestershire, highest of 58 at Lords against Middlesex. Hold out, pulling Shahid Afridi to deep square. 39 against Derbyshire, 36 against Sussex last time out. Barnard is in, bowls to him, straight. Here comes the update.
Locally, because at New Road there is county championship action. We've got Leicestershire, the visitors, taking on Worcestershire at New Road for us. Here's Frank Watson.
Another wicket since you were last here at New Road as far as Worcestershire are concerned, as they move towards a victory in this game. Still some way to go, but the latest man out, Lewis Hill, who had just brought up an excellent 50 off 64 balls with 10 falls when he skied an attempted hook shot off Dylan Pennington and was really well caught by Ben Cox, the wicketkeeper, running back towards the long leg boundary and eventually diving, picking the ball up just an inch or two off the turf. Really good catch from Cox. That was 90 for 4. The other men out today since lunch, Azad 18 and Ackerman 15. Pennington has 3 wickets and Charlie Morris has 1. At the moment, Leicestershire have made a bit more progress. Mulder is on 24, Ahmed is on 6. They're 115 for 4, but they're still a heck of a long way behind, and Worcestershire will be sensing that if they just keep going and keep working hard, they'll pick up the remaining wickets they need to win this game. Josh Baker will start a new over in the attempt to win the game, as Matthew Waite loosens up at mid-on, perhaps to follow Ed Barnard. This one is full and down the leg side. A missed sweep from Rayan Ahmed and a tidy take by Ben Cox outside the leg stump. Whips off the bails, but nothing doing in terms of an appeal. Baker's not quite his consistent self at the moment, I would say. But there have been signs that if he gets it right, there'll be a little bit of help in the pitch. And this one is a little bit slower, still quite full, and worked away on the onside. Baker wipes his hand in the dirt at the non-striker's end as if to suggest that he hasn't quite got the purchase on the ball with his fingers that he wants. And he comes in again now and bowls, and that is a much better delivery, much slower, much more controlled, and much more where he wants it in terms of length as well. And Ahmed is forward, pushing out on the offside. Baker back to the end of his mark in bright sunshine, number 33 on his back. He comes in, bowls, and again that's flighted and cut by Ahmed, and he gets a run, but shouldn't have done really. Jake Libby at backward point allowed that to evade his grasp. Really would have saved that, I would say, 95 times out of 100. Anyway, a run it is. Ahmed is off strike, he's on 7. Mulder on 24 is on strike. Field stays the same as Baker comes in and bowls, and that's quite full again. Mulder just sort of digs it out, squirts it out on the offside. Matthew Waite goes into phase 3 of the warm-up, which involves not just swinging his arms around but actually taking a pace or two and completing his action at mid-on as Baker bowls again, and this one is nicely flighted and a little bit shorter, and Mulder is on the back foot and just pushing out on the offside, and there's no run. End of the over. 7 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 20 for Baker. D'Oliveira just having a chat with him now, and Matthew Waite indeed is coming into the attack at the Diglis end.
Yeah, Ed Barnard, 2 spells of 3 overs, neither of which have been Barnard at his best. 6 overs, none for 46. Not that it matters in the context of the weight of runs needed by Leicestershire just to extend this game into a fourth day, really. Ahmed showing a lot of ebullience out there, really. He looks a sort of, as I say, like a sort of stocky middleweight almost, doesn't he? He's not very tall for a middleweight, but looks a strong young man. Waite is in and bowls to him, and he's walking forward into his forward defensive press. Out to mid-off. In the end, the ball makes its way. And again, Azar is involved. He thinks he might have seen something. He goes across, has a word with the young Yorkshireman. Short mid-wicket is in. D'Oliveira as weight is in. Bowls and whipped away neatly with a raised left leg by Rehan Ahmed down towards wide long leg, and he's going to take on the arm of Morris down there and beat it comfortably. Picks up a couple. You can see Waite almost sort of rolling his fingers across the seam now. He's trying to dig it in and bring it back into the right-hander, or the right-handers. Not much more than 70. Runs in and bowls, turned to mid-wicket. In fact, 67. That delivery, that previous delivery, that one is turned to mid-wicket by Rehan Ahmed. And there is no run. The pigeons come and have another look. It's not going away, that net. Puzzled. But as the gentleman who came to clear him out this morning said, or clear one of them out this morning, as Waite goes in and bowls and turned by Ahmed off Midland leg down towards deep backward square. Single taken. Look at their heads, laddies. They haven't got a very big brain in there. And looks that way. He's going to keep trying. Fango Fox on social media. I'm starting to think we might not be very good. Well, there's ability there, but at the moment they're struggling to apply it as a collective. Is that reasonably fair to say, as Waite is in and bowls outside off stump and left by Mulder as the pigeon flutters around in front of us before settling on the satellite dish.
That's our effect, Mike.
Is that the effects mic? So we turn it up, you probably hear the thing.
Yeah.
But he's not chirruping now. Oh, but he's a subject of discussion.
He is.
You can hear. That's the Leicestershire photographer John Mallett, I think, maybe. Waite is in and bowls straight. Just leans forward, Mulder, and plays that back up the pitch to Matthew Waite. Fairly gentle over from the Yorkshireman. Oh, the delivery's well below 70. But I mustn't obsess about that speed gun. But it's not every ground or stream has it. We don't at Leicestershire. But that's why it is of particular interest. 119 for 4 we have. Still 14 overs until tea, although it might be 34 overs actually because of the extra overs.
Yeah.
And that's the sound of the pigeon leaving the effects mic.
Baker to continue from the new road end. I've just been thinking about Azhar Ali and what you've been saying, Richard, about how involved he is. It's Baker bowls and that's smashed down the ground by Ahmed. Slightly over pitched and he's just punched it over the bowler's head for 4. 123 for 4 now. Richard off to do an update. Just thinking about Azhar Ali and his enthusiasm for the game that Richard was talking about, the fact that he seems to be involved, giving ideas to the bowlers, etc, etc. Must just love playing cricket, mustn't he? To play all year round and travel around the world. Baker is in, bowls, that's a better delivery, slightly slower and a bit more flight as well, and Ahmed is in behind it, pushing out on the offside. It's not just about money for these cricketers, but Azhar, you know, he's not just turned up here to take a paycheck, has he? He's turned up and he's giving it everything, contributing to the cause, real part of the team. Baker bowls, this one's quicker, shorter, and Ahmed is on the back foot, cutting away on the offside, gets 2 runs as Charlie Morris comes round from deep cover to do the fielding. So Josh Baker's just not quite found his rhythm, I don't think. here today in his 8th over. 1-4, non-4 26 so far his figures. 1 maiden, slip and a short leg in place as he comes in and bowls, and that one's clipped away on the leg side and fielded by Jack Haynes at short leg. Ball just rebounding off his shin pads and returned to the keeper.
Bad injury at the rugby, so they're about 10 minutes behind.
What I was just saying, Richard, about Azhar Ali is that, you know, you've been commenting about his enthusiasm and the fact that he's always got an idea to give to the bowlers and that kind of thing. It's Baker bowls again, and this one's pushed out on the offside by Ahmed, who wanted a single, was sent back, and just as well he was, because as Libby's throw came in and Cox whipped the bails off, he'd only just got back. And if Mulder had responded to that call, I doubt if he'd have been within 3 or 4 metres. But he got away with it. But going back to Azhar, I was just saying that, you know, he must just love cricket, because he doesn't have to be here. He's playing all around the world. He's playing Test cricket. Not clearly, I'm sure, has made a good living out of it. But he's not just turned up here to play for a week or two or take some money out of the game. Baker bowls again, pushed up to mid-off, but he's here to contribute, he's here to play a big part, he's here to really get involved, and I'm sure he enjoys scoring runs, who doesn't, but he's enjoying all of it, and it's just great to see. And it reminds me a bit, Richard, of the old overseas players in the past, and I hate to sound like somebody who's saying it was better then, I don't mean that, but you know, when overseas players came, think of Courtney Walsh playing at Gloucestershire for years, and Michael Holding at Derbyshire and that kind of thing, and they were part of the fabric of their clubs. They became real proper members of their clubs rather than just fleeting visitors, shall we say. And I just think it reminds me of that little bit. 125 for 4 at the end of the over.
And wait to continue. I wonder if he'll ever become a member of the club here at Worcestershire. Desperately trying to impress on his short time at the club. Bowls to Vian Mulder. Again, he rolls his fingers across the seam rather. Bowling little seamers now. Mulder leans across, turns him out towards Baker at mid-wicket, and there is no run. Waito, Waity, variations on his name. Being shouted in encouragement. Turns and runs in and bowls. Oh, he's bowled in! Left! Came back in and it hit off stump. Mulder cannot believe what he has done. He left the ball, playing massively comfortably, left a delivery, came back in, off stump, leans drunkenly back. Vian Mulder, having got in on 24, I think he's done that before this season, left a delivery and was bowled. 125 for 5.
And
those little seamers did it.
What a celebration from Matthew Waite. He's absolutely delighted with that. He could not believe it. He ran away celebrating like somebody who just scored the winning goal in the cup final. Absolutely thrilled with that. Just watching the replay now. And just didn't appear to do a great deal, but a massive misjudgment from Rian Mulder. And that's a big wicket for Worcestershire. I think Swindells will be the next batsman, won't he? And well, 5 down at before tea, and if Worcestershire can make it another 1 or even 2, then I really do think every likelihood that this game will be
extraordinary misjudgment
over today. Just didn't really appear to do a huge amount,
no,
did it?
It was just a massive misjudgment by Mulder. He was out against Sussex in the second innings, LBW leaving. Just let it come back, hit him on the back foot, and he was out when he was on 36. So once again, he'd got in, Vian Mulder, and, well, Paul Nixon, if he had any hair left, this is possibly why he hasn't.
Yeah.
He'd be pulling it out now.
Big wicket for Matthew Waite. Just felt, I can understand his seller, he just wants to be playing a big part, doesn't he? A couple of wickets in the first innings, little bat at the end, but just feeling that he can have made a real contribution, and that was a big wicket, because Mulder was playing pretty well, I thought.
Astonishing misjudgment, really.
Just dag away, bowl at the stumps and you're in with a chance, aren't you, if the batsman makes a mistake. Just aim at those 3 bits of wood and you're always in with a chance.
So, Swindles, with some justification and with some proof, considered himself unlucky to be dismissed in the first innings.
Yeah. By
Although
weight.
we all,
Wonder if he'll bounce him first ball.
well,
2 men there for the catch on the leg side. If he does, they've obviously got an idea that he doesn't fancy it, I think.
indeed. Waite is in and bowls to Swindles, who defends a straight ball. Stayed on the back foot, anticipating perhaps a shorter ball than he actually got for the 3rd time. The pigeon returns and has a look, flutters around in front of us.
It did nip a little.
Just a little, did it?
A little, but
But not
no, you know.
to justify leaving. It wasn't that wide, was
It would have been it pitched, I would guess, say 3 or 4 inches outside off and nipped back. Well, if you're leaving on that basis, you're going to be in trouble sometimes, aren't you? Because you'd expect the ball occasionally to move that much. So, yeah, horrible error of judgment.
Waite in, bowls to Swindles, who's reaching for that one a little bit and had to adjust. I think he was getting in position to drive, and it was maybe did come back, or maybe a little bit straighter than he thought, and rather shoveled it back down the pitch towards Matthew Waite. 1 for 12 for him now. D'Oliveira's change, or quick change, very much justified. As Waite goes in, bowls the bouncer and doesn't play it that well, ducked underneath it. Wasn't taken cleanly by Cox, who has to chase behind him, but no chance of a single because Swindles wasn't really looking. That's the sound of the pigeon landing on the effects mic again. But he did again look unconvincing against the short ball there, Harry Swindles, didn't he? And it was a late decision to duck. Remember, Waite isn't particularly quick. In he goes and bowls outside off stump, and a relieved Harry Swindle lets it go through. Applause for Waite and a few high fives and low fives for the Yorkshireman, who has picked up his first wicket of the innings and reduced Leicestershire in the process to 125 for 5. Subsiding towards a horribly heavy innings defeat.
And he's going off Matthew Waite for some reason, called the 12th man on. I think it's a brief one. Might be just maybe he wants to change a boot or something like that, but I think he'll be back fairly shortly. Just nipped off and called on Mitchell Stanley, the Worcestershire 12th man, who's fielding out at deep backward square leg, as Josh Baker will continue from the New Road end. Matthew Waite then 1 for 12, Leicestershire 125 for 5, and well, still trailing by 304, staring down a very big barrel at the moment as Baker comes in and bowls to Rayan Ahmed, who drives off the back foot, and Libby does the fielding. No, Pollock does the fielding in the covers. And there's no run. Baker again in bowls, and this one keeps a little bit low, and Ahmed is on the back foot driving out on the offside. Doesn't get a run. But that one definitely squatted down a little bit. D'Oliveira changing the field. Haynes moving from short leg and going in to the ring on the offside. D'Oliveira clearly feeling that it's unlikely that something's going to pop up to short leg, and he's now got 2 men pretty close together on the offside, one just behind square, one just on square, as Baker is in again and bowls, and this one is driven up to mid-off by Ahmed. And again, there is no run. $125 for 5. Then 4 wickets have gone down in this afternoon session so far. Baker in once more, bowls. Ahmed is much more solidly forward this time. He's on 16. Baker is into him, bowls. That one maybe just turned fraction. Just pushed away off the back foot by Ahmed into the covers. $125 for 5. Baker in, bowls, and this one is driven out on the offside. Good diving stop by Haynes, who's gone into that short extra position, and that's the end of the over from Josh Baker. 125 for 5, and Baker now has figures of 9 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 26.
Still in the first half at the rugby. So
Are they winning?
I believe so. Again, they're playing Newcastle. I don't know too much about the sort of status of the game, so to speak, whether it matters or not. Up to 5 minutes, I'm being told. Right, okay. So I'll at least get this over in from Matthew Wade. Pollock and Haynes at first and second slip, hands on knees as Waite runs in and bowls to Swindles, who's forward, taking his bottom hand off the bat there, plunging forward rather. Got on top of the bounce, but again, top part of the bat, pushing it out to Barnard in the covers. Not entirely convincing. Oliveira's making changes. He's going to get someone in close on the offside. Well, Baker goes hopping across to the position that Barnard was occupying, because Barnard is now going into second slip, and Haynes is putting on the helmet and going in at
Short leg.
shortish leg. He's two cuts back, so to speak, on the other side of the matted pitch. Quite a long way back there. And Oliveira himself is at a shortish mid-wicket. As Waite is in and bowling, and Swindles is driving and missing. Continues to struggle a little bit.
Yeah, they've set him up a bit, haven't they? Because he's obviously expecting the short stuff now. And he's been discomforted by it. And then they bowl one up there, and maybe he's just, because he's settled back, he doesn't quite get as far forward as he should.
Waite is in, and he calmly, arguably for the first time in his innings, just turns that one out to the short leg. Picked up by Haynes, and there's no run. Some comment about Somerset's batting being almost as bad as Leicestershire's, and that if they played each other it'd be a one-day game, coming in on social media, but depends on the attacks. In goes Waite, bowls, tries to bang it in short, grunt of effort, but it didn't really get up and up on his toes. Swindles plays it with a degree of comfort out into the offside.
Haven't heard much from Worcestershire supporters today. Get in touch if you'd like to, at Frank Watson 58 on Twitter. Must be pretty pleased, I would have thought, with what they've seen.
Sitting back in the deck chairs, nothing to say, we're great.
But they please don't feel you can only get in touch to moan.
I can't imagine there's too much to moan about. In goes Waite, bowls another bouncer, and it is very short, having to bang it in very short. Swindles ducks underneath it, taken by Cox. Down the leg side.
It's a pretty difficult situation for these two batters, isn't it? When you look at the scoreboard and you think, we're still long 304 behind, and
I suppose the key is not to look
four
at
and
the
a half
scoreboard.
sessions left in the game.
In a way, there's no pressure anymore. Just bat as long as you can. In goes Waite and bowls another very short bouncer that Swindle's Docks didn't really need to do so. Not on Ahmed, I suppose. Not too much is expected of him. Swindles needs the runs. So you know, the more that if Ahmed can play an innings, then it's a massive bonus, and he'll get a lot out of the game. Swindles can just play each ball on its merits, completely on its merits, without looking at the scoreboard. End of the over. 125 for 5. I'll go and see if the rugby's finished.
See if they want you. Baker to continue from the New Road end. Still, dare I say it, searching for a bit of rhythm. D'Oliveira altering the field. The short leg is back for Ahmed on strike. There's a slip. Going to have a short fine leg. A man at deep backward square. D'Oliveira himself on the drive at short mid wicket. A mid on, mid off. Extra cover and a deep cover. Baker is going over the wicket to Ahmed, who goes back and pushes out on the offside. And he comes again from the New Road end and bowls, and Ahmed is forward, turning this on the leg side, fielded by Jack Haynes going back from short leg. 125 for 5 the total. Swindle's yet to score. He's faced 10 balls. Ahmed has 16 off 42. Baker in again, bowls, and this one pushed down on the onside. Men out in this innings then: Patel for 1, LBW to Pennington, and since lunch Azad caught and bowled Morris for 18. Ackerman, LBW, Pennington 15. Hill caught Cox, bowled Pennington 50. Baker again in, bowls. Ahmed again defends, and Mulder bowled, playing no shot by Matthew Waite for 24. Wickets falling at 6, 36, 69, 90 and 125, which is currently still the score, as Baker is over the wicket once again to the right-handed Ahmed, who again is rocking forward and just dropping that defensively down on the offside. Ahmed just doing a bit of gardening. Fastens his right glove and in bright sunshine takes guard against Baker. Last ball of the over, he bowls, and that's a second consecutive maiden for Josh Baker. 10 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 26 now, his figures, and the score remains 125 for 5, and Matthew Waite will continue from the Diglis end. So Worcestershire just need to be patient. Got plenty of time to get these last 5 wickets. No great assistance in the pitch. Just got to plug away and wait for something to happen. Wait for the batsmen to make mistakes, as they have done. Josh Baker going into a kind of leg gully, almost leg slip position. No, going a bit squarer now, so it is a kind of leg gully. And we've got 2 men catching in front of square on the leg side, as well as 2 slips. So Swindle's being put under a bit of pressure here as Waite comes in and bowls to him. Good length delivery, and he pushes it back up the pitch to the all-rounder. Lovely afternoon here at New Road. It's been a not fascinating day's cricket, in the sense that I suppose it would be more fascinating if it was more of a contest, but from a Worcestershire point of view, Just break off as Waite comes in and bowls, and he's got him. Swindle's caught and bowled. Looks back as though that might have stopped in the pitch a little bit, but I think it was more a case of quite skillful bowling as he just ran his fingers across the seam and it just held in the service a little bit, and Swindle's popped a catch back, and that's the second quarter bowled of the innings. Matthew Waite just diving to his right, and Harry Swindles has gone for a quite laboured naught. He faced 12 deliveries, and that's 2 wickets going down on 125. 125 for 6 now in the 42nd over, and tea is being taken at that point. A fantastic session for Worcestershire, 5 wickets going down in that session, and tea being taken as I speak with Leicestershire 125 for 6. Rayan Ahmed is 16 not out. Worcestershire are pressing on towards a victory within 3 days here, and that's been a really tremendous session for them. It began with the lunchtime score of 26 for 1, and they've added 99 runs in that afternoon session, Leicestershire, although Worcestershire not been at all too bothered about that. The fact is they've taken 5 wickets, and the men to go: Azad for 18, Ackerman for 15, Hill for 50, Mulder for 24, and Swindells without scoring. So Worcestershire now just 4 wickets away from wrapping up a victory here. It's been an outstanding afternoon session, and the players are just leaving the field for tea. I'll just update FM listeners with that news. Worcestershire are on the verge really of victory here. Brilliant afternoon session for them. Finished off just a minute ago when Matthew Waite picked up his second wicket with a caught and bowl to dismiss Harry Swindells without scoring. So 5 wickets in the afternoon session for Worcestershire. The men out: Azad 18, Ackerman 15, Hill 50, Mulder 24, and as I say, Swindells without scoring. 2 wickets for Matthew Waite and 3 for Dylan Pennington. Leicestershire are in big trouble. 125 for 6 at tea, still trailing by 304, and Worcestershire on the verge of what will be an excellent victory. And that's it, tea here at New Road. Do join us when play resumes at around about 4:25.
Magnitude of the defeat. At the moment, it's considerable as Waite is in and bowls. Mike defends back down the pitch to Waite, and is that? No, 2 balls to go. Oh, 2 balls to go. Of course,
Yeah.
it was 41.2 overs that have been played, not to go. There are 41 overs to go. That was my confusion, and I'm easily confused. I like the Leicestershire batsman at the moment, it appears. 2 short mid-wickets still in for Ben Mike as Waite is in and bowls again. It's that fingers across the seam. Doesn't really do anything though. It stays well outside off stump and goes on through to Ben Cox. What a session it was for Worcestershire as the pigeon arrives on our effects mic. You probably heard it fluttering in. What can we can't do too much about it at the moment. It'll get the message in the end. Perhaps it's interested in the commentary.
Yeah, maybe.
As in goes Waite and bowls. Mike drives down into their own ground, strokes it out into the offside. Baker in the covers fields, and there is no run. The end of the over. A wicket maiden, I think it was, for Matt Waite. There was no run off the first ball, I'm sure. So 9 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 12, and fair to say he's made a good impression on his first appearance for his temporary county, Worcestershire.
Charlie Morris at the New Road End. That's a move I approve of. I think he's liable to ask some questions with his nagging accuracy, and Worcestershire just need to keep at it, don't they? They just need to plug away. Azhar Ali appears to be off the field. I noticed that Mitchell Stanley, the 12th man, was on, and I've been looking around trying to scan to see who's missing, and I think it is Azhar Ali for whatever reason. Wouldn't surprise me if he was fairly fatigued after his efforts. Anyway, Charlie Morris with 2 slips in place, and Baker in on the catch at mid-wicket, and a man in at short extra as well. He's in and he bowls, and Rayan Ahmed is forward, pushing out on the onside. Tall order now for these Leicestershire batsmen to even get through this session. You would have thought 40 overs left in the day. We all know what happened up at Leicester in the opening game of the season, but it's just a feeling, isn't there, that Worcestershire are going to finish this today, I think.
And there was one of the opening batsmen in on that occasion, taking the majority of the strike.
Here's Charlie Morris. Bowls to Ahmed, who works this one away on the onside. Mid-wicket is Mitchell Stanley, the 12th man. No, it's Dylan Pennington. They are quite alike. Stanley down at long leg, tall, also tall blonde-haired figure. 125 for 6. And Charlie Morris, who picked up 1 wicket so far. That was a really good one. Return catch, popped up in the air and dived to his left. That was to dismiss. Azad comes in now to the right-handed Ahmed. Bowls, and Ahmed is very correctly forward, pushing out on the offside. Barnard at short extra cover does the fielding. Had a clang on our effects, Mike. I'll turn it down actually in case it's disturbing you a little bit, that noise from our visiting pigeon. Man Pennington being sent out now to deep backward square, suggesting that Morris might be about to bang one in, or at least he's got that option now in the rest of this over. Comes in once more and bowls, and lovely shot from Ahmed, leaning into that and driving up to D'Oliveira at mid-off. So pretty much Worcestershire's game almost from the start. This, I suppose you could say, the first hour of the game, in which Leicestershire were at one stage 48 for 1, was fairly even, but since then Worcestershire have just seized control, and almost everything they've done has paid off really, as Morris comes in and bowls short to Ahmed, who swivels round and gets that right on the very, very end of his bat, which is how he was out in the first innings, when he got a catch and managed to swivel on a pull shot, got the toe of the bat, and it looped to Cox. Well, on this, looped to Pollock, didn't it, at first slip? But on this occasion, it ran away square on the offside. 125 for 6, 1 ball left in this over, the second after tea. Charlie Morris to bowl it, and comes in now. And balls to Ahmed, bouncer, ducks into that, taken by Cox. End of the over. And Rian Ahmed, well, with the exception of that 5th ball, negotiated it quite successfully.
Well, there is a game that has finished already. Is announced on the PA. Taunton, Somerset. Didn't bat very well either, it would appear. That pigeon is absolutely determined to find its old resting place, or roosting place. Comes swooping in again. Wait. Will continue, unsurprisingly, from the Diglis end. Still got the 2 mid-wickets in as he bowls to Ben Mike, who turns it to the wider of the 2, figuratively speaking. That is Brett D'Oliveira. Jack Haynes is the other. He's padded up and helmeted up at the shorter of the 2 mid-wickets, the squarer of the 2 short mid-wickets. Sun back out now. Leicestershire cannot look to the skies for succour as in goes Waite and bowls, and forward goes Ben Mike. Straight delivery on off stump, out it goes into the covers. Baker is the fielder. Libby at backward point as ever. 12th man is at deepish mid off. Wide as well. Back there. Wait in, bowls onto the legs of Ben Mike, who gets up on his toes and pushes the slightly short ball out past the mid wickets. D'Oliveira is in pursuit. Mike picks up a couple. He is off the mark with those runs. 1, 2, 7, 4, 6. Leicestershire have to get to 204 to avoid their heaviest ever defeat at the hands of Worcestershire. We were told during the interval. I will check that on the Cricket Archive website, but I have no reason to disbelieve it. Barnard is going to have a helmet brought on. He throws his sun hat to Ben Cox, who puts it on over his own. And on comes Libby. Well, Libby went off to get the helmet, kindly. Throws it to Barnard. Who's he going to go in, I wonder? Just very short, very close at second slip, essentially. Close enough to require a helmet, it seems. Waite is in and bowls outside off stump and doesn't come back in. Safe leave that time from Ben Mike. One of our colleagues struggling to answer the phone. Updates time.
Yeah. Absolutely right. They still lead by 302 runs. Leicestershire in their second innings 127 for 6. So Worcestershire really be hoping they can wrap things up tonight. They need 4 more wickets, having taken 5 in the afternoon session. The last 2 of them both falling to the on loan Yorkshireman debutant, as far as Worcestershire are concerned, Matthew Waite, who bowled Bjorn Mulder, the South African Test player, with one that nipped back and he left it alone and he was out for 24, and then he took a very good return catch to dismiss Harry Swindles for naught. So Leicestershire in absolute disarray. 125 for 6 at tea. They've added just 2 since then. Ben Mike is on 2 and has in fact just been dropped by wicketkeeper Ben Cox off the bowling of Waite, and alongside him is Rian Ahmed, who's on 16. So 127 for 6 Leicestershire. We've still got 38 overs left in the day. Worcestershire need 4 wickets to wrap up the win, and they've got all day tomorrow if they need it. unlucky their weight not to pick up another one. That one just off the glove, I think. Difficult. I can see why Cox found it difficult, because it kind of died, didn't it? And he was moving his feet back, and it sort of dropped in front of him more quickly than he expected. It was a difficult chance, but
well, he was going the wrong way initially. He was going to his left, and he suddenly realised it was going to his right. And
but disappointing for Waite that he hasn't picked up his third. Would have been was a good bit of bowling as well, really, to
jackknifed back
to bounce him out in that way. Yeah, there you go. Unlucky Matthew Waite. There's two more he could have had, really, with that one that popped up over the short leg fielder earlier as well. Here's Morris. 127 for 6 as he bowls, and forward comes Ahmed, pushing back up the pitch to the bowler. He's looked pretty solid, Rian Ahmed, since he got off the mark. A little bit uncertain at the beginning of his innings, but since then, for a debutant who is 17 years old, pretty impressive, I think. But he's got a lot on, let's say that. 16 not out. He's faced 53 balls so far. And here's Charlie Morris to bowl to him. He's in, he bowls, and Ahmed is again covering up, pushing out on the offside, and there's no run. So very nearly 126 for 7 as Mike fended that one off from Matthew Waite.
His 18th birthday is August the 13th, so
still a way off.
Yeah.
Impressive. As you say, solidly built young man, good temperament, bowled pretty well, really, fielded very impressively. Morris in, bang. Well, I tell you what, he's got that's a skill that I've never seen any other batsman in the world have. That's the third time in the game, the second time in 2 successive overs, that he's managed to hit a cricket ball with the bottom of his bat, the toe of his bat, and that takes some doing. It's like a snooker cue. He's swivelling round and it hits the toe of the bat and goes back up the pitch. Extraordinary to see that happen so frequently. Got away with it, and Morris did the fielding. It's just too early on the shot, you would think. Morris is in, bowls to him. This one's a more conventional length and line, and he just pushes it out defensively on the offside. Can't ever remember seeing that happen 3 times to one player in the same game.
No, indeed. Although he is obviously a very mature 17-year-old, there's just 1 or 2 things in his Cricketers Who's Who entry that he's put in that kind of smack of teenagerdom. And I'll tell you one of them in a moment.
Charlie Morris, trying to dismiss the teenager, comes in, bounces him, and he ducks under that and allows it through to Ben Cox. No run.
What's the most beautiful thing he's ever seen? Oh, BMW M8 in matte black.
Well, there you go.
And that's kind of reassuring in a way. I quite like that.
That's a good question, isn't it? Is that I didn't know that was one of the questions.
One of them, yeah, indeed. They don't print them all, which is a shame. All the answers to all the questions. They sort of do a selection.
Charlie Morris in, bowls to Ahmed, who pushes back up the pitch to the bowler, does his own fielding. Solid maiden over from Morris. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 10 his figures, and it's 127 for 6. Worcestershire need 4 more wickets. 37 overs left in the day, and all day tomorrow should they need it.
The 2 batsmen converse in mid-pitch. Ben Mike always at his best when he plays positively, and with little to lose, might as well take the attack back to the Worcestershire seamers. Matthew Waite is in and bowling to Mike outside off stump. He's edged it, he tried to leave it, caught the glove and has gone through to Cox. So he was trying to leave it, bounced of it, came back in a little bit, flicked the glove, caught the glove, and a comfortable take for Cox. So the drop, in as much as it was a drop in the previous over, meant little as it turned out. Cost nothing. 127 for 7 now.
Yeah. Well, he's got him out twice in 2 balls almost, effectively, hasn't he, with a short one there. And Matthew Waite, he's really enjoying himself, I think, and he's down for 2 weeks. He might have a day off tomorrow, and who knows, he might get in the car and drive back up home for a day if he gets the day off. He's certainly pleased with his performance so far. 10.1 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 14, and his match figures actually 5 for 29 at the moment, Matthew Waite, so that's pretty good stuff.
A good loan, wasn't it?
Not bad. Ed Barnes coming in is the new man, and you can't help but feel that, as you said, no Hassan Azad to hold it together like there was in the first game of the season. You can't help but feel that this could be all over fairly quickly, I think.
Well, Barnes, like Waite, the Yorkshireman, a Leeds supporting Yorkshireman, so they'll both be rather worried in that respect at the moment. Wanders to the wicket, Ed Barnes, who briefly at the start of his the season acquired the nickname the coat hanger from his teammates because he's got slightly sloping shoulders, but as he's established himself in the side and his batting has been part of that, I think it just tends to be Barnesy or Barnzo or Eddie B now. Well, I need Eddie B to hang around a little while with Rian Ahmed, but really there's Barnes, Parkinson and Wright, and that is that. Game, set and match, potentially. Waite is in, bowls to Barnes, who defends on the back foot against his fellow Yorkshireman, pushes the delivery away out to Azar, who's back with us at mid-off. 127 for 7. Leicestershire looking at a record defeat at the hands of Worcestershire. Apparently it was pre-war that the current heaviest defeat. I will check exactly when it was. Waite is in and bowls down the leg side. Has he edged it? He has, incredibly. He has edged it down the leg side. Well, he just tried to help it on its way, and absolutely, when things are going for you, they're going for you, and somehow he managed to get a little bit on that, and another comfortable take for Ben Cox behind the stumps. And well, cricketers sometimes refer to that as a strangle down the leg side, and Barnes can't quite believe what's happening, and I would suggest a few Leicestershire supporters will feel the same.
Yeah, you're right, absolute strangle. When things are going against you, they're going against you, and Ed Barnes cuts a sorry figure, to be fair, as he trudges off. And Matthew Waite has ridiculous match figures now of 6 for 29, and well, it's reward for accuracy and determination, and I suppose you could say a little bit of luck as well. But when you think he had that one that popped up over the short leg fielder, and Cox also missed that one in the previous over, you can only say that he's deserved what he's got. But the Leicestershire demise is accelerated, to say the least, and Callum Parkinson coming in at number 10, which is low for him, and he showed in the first innings quite a pugnacious batsman, but there's just kind of there's not much incentive to hang around, is there, really, if I'm honest? I mean, you know, you're not going to hang around for 2 days.
Well, he and Wright went on the counter-attack, didn't they, again, in the first innings?
He might well do the same, I think.
To some effect, so as you say, with Ahmed at the other end, he might well
do the same. I just can't imagine that there's much appetite for a long, drawn-out conclusion to this game, if we're honest. It's just not going to happen, is it?
Doesn't look that way. He'll be an angry young man as well at the moment. He waits while Ben Cox is involved in setting the field. They're putting Azar in at leg gully on the basis that Waite is, when he bangs it in and rolls his fingers across, hits the seam, it is coming back in a little bit, trying to get it into the sort of armpit of Parkinson and see if he shovels it round the corner. So the Lancastrian surrounded by close fielders at the moment. First and second slip, leg, slip, stroke, gully, short, mid, well, short leg, shortish, mid wicket. Waite comes in and bowls to Parkinson, who defends on the back foot. A straightish delivery, plays it out towards D'Oliveira at a wideish mid on. No run. 4 for 14. Matthew Waite in this innings. 2 in the first for not very many. As Frank's been saying, well, he couldn't have done much more in terms of impressing his new, or at least temporary, employers. In he goes and bowls to Parkinson, who defends on the off stump. Both batsmen take a step forward before realising that there's no chance of a single because Pennington is closing on the ball in the covers. Where will this win take Worcestershire in terms of the championship table? It will certainly keep them fully involved at the sharp end. Or get them involved.
It'll take them up to 90 points.
As Waite goes in, bowls to Parkinson, who is solidly forward. Double wicket maiden for Matthew Waite. Applause all round New Road. Applause that is deserved.
So yeah, it'll take them to quite a healthy position, and they keep. There we are. Ben Cox's 400th catch, which is quite a significant milestone for any keeper. Still a long way to go to catch his great mentor Steve Rhodes, who's well over 1,000. Set record Steve Rhodes in list day and in first class cricket that are very unlikely ever to be beaten, I would have thought. But 400 for Ben Cox, good effort from him, and he's caught a couple of good ones today, particularly that one running back and diving. 127 for 8 as Morris comes in to bowl to Rian Ahmed, who's overseen mayhem from the other end. He pushes this one out on the offside. I was going to say when we were discussing that Worcestershire points tally that they keep, lots of people keep saying if only we got that wicket at the Upton Steel County Ground at the start of the year, we would have been right up in the mix, really.
Absolutely right.
Morris from the New Road end bowls to Ahmed now, who gets a bouncer and he ducks inside it. Impressive display of phlegmatic batting from Ahmed so far, I think. He's a little bit uncertain at first, but since he got off the mark, we've had those couple of Q-enders, but other than that, I think he's played pretty well. Yeah,
he's basically playing his own game.
Watch some more senior players play ordinary shots at the other end.
4 wickets for 2 runs, 125 for 4 when Mulder was dismissed.
Here's Morris in, bowls, and Ahmed again works this away on the onside. Azhar Ali is the fielder at mid-wicket. And there's no run. Bright sunshine, crowd basking in the sunshine and basking, most of them at least, in the reflected glory of a very, very competent Worcestershire performance. And Matthew Waite, with his hands on his hips at mid-on, number 6 must be thinking, I've quite enjoyed this. He hasn't played red ball cricket, I don't think, for a couple of years at first class level, at least. And picked up 6 for 29 in this game as Morris bowls, and forward comes Ahmed, pushing out on the offside, well, back to the bowler really. Morris is metronomic as ever. In his 10th over, has conceded just 10 runs.
Yes, this is just his 9th first class game.
Yeah. Certainly be career best figures, I would imagine. Sorry. Make you just dash back to the book.
Curiously, no.
Oh, beg your pardon. There we go. Morris in. Bowls to Ahmed, who drives up to mid-off, no run.
However, those first class best figures of 5 for 16 were obtained when the MCCU games were first class
Ah,
games.
right, okay.
It was for Yorkshire
Yeah.
against Leeds Bradford
Right.
at Wheatwood in 2019.
Fair enough.
So I think he'll probably value this 4 for
I think he
14.
probably value this,
a little
and
bit
also
more
the
highly.
circumstances as well.
Yeah,
isn't it?
absolutely.
On loan, just desperate to do well, and he's had a cracking game. In comes Morris, bowls a bouncer to Ahmed, who's given it away. Good bit of bowling from Morris, to be fair. Surprise factor, bounced Ahmed, and for the second time in the game he's got out, caught behind the wicket, this time by the keeper, last time by first slip, off the edge as he went to sort of just flick at it, and Charlie Morris picks up his second wicket, 2 for 10, and we're nearly there. It's 127 for 9.
Well,
3 wickets for no runs.
and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for 2 runs.
Yeah,
Ignominious.
not impressive.
I'm
at
afraid.
all, I'm afraid, since lunch. And Rayan Ahmed is out for 16, 127 for 9 in the 48th over.
64 balls,
49th,
2
48th.
fours. He hasn't got too much to reproach himself with. It's not his fault. Ahmed on his first class debut as a 17-year-old.
Chris Wright coming out now, and I like I say, I can't imagine there'll be much appetite for a fight from either Wright or Parkinson. And by that, I'm not for a minute suggesting they haven't got any bottle. I'm just saying that when you're 9 down and you're still 302 runs behind, and there's more than a day left in the game, yeah, I just can't imagine that there's anything other than, let's get it over with, really. Chris Wright comes out. Parkinson comes to meet him, and I wonder just what they'll be saying to each other. What do you reckon, mate?
I don't think it'll be repeatable.
Should we have a shot? Should we have a dart, or what do you think? Should we block it? I don't think they'll be saying we'll block it. To the Worcestershire coaching staff, Kevin Sharp and Alan Richardson coming walking past us down below. They'll be fairly happy with life at the moment.
I really don't think it'll be repeatable.
No. Well, there are good days and there are bad days, aren't there? And
At the moment, this is the second. It's an innings and 302 at the moment, isn't it?
yeah,
Which would equal Leicestershire's second worst ever defeat, which was inflicted by Yorkshire in 1896.
right. We won't dwell on that too much. Here's Matthew Waite looking for a 5-foot. He comes in, bangs one in at Parkinson, who ducks underneath it, allows it through to Cox. Yorkie against Lanky, as Waite looks for a 5-for. Wouldn't be bad, would it? 5 for 14. 4 for 14's not bad. Dream of a lone debut for Matthew Waite. He comes in now to bowl to Parkinson. He bowls and he lets that go outside the off stump. Taken low down by Ben Cox.
This is where the commentator of the team that is looks as though they're about to win the game takes, and I'm happy for that to be the case. But
I don't mind.
Brad has spent 26 overs commentating at Grace Road.
No, don't bother. Is it me anyway, or is it you? Is it meant to be?
Well, theoretically it would be me, but
Yeah,
as I
we know.
say,
You carry
you're just
on. I
one
wasn't
ball
doing it
away
on
from
purpose.
victory here.
No,
So
no.
Waite is in and bowls Parkinson, leaves outside off stump.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I'm not that sort of
Don't-
thing.
I don't
I
mind
never
that
bother
it's-
about that kind of thing, really.
Okay.
I mean, I know it's the thing with
It's quite
the
nice if you-
100 and so on, but
Yeah.
there are occasionally ones, but no, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Brett D'Oliveira will be a happy chappy, I think. He's got everything pretty much right, hasn't he, as a captain
Yeah.
in this game.
Waite is in and bowling. Fuller, and played by Parkinson firmly, but a little bit off the thick inside edge. Runs out wide of D'Oliveira at mid-on, and Parkinson takes one. Brings right down to face. third highest ever innings defeat, innings and 285 runs. Surrey at the Kennington Oval in 1897. We are going back to the 19th century as in goes Waite and bowls to right. Defends solidly to a slightly short of a good length by his standards in this spell. Length from Matt Waite, pushed out into the offside. Certainly it will be a record unless something truly extraordinary happens at the hands of Worcestershire. Innings and 225 here at New Road as Waite goes in and bowls up on his toes, goes right and plays it calmly out through the backward point area. Libby can't get there and it runs to the boundary for 4. Previous record, as I was saying, an innings against Worcestershire, or by Worcestershire, inflicted by Worcestershire, an innings and 225 runs, and that was here at New Road in 1965. Right, so you'll know a few of the players, I'm sure, who played in that game. Let's have a look, see if we can find it. Jack Birkinshaw, Leicestershire's current president, played in the game.
For Worcestershire or for Leicestershire?
For Leicestershire.
Yeah.
The Worcestershire side was Kenyon and Headley at the top of the order.
Yeah.
Ormrod and Graveney, who made
Yeah.
126.
D'Oliveira, I should think.
Slade and D'Oliveira.
Yeah.
D'Oliveira not out 103. Richardson, Booth, Norman Gifford,
Yeah.
Coldwell and Flavel.
Flavel.
Beg
Yeah.
his pardon.
Yeah. Flavel and Caldwell were a legendary opening pair here at
Well,
New Road. Charlie Morris, not quite a legend, but an important part of Worcestershire's attack for the last few years, comes in and bangs this one and short at Callum Parkinson. He ducks underneath it. It's taken by Ben Cox. So just one more wicket needed. Yeah, quite an important period for Worcestershire in that year. What year did you say that was?
65.
Yeah, Worcestershire had won the championship in 64.
Scorecard's not entirely dissimilar either.
Yeah.
Leicestershire made 133 in their first innings. Hallam, Booth, Birkinshaw, Javasinghe, Inman, Marner, Ray Julian,
Yeah.
Spencer, Barrett, Savage and Colton. Worcestershire replied with 410 for 5 declared. And Leicestershire then were bowled out for just 52 in their
Wow.
second innings, with only Marner getting into double figures.
Charlie Morris in, bowls another bouncer to Parkinson, who ducks under that, lets it go through to Ben Cox. I don't think I ever saw Peter Marner bat for Leicestershire, but I remember seeing pictures of him in some cricket books I had when I was a young boy, and I just remember him as one of the most barrel-chested men I've ever seen. Huge shoulders and chest. I wonder if there's any Leicestershire listeners who saw him play who could confirm that.
That second innings of Leicestershire's, I'll tell you after this delivery.
As Charlie Morris comes in and bowls, and Parkinson is forward, pushing up to mid-off, no run.
Lasted just 16.2 overs,
Wow.
all of which were bowled by Flavel or Caldwell.
Yeah.
Flavel picked up 5 wickets, Caldwell 4. That was just in the second innings. In the first innings, Flavel picked up 3 and Caldwell 4 again.
Yeah.
And D'Oliveira chipped in with 3.
It's quite a side, that, for Worcestershire. Quite a side. Charlie Morris in to Parkinson, and bowls, and Parkinson is in behind that and pushes back up to the bowler. So 9 down Leicestershire, just running through the day. There's quite a lot has happened today. Worcestershire resumed this morning on 456 for 3, with Azhar Ali on 202 and Brett D'Oliveira on 52. D'Oliveira was out fairly quickly for 54. Azhar then went for 225, Ed Barnard for 26. Ben Cox finished 52 not out, played beautifully. In comes Morris, Parkinson defends. And Matthew Waite was 13 not out, 577 for 6 declared Worcestershire. That's their highest ever score against Leicestershire, beating the 561 they made in 1901. 4 wickets for Vion Mulder in that. So Leicestershire began their second innings, 429 runs in arrears, and it's just never got going, to be honest. Here's Morris in again, he bowls, and Parkinson lifts his back clear of this, and it takes him on the hip and runs down to long leg, but they don't go for a leg bye because he didn't play a shot at it. So it's the end of a maiden over from Morris. 11 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 10 his figures. And Patel out before lunch. At lunch it was 26 for 1, and then 5 wickets going down in the afternoon session. Azad for 18, Ackerman 15, Hill 50, Mulder 24, and Swindells without scoring. And then since tea, Mike out for 2, Barnes without scoring, and Ahmed for 16. Hence it is 132 for 9.
Well, Matthew Waite, unsurprisingly, will be given another chance to finish off the match and pick up a career best. Runs in and bowls to Wright, who drives pleasantly, but without quite, or it looks pleasant, but it didn't quite time it. It rolls out to Pennington, who's at wide mid-off, and there's no run. Leicestershire are planning well, there'll be the BBC Radio Leicester cricket show on Tuesday, 6 till 7, but before then, on Monday, Leicestershire are offering their supporters a Q&A via Zoom, I think. In goes Waite and beats the bat of Chris Wright.
Do you think that
might be quite
I was
interesting?
going to say there might be
I
some
might tune in.
difficult cues, perhaps.
You would imagine so.
It's tough, isn't it? It's a tough one.
Waite in, bowls, right, drives in the air, but he's got it wide of Pennington, and it's going to run away to the extra cover boundary for 4. Well, could easily have gone to hand, didn't. Wright picks up a second boundary. He moves on to 8. Leicestershire on to 136 for 9. They still trail by 293 on first innings, hasten to add. That is what they would need simply to make Worcestershire bat again. Azar goes into the covers, perfectly placed for that catch if it comes again. In goes Waite and bowls, driven for 4. This time he overpitched, and he raises his eyes to the heavens in disbelief and very cross with himself, because it was a genuine half volley on that occasion. Wright played the shot again, this time got on top of the ball, got to the pitch of it and cracked it away to the covers for 4. He moves on to 12, 140 for 9. Perhaps they can overhaul their first innings score of 148. The bells of the cathedral toll for the Foxes. 5 o'clock. But I think the big delays in the rugby means I don't have an update. In goes Waite and bowls, goes past the outside edge. Right, everything seemed to be in position. Missed the ball. He's played down the wrong line, essentially. He's not doing too much out there. Doesn't need to. He's doing enough. Parkinson leans contemplatively on his bat at the non-striker's end as Waite goes in and bowls. Wright goes back, turns middle and leg delivery out towards mid-wicket. And there is no run. End of the over. 140 for 9.
Update time for me, I think, coming shortly.
5:15
Might
for me.
be the last one.
Well,
Might be the last. Well,
yeah.
it might be, I suppose, with if they wrap it up.
Well, I've had a message at
Should
5:15
get
or end of play. They've put whichever comes first. They're following what's the proceedings.
Parkinson to take strike against Charlie Morris. Morris from the New Road end. Balls. Parkinson on the back foot, covers up, pushes back to the bowler. These two experienced batsmen. Well, they've seen it all before, but they won't have seen too many situations quite as parlous as this. Despite all the years they've played, these two. Charlie Morris looking to wrap it up. Is in and bowls, and Parkinson is again very solidly forward, pushing up to mid-on. 289 the deficit, isn't it? Is that right? Yeah, 289.
Yeah.
An innings and 289 it would be at the moment.
Well, these two put on 50.
They did. They did.
By some margin, the biggest partnership of the innings in the first innings.
But if you play like he is, as Parkinson pushes this one defensively out on the offside, just how long can you keep doing it for?
27.
Here's that update.
Crickets at New Road going well for Worcestershire against Leicestershire. Here's Frank with the latest.
Yeah, just one more wicket needed now for Worcestershire. They're still 289 runs ahead. Leicestershire 140 for 9 in their second innings. Matthew Waite on debut, low knee from Yorkshire, has had a really good day. 4 for 27 for him so far, adding to the 2 wickets that he got in the first innings. And at the moment Leicestershire just hanging on, but an awful long way to go. 31 overs left in the day, plus tomorrow. Leicestershire are 140 for 9. As Morris bowls again, and Parkinson lets that go through to Cox. I was just wondering, how long can you go on playing like this, or before you decide, oh no, what the hell, I'll have a bit of a dart. Parkinson waits as Morris comes in and bowls, and he is patient this time, gets in behind it, pushes it out on the offside, and Libby does the fielding. And if you're Brett D'Oliveira, do you think, well, maybe if we bring the spinner on, they'll have a dart? They might hit a few, but sooner or later one will go to hand. Or do you think, no, we just persevere with the seamers? There's not a lot in the pitch still, which sounds silly, doesn't it, when you've seen 9 wickets go down so quickly?
No,
but
there
it's
isn't.
not been doing a great deal at all. Morris in, bowls, Parkinson. Don't think he played it,
No, he was,
and just sort of let it go over his shoulder, didn't he, through to the keeper. Slightly straighter than I thought when I watched the replay. End of the over, 140 for 9.
They occupied, I think, was it 52 overs in the first innings, and we've had 51 in 52.2, and we've had 51. So
Quite similar.
remarkably similar efforts, which is not good news for Leicestershire. It implies it wasn't a one-off, because it's been repeated within
Yeah.
48 hours. One decent knock from Lewis Hill. Azad got in on 18. Ackerman double figures, 15. Hill 50, and Mulder 24. Rehan Ahmed got to 16. Nobody able to go on. Wait will continue from the Diglis end. 4 for 27 at the moment. 2 slips go down. Short mid-wicket really, rather than short leg, I think. Now for Haynes, as in goes Waite and bowls. He's got 2 short extra covers though, and Wright goes
Yeah, you
forward.
can see why,
pushes it
can't
back
you?
past him. Yeah, he'll go for the drives.
Baker is loosening up as well, that's my thinking.
Toss a few up, might as well.
Yeah.
Wright has been out, caught at long on attempting to hit the spinner out of the ground this season, and I think he's been caught at mid-on, ditto. Go back through the dismissals. But Waite will not want to be taken off. In he goes and bowls right. Drives in the air, almost a caught and bowled, stuck out his right hand, but he hit it quite cleanly in the end. And although he did stick out his right hand, the Yorkshireman couldn't get his hand to it, and it runs away through just an off drive. Very straight for 4, and it's rolled over the LV Insurance advertising hoarding at the far end. And Pennington is going to have to try and find it and say, where did it go? crowd telling him because it's gone underneath the white tarpaulin. There it is, just landed on one of the chairs. Clambers back over. And Wright moves on to 16, 4 fours for Chris Wright of 10 balls, 144 for 9. Waite is in and bowling. Wright gets a short ball, he hooks it down towards backward square. Charlie Morris is there, perfectly positioned actually, and picks up, gets his throw away. Wright managed to just about get on top of it, swiveled, hooked, picks up a single, moves on to 17, 145 for 9.
Baker is going to come on, I think. And if I were D'Oliveira, I'd say just bowl it slow as you like.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Parkinson wouldn't want to get out to the left armour, his fellow left armour, but Wright, as I said, might well have a dip. Waite is in, bowls. Parkinson solidly forward. He's pushed it into a gap. Waite, he says, for some reason, but perhaps he thought that Libby was going to get across and cut it off. He didn't. And so Parkinson takes 1. It was Barnard who accounted for him in the first innings for 22. Caught at first slip. Ed Pollock juggled the catch on that occasion. Brings Wright back down to face Matthew Waite. D'Oliveira has a word with Waite. There's a momentary stasis in the match before Waite is ready to go. In he comes, short run, bowls to Wright, turns him in the air through sort of short leg. Short legs at short mid wicket and running in. Charlie Morris picks up, underarms the ball to the aforementioned shortish mid wicket. And a single is taken. Right on to 18. No changes to the field other than the fact that the 2 extra covers both stepped a step close and then both stepped back. Rather like the chorus line again. In goes Waite, bowls to Parkinson, who's solidly forward, thick inside edge, runs past that short mid wicket. Again Morris has to do the fielding, picks up and underarms the ball back. In end of the over, 148 for 9, so level with the score that they made in the first innings, Leicestershire. But still, he says, 200 and an awful lot behind, 281 behind.
It's huge, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
It's huge. When you think that Worcestershire haven't could have gone on as well if they'd have wanted to.
Indeed.
There's a big gap between these sides in terms of quality at the moment, you'd have to say, I think, given what happened earlier in the year as well. But Brett D'Oliveira is not happy with the ball.
Foxy
Going to
Phil,
see if it goes through the gauge.
Is this our worst ever defeat? It isn't quite, but at the moment it's our second worst ever defeat in the county's history.
Is that right? Second worst ever? Goodness me.
And I beg your pardon, the third now.
Third.
It's just slipped behind that innings in 302 from Yorkshire in 1896. Third worst defeat in the county's history.
Well, Callum Parkinson, when he writes his memoirs, will say, well, after my first game as captain, the only way was up.
Yeah.
He could say.
I'll mention that to him.
Yeah.
Hoping to get the nod for that one once he's had his 100 games for England.
But it's that kind of game, cricket. You find captains and players over the years will be able to tell you similar tales about how they started and how bad it was at one point or another. It goes in cycles, but there's a job on for Worcestershire, for Leicestershire, and for Worcestershire to some extent, trying to get back into Division 1, get back into the sort of higher rankings. It's Baker bowls. First ball of the over of a new spell to Parkinson, and it was nice and slow and flighted and pushed out on the offside by the Leicestershire captain. No wicket for 26. He's in his 11th over. 3 maidens. Slip, short leg, silly point. Close fielders. Baker is in. Bowls again, nicely flighted. And Parkinson pushes out on the onside. Will he have a go at him? He did in the first innings a couple of times, if I remember, hitting him back down the ground. It's a good move by D'Oliveira, I think. As Baker bowls, bit of turn, that one, but a tiny bit short, pushed out on the offside. Could have a bowl himself as well, D'Oliveira at the other end, but I think he's probably more likely to keep a seamer going at the other end. He might try Pennington, perhaps, or Barnard when Waite finishes. Baker is in, bowls again, nicely bowled, nice flight loop on that, and Parkinson is propping forward and pushing out on the offside. 148 for 9. Richard off to do an update, and Baker bowls again, nicely flighted, quite slow, left alone outside the off stump this time, taken by Cox. 1 ball left in the over. And Baker in, bowls it to Parkinson, bit quicker this time, and he pushes it down on the onside end of the over. Parkinson has 3, Wright has 18, 148 for 9, and it is going to be Ed Barnard, as I thought it might be, at the Diglis end to replace Matthew Waite. So Waite finishes with figures of 4 for 35, slightly dented in the last couple of overs, but nonetheless excellent effort from him, and match figures of 6 for 50 if he doesn't bowl again, which will be more than satisfactory, I would say, for him on debut on loan from Yorkshire. He also made a pleasant little 13 not out early today in Worcestershire's first innings, as they cantered towards that highest ever score against Leicestershire, 577 for 6 declared. Ed Barnard, who's been very expensive so far, coming in from the Diglis end to bowl to Chris Wright. Bowls, and Wright is on the back foot defending back up the pitch. Barnard 6 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 46 so far in this innings. Just didn't quite find his rhythm in his first spell from the New Road end, and was picked off particularly by Lewis Hill, who made a good 50 actually before he was dismissed. Here comes Barnard again and bowls to Wright, who's forward pushing into the covers, where Azhar Ali is the fielder. So Matthew Waite with, as I say, those impressive debut figures, which I'll just recap in a minute. Give you all the bowling figures actually, as Barnard is in again, bowls, and Wright defends back up the pitch, and there's no run. Those bowling figures then: Morris 12 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 10, as tidy as ever. Pennington 10 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 30. Waite, as I said, 14 overs, 6 maidens, 4 for 35. There's Barnard again, bowls to Wright, defends on the back foot, no run. Baker 11 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 26, and Barnard in his 7th over, no wicket for 46 so far. And 4 catches for Ben Cox so far in this innings, including his 400th first class career catch. He waits now, possibly hoping for one more, as Barnard comes in and bowls, and Wright is on the back foot pushing out into the offside. Azhar Ali does the fielding, and there's no run, so we're just waiting for Worcestershire to wrap this up. 28 overs left in the day after this, 1 more wicket required, and they can give themselves a day off tomorrow. As Barnard comes in again and bowls, and Wright is on the back foot driving 4. Lovely shot, just forcing back foot drive, straightish bat through the covers for 4. End of the over. Barnard has conceded 50 off 7 overs, and Leicestershire at least have exceeded their first innings total, and they are 152 for 9. Baker will continue from the New Road End bowling to Parkinson. Liable to be one of Leicestershire's heaviest ever defeats in their history in county championship cricket. I believe at the moment, if they were to be dismissed, it would be the 3rd heaviest defeat they've ever had. And Worcestershire just need to be patient now, take the chance when it comes along. Barnard, hands on hips at slip, looks a bit fed up with his bowling effort, but he'll be pleased with the way things have gone for his team. As Baker bowls to Parkinson, again nicely flighted, quite slow delivery, and just pushed out on the offside by the Leicestershire captain. Baker is in again and bowls to him, and he's down the pitch and driving straight down the ground over the bowler's head for 4. I did think it was only a matter of time before Parkinson would play some sort of aggressive shot. Just not going to bat and bat and bat and bat like that for 4 sessions when you're 9 down, I don't think. And that one was in the slot, and he went down the pitch and struck it over the bowler's head for 4. Baker bowls again, and he's back into defensive mode, this time just leaning forward and pushing it out very gently on the offside. Baker once more round the wicket, bowls a little bit quicker, a little bit flatter. Parkinson drives off the back foot, goes for a run, and has to scamper back in as the throw comes in, and Cox takes off the bails, but I don't think he had the ball in his hands. I think he dropped the ball, and therefore even had Parkinson not been in, he would have not been out, if that makes sense. I think it does. But as it was, I think he probably had made his ground. But in taking the ball in front of the stumps, as the keepers do these days, and then swinging his arms back, Cox took the bails off, but I think dropped the ball. Baker in, bowls, and Parkinson is forward, pushing defensively back up the pitch, fielded by Pollock, moving across from Silly Point, where he's under the helmet, and returns it to the bowler, who comes in again now and bowls, and this is full, pushed out on the onside by Parkinson. End of the over from Baker, so 4 runs coming from it. 12 overs, 4 maidens, no wickets for 30 his figures, and Barnard will continue from the Diglis end of the ground. So good day for Worcestershire, good game for Worcestershire really, and every chance if they wrap up this win that they will move up the table quite considerably, because it's a maximum pointer. They got 8 bonus points as well. And here's Barnard hoping he can wrap it up. He's in from the Diglis end, and Wright is on the back foot playing defensively back to the bowler. And there's no run. 1 game finished already, I understand, around the country, and that was the one between Somerset and Hampshire. Somerset well and truly beaten at Taunton. Barnard again is in, bowls, Wright turns on the leg side, picks up 1, will come back for 2 as the fielding is done by substitute Mitchell Stanley. Details of that game between Somerset and Hampshire coming up. As Wright heaves this one away, not very elegantly, on the leg side for 2, in fact for 3, as Stanley again does the fielding. Just trying to find the details of those scores elsewhere. Somerset beaten by Hampshire by 10 wickets at Taunton, and at Northampton. Kent made 519 for 9, declared Northampton 265 for 6. Warwickshire 46 for 3 in their second innings, still trailing Yorkshire by 159. And at Lords, just bring you the details of the Durham Middlesex game in a minute. Barnard bowls, Parkinson pushes out into the offside, no run. At Lords, Durham 350, Middlesex have just taken the lead, 351 for 7. At Trent Bridge, Derbyshire lead Notts by 92, but they're 7 down in their second innings, so Notts could well be on course for another victory there. And Lancashire still trailing Essex by 166 runs at Old Trafford, with 4 wickets down in their second innings. Barnard here at New Road, in from the Digley's End, bowls. Parkinson drives nicely up to mid-off Pennington Fields, and there's no run, and the score remains 161 for 9 in this Leicestershire second innings. Still hundreds behind. Worcestershire need 1 more wicket. Here comes Barnard looking for it, and bowls to Parkinson, who drives nicely through the covers. He'll get probably 4, even though Baker's in pursuit, yet the ball almost seeming to gather pace as it ran away over the lush outfield out towards the chestnut tree at extra cover. End of the over. Parkinson's moved on to 11. Wright has 27 now. It's 165 for 9, and these two repeating their partnership of the first innings where they added 50 for the last wicket. It's extraordinary symmetry really to these two Leicestershire innings. And again, Worcestershire just needing to be patient, and Barnard continuing to be expensive. 8 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 59 now, his figures.
Came together when Rehan Ahmed was caught behind off bowling of Charlie Morris, 127 for 9. So they've added 38 for the final wicket, having added 50 in the first innings. Without those partnerships, well, it is a pretty sorry sight anyway, isn't it? Baker then, trying to end it all, is in from the New Road end right. Tall man is forward, pushing the ball back to the left arm spinner. The bells, the even song, the summons. In goes Baker, lovely loop to the delivery, but Wright not to be tempted in terms of trying to hit the ball into the air. Strokes it out to Morris at mid-off. Baker steps in and bowls a little bit short and flat and doesn't turn, and on the back foot Wright can just play it calmly out into the offside. D'Oliveira runs across and fields. I beg your pardon, Libby runs across and fields, and there's no run. Baker is in. That's a more loopy delivery, giving it a chance to turn, but Wright again just steps forward, rather I suspect probably beginning to rather enjoy himself out there, relishes his batting. Chris Wright, as Baker is in, bowls to him, and he's forward again, or waiting for that one. It's a fuller delivery, almost under his nose when he pushes that back down the wicket. Stanley at mid-on, Morris at mid-off, both take a few steps back, hoping that Wright will try and go big. Baker brings him forward on one knee, rather stylishly pushes it out into the offside. End of a maiden over from Josh Baker, yet to pick up a wicket in the innings. That his 5th maiden over in 13, and none for 30 his figures at the moment. Barnard is going to continue. 8 overs, none for 59, figures that rather stand out for all the wrong reasons in the context of 2 innings, one of 148 and one now of 165 for 9.
Yeah, it's an oddity, isn't it? The other thing that struck me in the last over, just thinking about the whole game in particular, as Barnard comes in from the Digley's End and bowls a bouncer to Parkinson, who lets that harmlessly go over his shoulder, is how this pair and the ease with which they appear to be batting now reflects on the rest of the innings. Really just does not make sense, does it? The pitch appears been. I mean, I know the ball's a bit older now and everything, but it's hardly been a minefield. Barnard bowls and Parkinson extravagantly leaves alone outside the leg stump, just moves inside it, sort of Steve Smith type leave, lets it go over his backside and through to Cox. So the crowd being made to wait for their celebration as Barnard comes in again, bowls, and Chris Wright gets a run on the leg side, fielded by D'Oliveira at mid-wicket. Wright goes to 28.
Yeah, and this is
Parkinson, I beg your pardon, gets a run, goes
this
to
is
12.
now the highest partnership of the innings again.
Again.
So Foxy Phil asking, has there ever been a first class match in which I'm sure there must have been, in which the highest partnership in both innings has been the last wicket? Must be.
Barnard is into Wright, who is taken on the pad, gets an inside edge on it, I think, and it runs out to slip where Pollock fields. So Parkinson 12 and Wright 27, and they've added 49 so far. 39? 39.
Yeah. I haven't really the heart to look it up.
Having added 50 in the first innings.
Yeah.
No. It's not the most significant stat ever either, is it? Barnard is in and he bowls, and that's driven by Wright for 4, I think. Is it going to be 4? Mitchell Stanley, the substitute fielder, is in pursuit. He can't stop it. Raced away. The outfield's quick, and that's 4 more. Outfield, as you suggested, it looks lush and verdant, and indeed it is, but there's a firm surface to it as well, and once the ball gets going it rolls away quickly, and it did on that occasion. Wright raced on to 31. He's had a good game. He made 27 not out in the first innings. Update coming. They just have, as we speak, and it's a really good catch from Matthew Waite on debut. The low knee from Yorkshire, fielding at mid-on, a bouncer from Ed Barnard, heaved up in the air by Chris Wright, and Waite running back has taken the catch at mid-on. A brilliant catch, a really good catch, in keeping with the Worcestershire fielding throughout this innings, and they have wrapped up this victory, bowling Leicestershire out in their second innings for 170. It's a massive win. Right, an innings and 252 runs, I think. That's huge anyway. It's the highest win that Worcestershire have ever had over Leicestershire. A fantastic effort all round. Azhar Ali making 225 in Worcestershire's only innings. Jack Haynes 127, and Matthew Waite picking up 4 wickets in this second innings. An innings and 259 is the winning margin. Brilliant effort by Worcestershire, propels them up the table, and certainly a very, very fine performance by the pairs over these last 3 days. Final summary then: Leicestershire 148 all out, Worcestershire 577 for 6 declared, and in their second innings Leicestershire all out for 170. Worcestershire win by an innings and 259 runs.
Perfect timing for you.
Yes, indeed, it was, wasn't it? Good catch, wasn't it?
It was a good catch, running back actually. Yes, it was
a
good catch.
cracking game, and Ed Barnard finally picking up a wicket, and Worcestershire, as you can hear from the crowd, getting a very good round of applause as they leave the field. Chris Wright eventually out for 31, Parkinson unbeaten on 12, and a pretty good effort all round as far as Worcestershire are concerned. Problems, Richard, for Leicestershire?
Yeah, you could say that. The 4th heavy defeat in 7. The other 3 they were hanging on in, really. They were fighting to save the game. They haven't been involved at the sharp end of a game so far this season, and probably as well then that this is their last county championship fixture for a month, and they can turn their attention to the white ball game and hope for better form and fortune. But yes, there will be an awful lot of questions asked of the club. Seemed to go forward last season. This season has been frankly, a bit of a horror show so far. But well played to Worcestershire, and they feel they've probably corrected the wrong that was done at Grace Road when Leicestershire managed to hang on for just to save the game over the last 26 overs. Not this time. 3-day innings defeat, and the heaviest in the history of the games between the